kenapa ni?
Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. All I hit, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm in the dirt.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, 5 lagi, gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, keluarmu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton and KPRJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hacik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena mengena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia.
New champions of the mid-season.
Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Only one team can claim the throne each season. After 13 trophies, who will seize the crown this time? Who will rise to defend Malaysia's honor at the M6 World Championship? Here comes the 10 teams for glory. The only team in MPL MY to win 3 times. Will their Langar formula propel them to M6 Todak? They've upped their game with more firepower and a powerhouse trio of coaches. Will this be the season they dominate the regular stage? Monster Vicious! When you think they're gone, they're back with a vengeance. With a solid roster consisting of faces new and old, can the Season 10 champions squeeze through the competition? It's Team Hawk! Rebranded and revamped, Team Ray, ready to make their mark on MPL MY. Is it time for them to shine? Team Ray! After an unsatisfactory performance last season, can the troops push it all the way and win this season? JP Niners! While Season 7 sounds like a distant past, will they reignite their mojo to claim their second trophy, RSGMY? They were knocked out of the league, but they did not give up. Their hard work features a brand new red-hot roster. We welcome back Red Esports! They may technically be a new team, but we've got many veterans and well-known names who are no strangers to winning. It's Team Vamos! And on the flip side, the Homeboys have made a complete overhaul by switching their entire roster. Can they continue the success of their predecessors? Homeboys!
Ala kemungkinan berjaya membuktikan tiada yang mustahil untuk menjadi juara dunia. Bermula dengan mendominasi regular season tanpa sebarang kekalahan sehingga menjulang piala MPL Malaysia pertama mereka. Berbekalkan harapan tinggi rakyat Malaysia bertanding di MSC 2024 Esports World Cup di Riyadh, Selangor Red Giants membawa semangat bangkit dan pantang mengalah untuk mengibarkan jalur gemilang di pentas dunia. Dengan persediaan dan persiapan rapi daripada pemain dan barisan jurulatih, akhirnya Selangor Red Giants berjaya menjadi juara MSC 2024 Esports World Cup dengan mengekalkan bracket kemenangan selama 108 hari. Inilah kebangkitan kita. Inilah bukti yang usaha tidak akan pernah mengkhianati hasil. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, berikan sorakan dan tepukan gemuruh untuk juara dunia kebanggaan kita, Selangor Red Giants. Hello everybody, welcome back to MPL. Hi, semua sihat? Alright, let's do it Sekais first. Our finals MVP. Alright, Sekais, awak dah dapat finals MVP in the world stage right now. Apa perasaan Sekais masa Malaysia jadi juara dunia?
Perasaan saya rasa happy and bangga lah, especially for Malaysian because we know right, kita tak pernah menang lagi international and yeah, finally we won it, so yeah, we're so happy for it.
Alright, the entire Malaysia was super proud of you guys, but can we please pass the mic to Stormy? Okay, Stormy. Beberapa season dah, Stormy punya nama ialah Mage Prodigy of Malaysia. Sekarang dah ada World Championship title. Adakah you ada rasa nak tukar nama jadi King of Mage ke? Anything? Let us know.
No, I like the Mage Prodigy better.
Just Mage Prodigy?
Yeah.
Ooh, humble. Okay, I guess we're sticking with that. Alright, Cram. Cram, I just want to say one thing and I want to ask you one thing. What is one thing you can tell the people out there who are yet to live their dreams? Because back then, you never expected to be a world champ and now you're a world champ. What do you have to say to the people out there? Ano masasabi mo sa mga taong gusto rin maging kagaya mo isang araw?
Pwede Tagalog.
Go ahead.
Tuloy-tuloy lang sila sa pangarap nila, huwag silang titigil katulad ng ginawa ko dati.
Okay, dia cakap kalau you nak satu benda, you kena work hard for it. Go for it and one day you akan jadi juara juga. Alright, so thank you very much kepada Selangor Red Giants. And with that, mari kita jemput Homeboys untuk naik ke atas pentas sebelum kita mulakan match pembukaan kita. Hello, Homeboys. Very new faces this time around. The only same face we have is the one in the middle, which is Udil. But we'll get to you later, okay? Nanti kita borak. Alright, so I guess we can start dengan Emal dulu kot. Okay. Okay, ready ke? Ready. Alright. So, Emal, do you nervous? Jangan nervous. Baru first day. Okay, Emal. So, you ada satu tanggungjawab yang agak besar, especially with all the old players yang dah keluar Homeboys. Tapi bagi Emal rasa pressure tak main dalam Homeboys as you know, the first runner-up and of course lawan Selangor Red Giants untuk hari ini?
Adalah sikit.
Adalah sikit pressure. Tapi you rasa you boleh fight the pressure tak? Boleh perform padu hari ni?
Boleh, kita confident.
Wow, alright, this is what we like. Okay, can we please pass it to Mal? Okay, Mal. So, Mal dah ada dalam Homeboys punya roster lineup ni. Technically, ini adalah season kedua anda dalam Homeboys, betul tak?
Betul.
So, untuk Mal, bagi Mal, apa yang beza dengan lineup ni dengan lineup yang season lepas?
Kalau bezanya lineup ni lebih, kita orang more lebih bonding lah.
Alright, they bond more and I think that's good sebab kalau korang ingat season lepas pun SIG cakap dorang bond banyak tu yang dorang dapat build chemistry kan. Alright, so thank you very much Homeboys. You guys may now move on over. Tapi tradition lah kan, kalau first match ada Udil, mestilah kita kena suruh Udil stay dulu. Tapi kalau ada Udil, mesti kita ada spokesperson daripada SIG. Gorgeous? Mana Gorgeous?
Lu lagi.
Udil lah, start dah. Kenapa tak suka jumpa dia ke?
Suka je, suka.
I ingat tak suka. Okay.
Jairo saya. Berat, poket berat Adil. Ya.
Tunjuk sikit dekat kamera.
Gojes. Aku rasa kalau aku duduk kat SRG pun aku dapat lah itu.
Dapat. Kalau. Kalau tapi.
Okay. I belum tengok. I belum tanya soalan korang dah gaduh.
Tak. Tadi dia cakap dia tak nak toxic.
Sikit.
Di briefing tu dia cakap. Okay.
Sikit bagilah. Baru juara.
Tak, sebab aku selalu ingat kawanku pun cakap macam tu. Nak pensiun tapi tak pensiun.
Wow. Sabar.
Cukup deal. Enough.
Okay. Sorry.
Calm down. Okay. So, Gorgeous, do you have anything to say kepada Homeboys?
Tak ada. Just nak cakap thank you kepada semua yang hadir pada hari ini. Tak kisahlah daripada side SIG ataupun side Homeboys. Jadi dengan ini saya nak ambil kesempatan untuk semua orang tanda tangan supaya kita baca doa lah untuk merasmikan pembukaan MPL MY Season 14. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi jalla wajhika wa azimi sultanik. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami yang Maha Pemurah lagi Maha Penyayang. Kami berhimpun pada hari ini berdoa memohon rahmat dan hidayah darimu. Sesungguhnya ya Allah, hari ini adalah hari pembukaan MPL MY Season 14 match yang pertama ya Allah. Kau pemudahlah segala urusan kami dan kau janganlah letak apa-apa halangan untuk kami ya Allah. Kau pemudahlah segala urusan kami ya Allah. Kau sihatkanlah semua player kami dan kau janganlah timpakan apa-apa musibah maupun player, production ataupun kepada peminat-peminat kami ya Allah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar wa qina azabil kubur wa qina azabil mahsyar wa qina azabil akhirah. Wa sallallahu ala sayidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa baraka wasallam. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Amin, alright. Thank you very much to Gorgeous atas bacaan doa tu. Anything Udil nak ucapkan ataupun sampaikan kepada Flame Boys yang hadir ke stadium hari pertama?
Terima kasih banyak untuk Flame Boys. Korang sudah datang, sudah sempatkan waktu. Tapi aku nak cakap sorry before the match start because aku takut performance-nya tak sesuai dengan expectation korang. So I would like to say sorry for everything that happens today.
Alright, ini adalah satu match pembukaan yang agak lain tapi I'm loving the positive energy. And with that, come on, sportsmanship. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di land of dawn. Alright, guys, semua orang dah ready untuk match pembukaan hari ini. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The energy and atmosphere here is electric as we welcome everyone watching online to a brand new era, a brand new season of MPL Malaysia, 14 seasons running, and we're kicking off with an exciting match. My name is Stafa. Joining me on the desk today is Gideon as well as Husky. How are you guys feeling?
It's a blast from the past, right? SRG against Homeboys once more, just like season 13, but with a new twist. Homeboys bringing in an almost entirely new squad. Can't wait to get started.
I'm feeling good as well. I mean, it's been 7 years in the running so far of MPL MY, and currently season 14 is looking to be a little interesting, right? First off, we're seeing Udil apologize to the crowd of the Flame Boys in case expectations don't meet their gameplay here today.
Typically, it's not the type of spirit you'd want from a team considering it is the debut match, but I think Udil is also preparing the fans because like you guys have already mentioned, this is a brand new Homeboys lineup. It is not the same team that got runner-up last season and made it all the way to the world stage. So there is going to definitely be a period of adjustment, and it's going to be a very big hill to climb since their first opponent is SRG.
Yeah, and on top of that, right, as much as this is a new season, SRG pretty much is the same, not much difference. And at the same time, it's also a continuation of that chapter, right? The journey to complete the Golden Road, another MPL trophy, and eventually, hopefully, the M6 trophy.
I mean, we set all these expectations for SRG, but even in the recent times, even during the Snapdragon Pro Series, they've already technically dropped 2 full series against other teams. So the real question is whether or not who's playing for second place, because this time we're going to have a second slot for M6, and we better make it count.
We really do need to make it count. It has been a while since we've been getting that second slot. So far, our teams have had to play through the wildcards in order to qualify to those big tournaments. And speaking of big tournaments as well, we'd like to tell you guys that the Snapdragon Pro Series will also be ongoing very, very soon. Season 6. And there will be signups for the open qualifiers. You guys just have to check out the link at the bottom of the screen right now if you guys are interested in taking your gameplay to the next level. But jumping back into MPL, what are your expectations for this first match?
I think I just want to echo, Gideon saying who plays for second place. But expectations, I want to see every other team level up their game, right? I think there have been a lot of interviews and podcasts, Coach Ark and Team Vamos Homeboys, they talked about how teams are elevating their staff, their players, and I want to see that in action to be a testament of how far we've come.
I don't know, it's always week 1, and every single week 1 we've had at MPL usually doesn't go very cleanly, as most people would say. Usually it's very scrappy, and I would expect not a lot of polish from a majority of these teams. SRG is the only exception to that. I don't know whether we're going to get their true A game just yet, but hey, that's just me.
That is true. We have a tendency of kicking things off a little bit slowly here, but we have to remember that the first match of last season was this exact same matchup, and it was pretty exciting in its own right. This is week 1, day 1 of MPL MY Season 14. SRG versus Homeboys will be our debut match of the season, but the rest of the day is no slouch either. We'll have Vamos versus Red Esports at 3 p.m. and then JP Niners versus Team Ray at 5:30 p.m. I know that SRG Homeboys is the big lineup, but the other teams will have something to bring as well. So let's talk about the players.
I mean, for Selangor Red Giants, it's the same, right? Stormy, Mage Prodigy, Cram, Sakai's, Prince of the Jungle, Yums, and Innocent. And just for the record, since last season, Homeboys has not beaten SRG in any series.
Yep, they haven't been able to find any success against this team. They are a super lineup for a reason. They're very polished, and they also have accolades underneath them to truly prove that they are the cream of the crop. I'm excited to see what that mid lane matchup is going to look like, but I'm also curious to see how Innocent is going to handle an absolutely new beast in his opponent later down the line.
That is indeed the case. We have to remember who the new goal laner on the side of the Homeboys is going to be. And speaking of, we've got Udil alongside a brand new lineup, Waf, Amal, Mal, and Soul.
And for someone like Waf, he's been around, right? He's played with teams like Orange Esports back in the days, took a bit of hiatus, kind of ran around the tier 2 scene, and now finally back on the main stage. But I agree with Gideon, I want to look at the goal lane matchup. Soul, right? They took games off of SRG back at MSC when he was with SYS, but in this new environment, can he adapt?
I don't know. It's tough to say. We don't see MP the King, MP the Coach, MP the Ling even part of the Homeboys lineup, which really begs the question, how much is Seoul truly going to provide for this lineup? Because again, it's not like Malaysia isn't known for having decent gold laners, but Seoul brings something completely new, and I'm trying to figure out, what did Daddy see in this man?
I mean, new ingredients always make a recipe a lot more interesting. Whether that's a good or a bad thing will remain to be seen. I do agree with you though. I'm very curious about what kind of dynamic you will bring to the Homeboys, because of the way that the meta overall has developed, it's really a team game now. You really gotta make sure that everyone is operating on the same wavelength. Otherwise, you are going to have a little bit of a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're gonna talk about the people who make all of this happen, right? The League Ops coming onto the stage.
Indeed, these are the people behind the scenes making sure that everything is working as planned. We've got Johnson, Franklin, Rez, and Sin Yi again as our martial lineup. Thank you very much for your service and making sure that everything goes spick and span, because we want to make sure this debut match is going to be the most entertaining experience that we could have ever provided.
Well, that's a double-edged sword, right? This is still MPL MY, you know.
And you didn't have to put it like that.
Entertainment comes from multiple sources.
That's also true. It's really how you look at it, right? At the end of the day, I do think that the Homeboys have a pretty decent chance against SRG. Yes, they probably have been scrimming against each other, but I am curious whether or not this team, as they mentioned, yes, the bonding, but the fact that Udil came out straight away, very realistic approach. Hey, our fans might have different expectations of what we're able to provide here today. Whether that is a slower play style begs to be the question, but overall, I think they would still be aggressive.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of a testament of the growth of Audio as a player and a person, right? Like, you don't come in guns blazing, expecting to beat everyone else. But we also got to talk to Mal about this season.
Yeah, we asked him, you're in the main lineup now, what new things do you want to bring to the Homeboys? And Mal says that it will be different from the last season's Homeboys in terms of gameplay. It's actually quite a last-minute lineup, so they're starting from zero, but they will make sure to work hard so that they can get into M6. And it is true, I think a lot of the players on this team, although they have some MPL experience, are still considered by many as maybe the underdogs or the rookies in some way. Definitely not quite up to the standard of the previous lineup, so they have really big shoes to fill.
They do have big shoes to fill, and I think the worst part about this all is the fact that they're starting back at zero, like you mentioned, right? They have to do the rebonding, they have to do new sets of strategies, new sets of drafts even, and yes, maybe the meta is a little tight in terms of overall hero picks that we have to go for, but I don't think it's something that is beyond the Homeboys, right? Malaysia, we like assassins, we like aggressive plays, we like snowballs.
Yeah, something that I think both junglers have in their hero pool, Sakai's and Amao, especially Amao. Not only he has to go up against the finals MVP of MSC, but at the same time, he's also one of the few veteran names that we've seen him bounce around, provide good performances, but does not have the pillars to back him up. Is Homeboys going to be that team?
Funnily enough, Mal also very similar situation. Used to be top of his class, the best gold laner, one of the best, considered to be the best in Malaysia. After that, fell down from grace, turned to a different role, and is playing together with Amal.
Yeah, it's the Mal duo. Will they be able to bring a brand new style to the Homeboys? I do hope so, because SRG is a massive obstacle on the path. Like you mentioned, Gideon, we have players on the side of the Homeboys who have kind of stagnated a little bit in terms of their performance here. Amal hasn't found a lot of success outside of his first debut season. Is Mal still the same as before? All of these questions will be answered as we jump into the draft phase. Game number 1, SRG versus the Homeboys for MPL Malaysia Season 14. Let's get into it.
And time to buckle up, Buttercup, because this is gonna not only set the stage for the rest of the season, right? It also kind of sets the perspective for what the audience are gonna look at. How clean is SRG? How is the new Homeboys going to debut? Right off the bat, we see the more prominent bands coming out. Roger, Jushin, Chip as well, Perma band, I think in the Filipino region, and the Jawhead.
Man, haven't seen Jawhead gone through in a very, very long time. I'm quite surprised that SRG have decided to ban it out this time around. Maybe they've got some inside information, but we do see that Homeboys do opt to get rid of the Kufra, which begs the question, hey, Hayabusa as well as Link both still up in the air.
Yeah, when you get rid of something like Kufra, you immediately know that the enemy team wants to play more mobile heroes. The assassins, like you pointed out, are going to be the priority focus, Ling being the most obvious choice, but still having plenty of open options as well. SRG are in a position where they can actually just leave the draft pretty open for now, because this Homeboys is still going to be a very new experience for everyone.
I mean, when you go down the jungle hierarchy, right, both junglers...
What is Ozora?
What is he putting up? Oh, come on. One boy, he said. One boy. I was about to bring up the fact that both junglers love the Fanny, and SRG showing respect to Amar, right? Banning out the Fanny. This does open up the Harif as well, one of the more famous names in the draft. But Ling goes through, so Coach just picks it up.
It's a little too good to let go, right?
Yeah.
I think that Ling is very dominant in the meta as of right now. Nothing really compares to it as an assassin. Roams super quick, is able to execute super low targets. Even if you're in under a tower, he is the perfect hero to do so. But SRG have a couple of answers. Number one, I'm curious to see whether we're going to have access to the new revamped Phoveus. It has shown up in some other tournaments, but here we go.
Yes.
The Phoveus and as well as the Nolan.
Thanks to the Kufra pick, Nolan is such a juicy answer, right? And the fact that you get 2 picks on the red side, you eliminate the Phoveus from the pool of homeboys as well. SRG having a very solid start. Sure, we revealed the jungler and the XP lane, but they are both very solid, self-sustaining heroes.
Yeah, very high tier picks overall, and we all know how much guys likes this Nolan. He should be able to perform very comfortably on it, especially without Phoveus to potentially worry about, since it's already locked in for him. However, this still leaves some power picks open. Things like the Harif, the Roger, even the Hylos, who recently has been getting a lot of notoriety.
Yeah, let's also not forget about things like Zask, for an example, right? Really annoying to deal with. You mentioned both the Hylos and as well as the Harith going to get locked in here. Hylos a little bit more expected against the Phoveus. I'm surprised that they wanted to go for the Harith this time around, but it's better than just giving it over to SRG.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of answers. The direct one is the Lunox into the Harith, but you also can opt for something like a Claude for that late game if you want Innocent to go down that route. I think SRG right now, they see the Harith, it's easier to plan around because of that.
Indeed. Originally, Roger would not be a bad choice as well, but since there is Innocent on the other side, Homeboys already decided to get rid of him very early on. So Zask, one of the remaining power picks, going to be locked in here for the first phase, and both teams going to have access to very strong drafts as of now.
I think overall, this is pretty okay for SRG, right? Because they are missing a gold laner at this point of time. They're also missing their roamer. It's better to just leave the roamer up in the air. Gold lane is a little bit more flexible in this sense, mainly because of Innocent more than it is the meta around him. But even for the homeboys, right? The bans can get a little difficult at this point because you can only pick one or the other.
And then I think this also might push both teams to start clamping down on the roamer pool, right? It is one of the more open roles in the current meta. Faramir is the first one to get taken now, as homeboys haven't revealed that mid lane yet. But also I want to give a quick shout out to Wolf because he talked about how Zaz being such an annoying mid lane to deal with. Hylos is the direct answer to it. So I'm curious to see what homeboys is going to utilize this Hylos and how is WAF going to play around it.
Yep. I mean, Hylos is already pretty devastating in the lane, especially since Phoveus, now even though he's been revamped, and yes, his laning phase is a little bit more interactive rather than just wait for the farm, get to a strong point, and then Demonic Force win the game, you have to actually proactively trade.
Indeed. I do personally think Phoveus nowadays is a way better 1v1 EXP laner, but Hylos just sandbags the lane like no other hero can. You are not going to ever take him down. And because of that, I think SRG already realized they have to do a little bit of damage control in that regard. I'm pretty sure they were expecting it somewhat. That's the reason you see them banning heroes like the Faramis as well. It's not only a hero that SRG commonly doesn't like playing against, but if you combine that Netherrealm with the Glorious Pathway, it gives Homeboys a bit too much team fighting potential.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Homeboys have the Hylos means they're using him not just as a sandbag, but also as basically this roadblock, right? If you can't get past the Hylos, if he somehow cuts through your back, the entire team fight falls apart.
Yep, it's just like having a Uranus, except you actually have an ult that gives you utility.
Yeah.
It's something that is that is able to benefit the entirety of the team, right? Now SRG, let's see what this final ban is going to be. It's going to be Vexana. They don't want Homeboys to have a way to actually peel away the main targets, or better yet, just have hard control.
Looks like it is focused towards Udil's hero composition right now. Like we know, currently Homeboy's still going to be looking for that mid lane and a roam, unless Hylos is flexed, but that is unlikely. So because the roam pool nowadays is actually quite big, still a lot of heroes open, SRG has opted to go for the mid lane focus instead.
I think that the two picks not only kind of mitigate the efficiency of Hylos, or potential efficiency, but also serves to protect Stormy, right? You don't want to get hit by crowd control because it does prevent you from attacking even in your ultimate. there is a choice for Homeboys if they want to go for mid laner next after this Lolita ban. I am thinking something like maybe Aurora, just because you have that anti-dive capability, but SRG, they do get first pick in the second phase.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think that Aurora is a pretty good pick, especially in an assassin-heavy meta. That passive is going to keep you alive more times than you would like to believe. But I think even for Homeboy's side, if we look past what the mid laner is supposed to be, right? Now, the only other thing that you have to worry about is what Roamer is going to be effectively taking out everybody on the side of SRG, or at least find these overlaps. And I can't think of one off the bat. Maybe Cho, if they're really thinking about like keeping it safe, keeping it straightforward, linear gameplay.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think in terms of Maul's hero pool, Cho would be the most obvious remaining pick. You have other ideas, Husky?
No, not really. I think Cho probably makes the most sense, just looking at the play
or
himself.
Ruby, I guess?
Yeah, there's Ruby. I mean, Ruby, Arlet. If you want bigger team fight, you go down to Minotaur Tigreal, right? But those two they don't feel good playing up against what SRG has right now.
Actually, now that I think about it a little bit deeper, I think Franco might actually be a pretty decent, like put-in. Because number one, if we go for Ruby or Cho, you're just giving more and more cooldowns and more stacks to Phobius, right? The more dashes is counterintuitive, but instead they actually go for the Grocket as well as Valentina. That's not too bad. One dash being the ult, doesn't matter if you're CC'd, you can't use your ult if you are in the air.
Yeah, not a bad choice here. I think it's a pretty safe option. Grok and Valentina oftentimes are picked early just as a blind pick when you don't really know what your opponent has yet. But looks like it did come out the Lunox gold lane to counter Harith. So Red Giants already had this in mind.
Yeah, I mean, even with the opening Phobius pick, right? Like Homeboys willingly and knowingly picked the Harith into the Phobius. Not to mention the Valentina on top of that as well. So the risk is something that Coach Jeff is willing to take. Now it comes down to how they manage kind of the first few minutes, especially if you let SRG get ahead in the early game, it's going to be a world of pain.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a slow early game personally, but as we get into this game, hopefully we're going to see a little bit more, because here's what I'm expecting. A slow game from the side of SRG. They're going to need some time to scale, with the main driving force being Sakaizen as well as Stormy. If Yums isn't able to find an angle, I think that Homeboys generally early to mid should be theirs.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Homeboys have a pretty solid lineup, so SRG, if they want to make something happen, gotta make it happen quick. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the land of Dawn. The very first game of MPL Malaysia Season 14 is about to commence. Homeboys on the blue side versus the Selangor Red Giants on the red. Who will emerge victorious?
Match numero uno for this season. And one of the dynamics that I'm seeing right now is in that mid lane, right? Both mid laners don't really care too much if they can shove the wave. They're not exactly the fastest. Although I think the advantage does lie with Stormy a bit more because of the Nightmare respawn. But that extra leash that gives Sakai a bit of a head start. A lot of focus on getting the jungler, on the pace going.
Yeah, but they're also making sure that they have full control over that mid lane. That's why we see that Edith is parked right behind the Zosk pretty much for the first minute of this game. Whether or not they're going to rotate towards that top side of the map is going to be a completely different question, knowing that SRG can actually play through Cram.
Yeah, I think SRG, they know that most likely this early game nothing's gonna really happen until the first turtle. So having Yums here to kind of stand back the mid lane, hold the minions in place to make sure Stormy can farm safely is a better use of his time than attempting some sort of gank.
And that kind of blows for Udio because of the timing of Yums showing up. I think Udio actually lost a big chunk of the wave. And even Waf is forced to use that rejuvenate, that revitalize to heal himself back up. So resources are already being expended. Top side, Innocent has to flicker away. Aim out on the chase. Tempest of Blaze drop down. First blood going over to Homeboys.
That's what you want to see from the Homeboys, right? As soon as you hit a power spike, as soon as you hit level 4, you're looking for kills on Innocent to slow down his scaling. Udil, however, is taking so much punishment. He's already technically, based on what we're looking at the EXP, he's only missed 1 minion out of the 3 minions from that wave, so it's not that big of a deal. Waf, on the other hand, he's taking so much punishment from Cram.
Yeah, he's having some difficulty down here in the EXP lane, but I think Udil taking that damage is actually good. You saw that he was slowly taking the wave to push Stormy ahead, which meant that Yums actually had to hang around the mid lane to make sure that the Zas wasn't ganked, allowing Homeboys to go for the gank in the gold lane instead.
SRG does get priority over the turtle, and just like that, they get the objective. While this time, not so lucky though, executed by Stormy. Yums will arrive at the scene knowing that this orange buff is being initiated on. Yums actually takes a Cyclone Knife forward, pops the ultimate, Tempest Ablaze, baited out from Amao. He wants to run away with Cram around. Homeboys get him out.
Quite a lot of resources utilized there by the Red Giants, but Homeboys were still able to secure the buff and get out without any casualties. So they're doing a very good job of damage control. Net worth leads slightly for the Red Giants, but Homeboys doing a good job of keeping up.
Yeah, just a couple of minions, a couple of camps, not the biggest of deals. You're not losing major objectives, you're not losing big buffs, so they're not falling too far behind overall. When we compare the EXP in terms of levels, Cram, the fact that he's one level ahead of WAF, he's basically got this lane under control, and there's not much that WAF can really do about it other than sandbag.
I mean, Cram is willing to even use that ultimate, right? The Infernal Pursuit, just to get a bit of trade in. This sandbag is working out well for Homeboys, and I'm expecting SRG to make more movements down bot to get that turret sooner or later.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup, right? As soon as level 4 hits, WAF, wait, hold on, Yums.
It's gonna be caught. Primal Wrap gets that extra shield. Damage is sufficient to take down Udio. Traded by Amao in the process. The guys 1v1. The Prince reigns supreme. Double kill for Sakai's, and Mao now on the run. Sakai's gets the energy back. Couple of dashes. Gets the flicker out from Mao.
He's still
still goes for the chase. It's a killing spree for the Nolan.
He can absolutely go for the chase. He's Nolan, baby. He's fast. He's fast as heck, and he also has a secondary gap closer in his passive, which makes his auto attacks allow him to leap at his targets to create a fracture. Now, looking at the buffs, both sides, it's going to be on the bottom side of the map. Turtle spawning on top in 13 seconds. They need to set this up well because Cram, he's got full control over this lane. He's probably going to proxy one more wave before he makes his way over to the Turtle.
And this is actually really good as well. In fact, Red Giants can even choose to maybe ignore the EXP lane because as long as WAF is held in the lane, he cannot freely rotate and provide utility.
Yeah, even Cram's gonna use Flicker to get away. He was rooted by Udio. Glorious pathway. Cram now forced to fight. Healing up with that ultimate Infernal Pursuit. Not enough this time. Taken down by 4 man of Homeboys.
He doesn't have the stats. He doesn't have the max HP to become really, really vicious just yet. Until he gets to that point, until we see him have that Clock of Destinies, it's going to take a bit of time before he can 1v4 like that.
And the commitment onto Soul. That's Purify out. I mean, Cram also has the Thunder Belt, right? So the stack is just going to get even deadlier as the game progresses.
Really nice rotations here. Red Giants realizing Homeboys committed a lot of resources to taking out Cram, able to focus their efforts onto the gold lane. Not able to get the kill, but forcing out a battle spell and a tower is going to be great for them. They've already built up a 2k net worth lead 5 minutes in.
I like the feints that we see from the side of SRG. I like the way that they're opening up this map. They're not necessarily taking the most efficient route, but they're purposefully covering majority of these bushes.
Oh, that's damage!
And it's gonna be the Stormy ultimate. Udio takes it. WAF just melted. Supposedly the answer to this Zaz, but not this time around. Mao also forced away. Purple buff given over to Sakai's once more. Homeboy's put in a pretty rough position. The fact that this Hylos has to join his team this early on.
Really good call coming in there from Stormy. Instantly jumped into the bush, got the laser on 3 people and melted so much HP right at the beginning. Basically making it impossible for Homeboys to try and respawn. Amal should get a tower for free at least, but that's quite a consolation.
Should be able to get away from this, right?
Oh.
SDL drop, easily dodged by Sakai's. Backup coming in, Amal. Just the outplay, the mechanics from this man. Stormy should be there to clean it up. It's a trade, 1-for-1.
Not bad, not bad. Good stuff coming in from Amal there. He was taking way more autos than he probably should have against the guys, but he knows that he's got a little bit more burst at the end of the day, especially when he has his ult. Overall, SRG is still ahead in terms of the economy by 2,200 and 5 more seconds until we actually see the turtle spawn, which Homeboys, again, they are playing very standard-wise, right? Solana Red Giants are just making sure that when they rotate, they cover each one of these brushes to eliminate the possibilities of where Homeboys could be, and then eventually corralling them like sheep.
Udio will be caught. The Earth Shatter. It's a slow follow-up. Solana Red Giants slowly just funneling the resources. So Wild Charge also out for Mao. They did get the orange buff for Amao in this case, but map control over the SRG.
Yeah, this is very classic SRG. We've seen this time and time again. When they are ahead, they know how to control their map. They know how to manipulate enemy movements in a way that puts them vulnerable against their own forces. And now with the turtle up, they can just have Stormy deal with it alone. steal the purple buff, we are going to see the Red Giants very systematically remove resources across the map in the next few minutes.
Yeah, look at the decisions being made, right? They didn't even dedicate any resources to head over to the bottom side of the map, despite seeing both Amal and as well as Soul. They knew for a fact, unless Soul commits really, really hard to this T2, then we're definitely going to get a trade back on a gold laner, which is technically, to us, pretty fine. I think Homeboys at this point of time should never be contesting for these objectives. Let Amal split push, let Soul be the one where the majority of the Homeboys members need to kind of cover for.
Amal's going to show himself, but this is not the fight that he can win. I think at the same time, it's also, we haven't really seen Innocent be engaged in these full-blown team fights, right? Both gold laners have just been left on an island to farm up, get that arsenal going. But SRG clearly having a bit more of that map control.
Yeah, Innocent hasn't really been disrupted, but he did fall a little behind earlier because he got ganked, so his farm might not be as good as usual, but still, we know that he will end up being quite the late game threat due to that max HP damage. Oh, in the bottom lane! Oh!
Wait! Lethal Ignition!
The burn finished him off. We thought he got away for a moment on the minimap, but looks like he was not able to do so. I do like how confident Amal is, but he's got to pick his battles a little more carefully.
Bit of a revenge. Udio also has to retreat, keeps his Purify. Stormy, hit with the stun, follows up. Udio, are you not going to use it? Forces it out at the very end. SRG, just like that, one solo kill on the bot side, you negate a split push, and you get, again, control the man, you wrestle it back for yourself.
Yeah, very patient coming in from Udil, from the Homeboys, but I think that SRG, they've got this game in the bag, right? Even Sakai, he's waiting for Amal to just use that ult before he goes for the all-in, just to proc Lethal Ignition to get the extra bit of damage. In terms of items, though, we are seeing a full item ahead for those who at least have 500 or gold more.
It's honestly a huge lead right now for the Red Giants. Even if the numbers may not be as inflated as we're used to, they know what the Homeboys want to aim for. Usually when you have a Ling, you should be able to control the map somewhat, but Skies on the Nolan is somewhat able to match his pace, making split pushing difficult.
Even use a Stormy, the dynamic duo, is able to read Amal's movement, conceal from the side of Homeboys, while Cram instantly flickers, just to not get caught.
It's tough. It's tough playing Lunox into the Howard matchup because so many things need to go right for you, right? You need to survive until level 4, and then even afterwards, your items are naturally, if you compare Harith items to Lunox items 1-to-1, majority of the early game items are way cheaper. Oh, Cram's getting deep in there.
And he's willing to hold WAF back. Lord should go over to SRG. Innocent also almost taking out Udo in the process.
That was painful right there. If Innocent had Lethal Ignition, that may have actually been a kill.
Oh, how he wishes.
If he had War Cry.
If he had War Cry, it would have been a different story. But hey, now Selangor Red Giants looking to surge their economy even more. They already have a 5.6k gold lead. They're about to 2x it if they're able to break open inhibitors. Now, this is under a couple of conditions, right? Homeboys, if we're looking at them, they don't have a lot of wave clear. They have to dedicate a lot of people on one lane at a time rather than spread them out.
Yeah, when you have a lineup like this, you ideally want to be at least even in terms of farm with your opponent because you do have heroes with a late game potential that need items to remain somewhat relevant. I think WAF especially has been having a lot of difficulty since he already lost lane early on, making it so that he's not able to sandbag like the hero should.
Even the flicker wild charge, and once the guy's gone, it's a dash away and caught on by Amal. Great execution from the Homeboys.
Good stuff from Amal, but at the same time, their inhibitors are getting exposed here.
The glorious pathway, they want to clear out the Lord, should be able to do so now without Sakai's in the picture. So SRG will not be able to get any inhibitors off of the first Lord. Homeboys mounting a very solid defense.
I think all things considered, that's actually pretty good, and a very nice ambush as well from the Homeboys, taking advantage of the Red Giants' confidence to expand across the map, finding the wild charge, finding a kill on a very high value target. Unfortunately, they're gonna need to replicate that quite a few more times. Keeping all their inhibitors alive is great, but continued pushes are going to make defense more and more difficult. What does Homeboys need to do to maybe keep their feet in this game?
Well, I think that number one, it's got to be with Mal, right? It's got to be one hell of an ult, one hell of a 5-man knockup of some sort. It's difficult because they are struggling to get into the pit, right? If we're talking about the position of where this Lord pit is, most of the time the homeboys just play by the river line, but they need to get a little bit deeper. They need to be able to have access to a clear line to get inside of the pit. Where
Yun's actually found aim out, but Udio, he is just instantly caught in the blink of an eye. You can see the idea from homeboys. Ma was in a position that she could potentially go for a pincer, but SRG just pulled the trigger first.
Yeah, a two-prong attack as well. Yums used the conceal to actually walk past Udil to try and target Soul, leaving Udil to the rest of his team. And while they weren't able to get the second kill, it's still very effective.
It's going to be a push. Inhibitor guaranteed. Almost. Almost. Okay, not yet. It will be soon though. I mean, Lord is coming up.
Yeah, the second wave will probably do it, right? We'll see whether or not homeboys can.
Another wild charge. The guys this time gets away. So they didn't expand Tempest of Blaze. I mean, realizing that the Lord is coming up.
Yeah, they gotta save resources, and Amal unfortunately didn't have purple buff as well, so it was difficult to keep the chase up. Cram can engage.
It's gonna be a wild glorious pathway, drop down, just soaking up the damage, but even the revitalize is not enough, and Stuck Guys rejoins to fight Udio again. Eliminated, Infernal Pursuit, an endless chase from Cram. Forces the rest of homeboys away. SRG now have access to the pit.
Yep, Innocent finally is online. Holy Crystal was purchased at the 10-minute mark, so now he actually has relevant damage in these fights, and I think that homeboys not prepared for it. Even a single Athena's shield would do a little bit of work, but you'll lose at least 50% of your health, and with so much CC from Slang or Red Giants, what are they gonna do?
Two inhibitors taken down by SRG. Neymar clears out the wave alongside Soul. The rest of homeboys now back as the guy solos the Lord. SRG setting up for the end game scenario already.
I always love the way that Selangor Red Giants manages their human resources, the way they split up the map. The moment two players go down, they go for the push into the base to keep pressure on homeboys, keep them inside their safe zone while sending Skies to get the Lord so that they're not giving up any objective pressure across the map at all. It is so difficult to deal with.
It's very good coverage at this point in time, and I think that the homeboys don't exactly have much of an answer to it. Unless we see Udil have like max items, maybe even steals of brilliance and one-shots the jungler, I don't see them coming back from this. And Amal, he's doing it all he can to try and drag this game out.
It's not going to be quite enough though. He's down. So homeboys 4v5. This is where the responsibility goes on to Soul. Deathless the entire game. Having more than enough damage to clear out the Lord for sure. But SRG will get the last remaining inhibitor. Flicker forward, Yums, good purify Soul with the dodge. And with the help of Udo, that's immortality for Yums now, but Soul needs to do way more than that. And Innocent with the brilliance, that's absolutely melts down Soul. SRG looking for the first blood in the series. Udo next on the chopping block, and Wab left to his own devices. The Grand Guardian falls, and Selangor Red Giants gets game one.
The world champions prove to us why they are the only Malaysian team to win an international tournament. It's just such clean play, clean execution, clean ideas. Homeboys put up a solid fight in the initial stages, but it just turned into a downhill battle from there.
Yeah, smooth moves coming in from SRG, keeping it clean for our very first game here, but it's not over just yet. We still have a full series ahead of us, right? We'll see whether homeboys can actually bounce back, but I think a couple of things need to change. Number one, it's got to be on which side of the map you're starting on, man. Red side just seems to be a little bit better.
Yeah, it's quite crazy, right? Because previously people look at blue side and were like, well, blue side is the premier choice, but pendulum have shifted a little bit.
They made it odd.
We've reached a point in the meta where there's so many strong meta heroes in the pool that there just aren't enough bans to get rid of all of them. So Red side is getting a little bit more value in the sense that you can grab two at once and they'll be able to work well together.
Well, in terms of meta picks, if we were to list out all the meta picks and put them in one total number, it would be an odd number, which is why Red side is a little bit more powerful. If it was an even number, then at the very least, I get one pick, you get one pick, and also a suboptimal pick, and we'll figure it out from there.
It does take away kind of the ability of blue side to dictate the draft, right, and how the draft wants to run, which is something that I kind of want to touch on a little bit, especially in that mid pick. We discussed a bit about the Aurora for Odil. I feel like the Valentina was given a bag of chocolates, right? You have the Edith out, the Stormy Zas out, but none of them felt effective as the game progressed.
Yeah, I agree with you. Looking at how things went, the Aurora could have provided a lot more utility for the homeboys, especially since you know Red Giants are an aggressive team that wants to run at you in the first place. Valentina is a pretty safe option overall, but does come with the caveat of really needing that farm to remain relevant.
Well, let's say we take away the farm, right? And we're just purely focusing on Kit. I think the Kit, if they were taking a full front to back, then sure, it makes a lot more sense. But you gotta give it to Sakai's, right? Because this is the person that you're trying to slow down in tandem with Yums. And in Aurora, I don't think that would have been able to slow down this Nolan overall.
I mean, just shout out to Amao for being able to even manage a solo kill, right? And the double Mao combo, they were able to read some of Sakai's movements. In fact, both deaths on Sakai's came from Amao himself, and of course with the help of Mao. Overall, it's just the pacing. Sakai's recovered way too fast.
Yeah.
I like the growth we're seeing here from Amal. He was originally an assassin player, so we're seeing him return to the roots a little bit, but you can really see the difference in experience coming in from Skies. The moment he lost that 1v1 against the Ling, a lot of players would think, okay, I'm not going to try that anymore. But Skies realized, okay, I made some mistakes there. I can adjust this. I can plan out my next engagement a little bit better. The next time he sees Amal, he just jumps on top of him. No fear at all.
I think he was just looking at his cooldowns, just like, man, if I had Finch poised earlier, it would have been over. It would have been over for ya. You just watch out for the next game. But let's break it down, right? Because when we look at it, 5-15, overall, the Homeboys' biggest problem was the laning phase. Majority of the members who needed to win did not win. And if they wanted to get ahead, the most they got was even, right? And I would say Seoul went pretty even with Innocent in lane.
I mean, when you look at the 5 kills that the Homeboys have, actually all of them were on Amao. And I do agree that the idea of having the Hylos as a sandbag, but in this case, the sandbag is actually bringing more cons than pros in this draft.
Yeah, WAF had a lot of trouble against Cram. Even though we talked about how Hylo should be able to sandbag the lane somewhat, Cram was pressuring him the entire time. And the problem with having a Hylos is that you usually don't expect him to need any help. You're not planning in the draft to gank his lane at any point because he's supposed to be able to hold it on his own. And since that didn't happen, Cram got unlocked, started causing chaos, and Homeboys were just a man down.
I would have liked to see what happened at level 1 specifically for WAF, because that's where Hylos really takes advantage of anybody in the lane. At level 1, I walk up to you, what are you going to do, right? I have mana and health that I can use as a resource, and you don't have the numbers that I do because I'm a big boy.
It's this bit of a precarious spot to be in. Even when you look at the damage dealt, right? Just ignore Stormy. Ooh. Just look at Innocent and Soul. Look at the comparison when we hit into the critical mass period of the game.
If only SRG did 4 less damage, that would be that would be a very nice number.
You're not wrong.
Not wrong indeed. I think that unfortunately Homeboys need a more dynamic composition, right? Something, if you are trying to play a front to back, I do think that there are many better options. And also the way that they banned was kind of strange, right? Because again, it's all dependent around the jungler, and I feel like both sides are focusing too hard on that.
Yeah, that and Soul on the Harif, right? When they got their first blow onto Innocent, it does feel like, okay, Soul, now you get a bit more of a freedom, but then the rest of your teammates are just getting ran at. And I think that really kind of hindered what Soul could potentially do if the cards were different.
Yeah, I think Homeboys did a good job of identifying how to play around the lanes initially, with Udil kind of manipulating the mid lane so that they could get an easy gank onto Innocent. But then after that, we didn't really see anything else coming from them. I think the fact that WAF was losing his lane caused a lot of problems for them, not really knowing where on the map they'd be able to play more aggressively. Now that SRG has an EXP laner to assist them in jungle invades to cause trouble across the map when they're taking objectives somewhere else. And when Homeboys doesn't have as much utility, when Hylos is already weak, then they don't have a lot of answers.
Well, I mean, the biggest answer was supposed to be in Mal to really like table flip some of these fights, right? And I think that unfortunately, wasn't able to find too many angles. Maybe he got a couple of picks here and there, but I think he should have been a little bit more proactive in the early game and dictating the tempo rather than, oh, react to my opponent. They show up here, I have to move in this order.
I suppose it's also a bit of a reliance on WAF's Hylos, right? Like, oh, this guy, you're the big man, you're going to walk forward, you have revitalized and grow this pathway, great. And then they start realizing that, okay, my Hylos is getting cut through by the Zaz, we gotta change plans, and there really wasn't a plan B.
Because the issue is, Grok is a great initiator, no doubt about it, but nowadays, he cannot be your only initiator. While Charge is a very good AoE stun, but a lot of times, teams are not gonna position so that you can hit a bunch of them at the same time. You need an additional source of utility, which the Hylos is supposed to be, but WAF was taken out of the game right from the beginning. Everyone else, Ling, Valentina, Harif, needs farm and doesn't really have much resources to lock people down or keep the team safe. So you see where the problem comes from.
It's whether or not you're able to proactively trade against your opponent, right? I think that's what I saw a lack thereof, right? If you are going to leave your lane, you need to make sure that you're utilizing the space in an efficient sense of time, right? Going for that early gank up on top side against Sol, pretty good move coming in from Udio, because again, it's not like he was going to unfreeze the lane anytime soon. So I think we need to see a couple more motions similar to that. If WAF is in a position where he cannot win his lane anymore, he needs to call for help to bail him out. I think that the game plan must adjust in the game rather than just continuously it needs to be in this order.
I think we saw a glimpse of that, but unfortunately, they were just being very reactive to SRG.
Either way though, before we jump into game number 2, we got a little bit of a segment with Rose. So Rose, we'll go ahead and let you take it away.
Hi guys, welcome to the MPL Offstage by Hotlink. So sekarang ni, tadi Lafel tengah cakap pasal Sky Prince, tengah cakap pasal Mage Prodigy. Sekarang ni sebelah saya kita ada the Prince of Mage in MPL MY, which is Izanami. So first Izanami, long time no see, awak sihat ke tak?
Apa?
Awak sihat ke tak?
Alhamdulillah sihat ya.
Okay, tapi I nak interview you bukan pasal you sihat ke tak. I nak interview you pasal baju you sekarang ni. Cuba pusing. Guys, korang baca ni tak? Kenapa Izanami ada tengah pakai jersey Homeboy siap ada nama?
Sebenarnya saya pakai ni just sebagai fans lah.
Fans tapi bukan semua orang dapat nama kat belakang. Rose pun tak ada.
Staff.
Staff? Sekarang you kerja dekat Homeboys. I see. So sebelum ni you suka baju RSG, so sekarang you suka baju Homeboys?
Ya, betul.
Oh, macam tu. So, apa plan Izanami sekarang ni?
Planning untuk apa ya?
Oh, comeback? Terlepas ke tu?
Untuk itu, let's see.
Tapi tadi dia cakap comeback. Tak pandai cover Izanami ni. Okay, you cakap pasal comeback. Minggu depan dah start transfer window. Ada ke? Dah ada team ke? Ada hati nak masuk team tu ke? Ke tengah pakai jersey sekarang ke? Cuba bagi hint sikit. Korang nak hint kan? Dorang semua nak hint. Izanami nak masuk team mana?
Untuk next week 3 ni saya just tengoklah kalau ada tim yang berminatkan, bagus saya akan pergilah. Kalau tiada, just jadi penonton je lah di sini.
Guys, dia ni tak tahu. I ni my hearing is quite good. I tanya dia, week 2 start transfer window, dia cakap week 3. Maksud tu you masuk team week 3 ni confirm? Wish! Okay, so I'm pretty sure everybody will stay tuned for that. So, apa you rasa perlawanan ni match berapa? Match berapa pula? Point berapa? 2-0 ke? 2-1?
Bagi saya kasih 2-1 lah supaya ada 3 game kan. So, lebih best lah.
Siapa 2?
Siapa 2 tu tengoklah. Itu kita tengok.
Come on. Siapa 2?
Homeboys 2.
Ada bau-bau ni guys. Alright, so apa Izanami nak ucapkan dekat Homeboys yang tengah main kat atas pentas ni?
Kepada player-player yang bermain di atas stage, just tetap semangat lah sebab selagi game tu belum habis, kita tak tahu lagi siapa menang kan. So just teruskan je.
Alright, terima kasih Izanami. We cannot wait to see you back in action. And according to him, minggu ketiga. Izanami. Tak pandai cover. Alright, and with that, let us throw it back to the panelists for them to decide or find out what Izanami is talking about.
I was wondering why we didn't see Izanami in any of the team rosters this season. I felt kind of sad. He's been an MPL mainstay for so long. But week 3, we gotta keep our eyes out, don't we, guys?
Yeah, one of the few boys who, it's like you finally grow out and then you leave your hometown, like finally not playing with RSG MY anymore. And I don't know where it's gonna go. What's gonna happen to Udil? I guess we just have to wait and find out.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward situation if he does join the homeboys. I don't know. When he was wearing that jersey, I'm like, man, it'd be crazy if he changed role.
Like, Izanami roam.
Izanami roam. I mean, it's happened before, right? Mid laners into the roam position, not all that different in terms of you moving across the map, but definitely we will keep our eyes out because Izanami has been a fan favorite for a very long time. Either way though, we're gonna be jumping into game 2 very, very soon. Selangor Red Giants currently 1 game up. Do you think they can clean sweep this, Husky?
I mean, if you ask me, honestly, 100%.
Oh,
right?
wow.
But of course, I want a game 3 as well. Again, as much as week 1 isn't the cleanest for most teams, I still want to see a bit of fight back, right? The homeboys have a lot to polish on after game 1. You can see a lot of those micro mistakes really showing when they were put behind. But I think it starts from the draft.
From the draft, huh? Well, let's see what Skies has to say, right? We asked him what his target is this season, and he says, of course, we want to get champion and represent Malaysia in M6. Also, break the back-to-back curse that people always talk about. He's not actually too satisfied because they only won MSC, and ID and PH have more than one international title. So, looks like Skies wants to catch up.
He wants to be on the scoreboard. He wants to have multiple international titles to keep up with the rest of the world.
Yeah, you know what gives you bragging rights? When you make it to the Hall of Fame of memes, where people start comparing regions and their trophies, we gotta be there one day. You know, there's Indonesia, like Philippines with like 10,000 trophies, Indonesia with like 20, and then we have 5. You know, we gotta be there one way or the other. You know,
we're on the board for now, but we want to be more of a mainstay. You know, just being on the board isn't enough. I agree with Sky.
Hey man, let's start with getting franchised first. Let's start right at the beginning of the main issue here. But since we still have 1 minute and 42 seconds left on the clock here, I'm hoping that homeboys do take red side. And if they do take red side, how exactly are they going to prioritize the draft? We saw how SRG did it. And yes, a testament to their players having wide hero pools to be able to play everything that's in the meta so far. I want to see whether homeboys meets that standard.
Yeah. I think one thing that that we can kind of look back at, and I have noticed, is whichever team that Amao is put into, because he's such a proficient player, right? Teams tend to gravitate towards playing around him, and that kind of feels like what we saw in Game 1, where Amao is shouldering a lot of that responsibility as the Ling, and then you have a draft built around that. I want to see homeboys kind of move away from that a little bit, have a contingency plan. What if the jungler doesn't get to a good start? Who else is going to pick up the mantle?
Well, to be fair, on his time of his previous team, he was dedicated to just playing Fredrin and being like, hey, you know, you just got, you do you.
Yeah.
Carry us like that's great, but like, you play Fredrin. I hope that's not the same situation with the homeboys. I do think he's going to be a little bit more versatile, and I understand because the meta right now really demands of you to be like, you got to be fast, you got to be able to get those kills, you got to be able to like progress the game quicker.
Yeah, the meta has developed that we're actually getting a glimpse of the old hyper carry meta once again, where the jungler actually has quite a lot of priority in terms of getting farm, in terms of being the one to create pressure and open up the map somewhat. But a lot of players have not been able to do that for a long time because of the tank jungle phase. I like that Amal, he still has his skills, but compared to Skies, it's still a big wall to climb. So let's go ahead and jump into the draft for game number 2 to see if homeboys can make something happen.
I feel like if you put those two in a ring just alone, one-on-one, the fighting chances for both sides actually isn't that far apart. But then you look at the building blocks of the team, right? That's where SRG definitely has the edge over homeboys. And SRG this time, they're going to go blue side.
Well, let's see. Because SRG, they're still sticking pretty similar to draft here. Getting rid of the Zushin, they're also getting rid of the Jawhead. Ooh, this time they're getting rid of the high loss instead, while the homeboys have gotten rid of the Chippin as well as the Roger.
Not a bad choice. SRG, knowing they're on the blue side, won't be able to priority pick Phoveus unless they decide to commit first pick to it, and I don't really think that's where they want to go. So getting rid of the high-low should make that EXP lane matchup a little bit easier to handle.
I mean, the bans from homeboys, in the previous game, they did look at the Ling as the first pick. I mean, now SRG could have that choice, right? The Fanny is also still up on the table. That was the 3rd ban for SRG in game 1. Whether Homeboys want to make that trade, I think this is where we are going to find out. But even so, SRG will still take priority with the link.
Yeah. Alright, so the Phobius gets banned out here, which opens up all the assassins for SRG. They can first pick it, or they can lean into what their traditional strategy is, which is to play around first picking Innocent, usually on the Roger, but Harith is open and that kind of works too.
Roger has already been banned out, so going for the Innocent Roger opening not gonna be available. Like we saw earlier, Ling still a very solid first pick, because I don't really think SRG usually goes for Harith very, very early on. They usually leave him for a little bit later, because he does still have some potential weaknesses in the lane.
Yeah. I mean, even in previous tournaments, right, Harith has never been kind of the first pick material, right? It goes to second, third. Ling, of course, gonna go over to SRG's. Kai demonstrated just great finesse on that world stage, and of course they're gonna give it to him.
No surprises there. Let's see what Homeboys are going to do now. Because they can opt to either attack a different side of the map to try and get some kind of lane dominance there, or maybe getting a better matchup for the upcoming second phase, or they can just double flex pick.
I don't know about double flex pick too early, because sometimes when teams go too safe to start off the draft, I do feel like it means they don't really have a direction they were going for before things started. But we do have some pretty strong flex picks nowadays, Edith being one of them.
Wait.
Wow.
Wait, dude, that guy. Hey, yo. Innocent won't be happy about that, but watch your tone, boy.
Yeah, you better watch your mouth.
It should be Awak, not Awek.
Yeah.
You gotta correct the spelling, man.
All right, let's look at this. As we see, we do have, well, it's not a double flex pick. We definitely have one flex pick, but then we have Zas, which is a very stable, solid anchor for the team to actually build around. I think that Coach Jeff is taking a pretty good approach to this. Arlet does really, really well into the link anyways, being able to kind of keep up with the link, but most importantly, just to keep the link down for half a second.
One flex pick, one power pick is a much better opening here for the Homeboys. Keeps their options open, but looks like SRG are gonna go for a slightly more open draft themselves, going for that Terizla and the Valentina, which is one of Stormy's signatures.
Kind of the back to basics, right? With the Hylos and Phovis out of the way, Terizla naturally next on the list.
So Terizla to deter the Arlet from actually going to the EXP and maybe pushing that Arlet closer in towards the roam. We see the Valentina. I'm guessing that she wants to be able to handle mid-range problems. Arlet can be part of that too, but I think the Fanny coming in from the side of the Homeboys, really nice option as well. This way, if you play something like Nolan and you have to walk in, when you get hit by those shadow strikes and getting, sorry, not taunted, but actually getting feared because of it, it can be quite an issue. So I think that Fanny, you kind of drive and plow through them, CC or not, you can guarantee get your damage on your targets.
It's been a very, very long time since we've seen Maul on the Fanny, so I definitely welcome this from a Maul. And it's a great timing to go for the Fanny as well, since it immediately goes into the next ban phase, so Homeboys can get rid of heroes that would be a problem to Fanny. Things like the Ruby, like the Kufra, like the Edith. But there are still quite a few of those options, so we'll see what they decide to get rid of.
Starting with the Ruby first, all of the picks up and available are something that are heroes that Yums are very comfortable on, right? Ruby being one of them. But at least, I think with the Terizla reveal, it does take away those flex pick capabilities, even when the Edith shows up. And Homeboys having the last pick is going to benefit from that. SRG, on the other hand, they're going to start banning out gold laners, Harith being taken out.
Okay, so it's going to be a very standard gold lane for both Innocent as well as Soul. We're still not sure whether Terizla is going to face up against the Arlet or maybe something else down the road from the Homeboys. We'll see with this next ban whether that's going to give a bigger direction. I think it's still going to be towards the support section. Previous game... Oh, they did ban out Lolita the last time in game number 1. I don't know if they're going to do that again.
I mean, they have the Moskov that they can pick if they want, right, for the 4th pick for Homeboys. We also saw if Lolita gets picked, it's something that is a hero that Yums uses, but are we going to see the Hanabi Lolita?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Kind of the question, right?
Yeah. We'll see in a little bit, right? Let's see what the bans are going to be first. We see the Kufra from the side of the Homeboys. Okay, fair enough. I understand. Bouncing ball, very annoying. SRG, however. Let's see whether they are on the same, mind space as we are.
Not a lot of gold laners left in the pool. We're going down to the slightly more A-tier picks. We got Moskov, Carry, Claude still open. If homeboys do decide to go Moskov, the Lolita Hanabi combo is not at all bad, because Lolita reflecting those auto attacks would be very detrimental to the homeboys side.
You can say the same for Carry, right? So it doesn't feel good either way. So Moskov gets taken out. Homeboys now put in a very tough position. Do you want to take that gold laner right now in this 4th pick?
If they do, it's going to be a really safe one. It's probably going to be like Claude, unless they're like really worried about, oh, but what if they have so many tanks? And then they'll probably go for Carry. But most of the time, based on what we've seen, people like to lean back into Claude. It's just reliable, it's good, and BMI is like an unforgiving spell.
I agree, especially when you have Skies on Ling on the opposite side. Your marksman having some form of escape is going to be crucial, so that they are able to protect themselves somewhat. Nowadays, you're not going to have as many people just camping on the gold laner to keep it safe.
So they keep it for last. They pick Mao's Cho, which was kind of discussed in Game 1 as a potential roam pick. Now it's SRG's turn. I mean, at the end of the day, it feels nice to be CC immune, you know, that Lolita Hanabi does look pretty juicy right now.
It doesn't sound like a bad idea, but at the same time, is it necessary? Is it like overkill for like an Arlet? It's like, I don't want to get hit by the final slash. We have to play this combo. If not, we're going to get hit by it. But I think that homeboys, Coach Jeff is doing a really good job. This second phase has been very good by him. The fact that he banned out the Kufra as well as the Ruby, denies the Cho off of Yums as well to make sure that their assassin doesn't get kicked by the way of the dragon. Everything seems to be falling in place, and then SRG now reply. The Grok seems to be super safe overall. The natural way to play into the Cho, because at least you have anti-CC as well. What is this final pick?
Wow.
Ooh. Haven't seen that from Innocent before, I think.
No, I don't think ever, right? At least not since his debut last season in MPL Malaysia.
Yeah, a very interesting option. Doesn't really have the best escape, just a dash to work with, so it does mean that SRG has to be quite cautious with their positioning, but still a very universal gold laner. You can change guns to make sure that you win out lane against whatever homeboys decides to throw at you at the very end.
Kind of the jack of all trades.
Yep.
Once you get that your arsenal going, once you beef yourself up with equipment, it definitely doesn't take much to kind of two-tap the fanny, just trying to steal cables into your face. And SRG, I mean, they have a very standard comp, right? It's all about those big team fights. We get a good combo, a balanced rage, and with a wild charge to set things up, and homeboys responds with the Natan.
Interesting. All right. Okay. So it's going to be the Soul Special with the Natan this time round. You're not going to get the best BMI, but at least your auto attacks are going to really hurt once you scale, assuming that you get there. I don't know if this Beatrix is a hard read from SRG. That's what I'm trying to figure out. This is not a normal pick.
Like, you can consider, like what Husky mentioned, she is kind of a jack-of-all-trades hero, so since they don't really know what homeboys would throw in, they'll just go with it for now. But it does also, like, if you play with the Wesker and Amal misses a cable somewhere, then you just two-shot them like Husky mentioned as well. So it could be very interesting to see what happens in game number 2.
Yeah, or you just go Nibiru, right? Like your machine gun just destroys her health bar. I suppose it could be a hard read, but only one way to find out. SRG, can they clean it up 2-0? Or will homeboys give us a game 3?
Well, let's jump right into it this time round, right? Boys, I think in this game, it's really going to come down to the gold laners. I think that SRG is going to be leaning in towards this Beatrix in the early game. So expect your junglers to either be going off on an island of their own, or as soon as the gold laners are 50% HP, you see them flying across the map to save them.
Yeah, I agree. SRG is going to make sure that Innocent has a great time here, because we all know how painful Beatrix can be once she gets a little bit of a lead. That means they have to be the most careful around the early stages when Amal is going to be flying around on this fanny.
Yeah, the mid lane dynamic did change with the picks now swapping sides, so now SRG kind of gets that priority to move, and also potentially thanks to Yums walking up and being able to zone Mao away, thanks to the early trade on the turret. We'll see if homeboys can kind of facilitate Udio to have him move around and join these skirmishes early on.
He should be able to join these skirmishes, but I think the problem right now is they don't know where homeboys is going to be playing from, right? Are they going to be playing a very supportive style of delaying this game until Soul gets to that critical mass, or are they going to play around Amal as a spearhead to kind of divert attention away from Soul.
Yeah, that's gonna be the job of Yums to make sure he's able to find out. They picked up this Grok to counter the Cho, as you put, Gideon, during the draft. So, as long as he's able to keep an eye on Homeboys' rotations, Red Giants will be able to proceed at their own pace. So it is up to the Homeboys to see if they can outspeed.
Amon does show up. Massive damage dealt. Muscle Guy's gonna respond with his own Tempest Ablaze. First blood not claimed. Sliver of health on both sides, but actually, final hit, I believe, from the minions took him out. First blood again for Homeboys.
So sad. So very, very sad for SRG, but great for the Homeboys, right? This means that they don't have to worry about the Ling for a little bit, and more importantly, Ling doesn't have his purple buff, so they don't need to worry about him being able to fly across the map.
Yeah, that was a very greedy timing. That has ended up costing Red Giants somewhat. We see Yums trying to mess with the purple, not able to steal.
Like a penalty zone as Udio going down without any ultimate to work with. Maybe Homeboys can respond. Final Slash goes wide. Stolen Final Slash. Stormy stops him out in his tracks. The cable's damage not sufficient. Stormy gets away. Snipe Brenner does not connect. And when SRG respond with one of their own, but Mao does have to wield the dragon. We'll save it for next time.
Oh man, he felt it. He felt the draft, that bullet whistle right past him. This turtle falls into the hands of SRG, which is great. But now, Innocent, he needs to maintain this lane. He's got that level lead onto Soul for now, but he really needs to kill Soul in lane. If he kills him once in lane, that should be more than enough for him to get at least tier 1 as well as tier 2.
But it's also not an absolutely necessary thing to do. Innocent roaming the mid lane and then using ult to clear the minions mid actually did give him a good amount of gold lead, and that's probably why he's out leveling Soul right now as well. Yum's already in position, is anticipating Amal to maybe go for the gold lane, so Innocent gonna be safe from that.
I mean, essentially the Guardian, right? You protect two people at once. Stormy's gonna feel that pressure a bit. Kick, and Stormy gonna be going to his ultimate. He's fine. The kick's still there though. Cram again, locking two people down with the penalty zone, forcing Udio to go into his own ultimate. Coming out as well. Stormy couldn't get the chase. In fact, top side, Sukai's goes down to Soul.
Ooh, Sky's overextending more than once now and giving Soul a solo kill when he was already behind in lane. That's gonna catch him up to Innocent quite a bit. And this is not what you expect from the Sky Prince.
No, not expected at all. Innocent does get a Sky Piercer this time around to finish off his targets. Really makes you wonder. Really makes you wonder how confident he is in like making this happen. Like, oh, getting one auto attack in shouldn't be that much of an issue.
Oh, it's more of, I wonder if it's possible to one-shot someone with the Renner's apathy. Like, could you proc Sky Piercer 100-0 with that one shot?
I'll find out.
He did miss it, unfortunately.
I mean, give it like 10 more minutes, right? When you get the BOD, and we'll find out soon.
Yum's gonna scout things out. We are definitely gonna see a pivot from the Red Giants now. Sky's already having 2 deaths, definitely can't play as aggressive, so they will most likely focus to playing around Innocent's damage instead, especially with the Sky Piercer, and give Skies a little bit of time to farm back up.
Speaking of which, it looks like Homeboy's going to be contesting it. They're going to be contesting 4v5? Wait, where is Harris? Wait, where is... Oh, there you go.
Oh, Mao. An attempt. Mao gets a kick away. This should be a kill onto Innocent.
Oh!
Mao charge a bit late from Yums. Out of turret range, so Mao is fine. Backup showing up from SRG. Flicker penny zone. What a catch from Crab. Making sure Mao goes down. Blocked off by the wall, but it's fine. Looking for a retreat right now. To take plenty of damage from Mao. Crab bobbing, weaving, Stormy keeping him safe. Goes into the stolen ultimate. A nightmare respawn as Sakai finally shows up to try and take out Udio. Stunned up by Waf. Sakai wants to go on the chase. They commit onto it. Sakai finally gets the kill. Doesn't go down. Mao cleans it up and Waf doesn't even die in the process. Scrappy fight from both sides and Waf traded his life. I mean, all of that. Soul did get bot tier 1.
Absolute chaos coming in from both these teams right now, but we are seeing light from the Homeboys. Amal seems very comfortable on the Fanny, able to jump in and out, punishing both Innocent and Skies, dying for the 3rd time in this game. Red Giants do not have a lead.
It's still rough if you're Yums, right? The damage from Udio really starting to be felt by the Grok. There's a natural enemy. There's not really an answer to, even with the Radiant armor that he eventually get for himself if he hasn't yet. The protection needs to be granted to Innocent.
For how long though? because even though they are able to zone people out, right? As long as they have Udil, and especially with that Nightmaric spawn, it's really difficult to kind of like ignore it. It forces you to address the situation.
Gotta somehow address Soul, who has had plenty of free time for the past couple of minutes. Takes the bot tier 1 and now tier 2 gives it over to Amao. Uncontested, in fact. Now I'm pretty sure he's recovered when you compare him to Innocent.
Yeah, Amal is doing a great job right now. One level up on Sky, stealing his orange buff. Sky is no longer strong enough to challenge the 1v1.
Catch Cram first, Amao shows up. The Aegis target, but a flicker kick from Mao. Counter engage with the penalty zone. Great Banner's Rage to go for the kill. Mao goes down, but Stormy follows. The guys now, it's his turn to join the fight. While being the target, it should be an easy kill for Sakai. SRG finding 2 in the process, and Udil might be next on the menu. Amao, something to say about it. Flicker from Cram, looks for Udil, swing at the hammer. SRG finding 3.
Oh, you guys wanted entertainment? You guys are getting entertainment. The homeboys are putting up a fight, a brand new roster against the MSC champions. Currently only 1k net worth in advantage of the Selangor Red Giants. As long as the homeboys can continue playing around Amal and Soul, who has been free farming this whole time, they have a genuine chance of bringing this to a game 3.
Speaking of which, I'm hoping that SRG has some means. Ooh, did he win that out? Yeah, he did win that red tree out.
A little bit of payback there.
A little bit, but 10 seconds until the Lord actually spawned. So at this point, homeboys, they just need to do some house cleaning and then eventually just sit right underneath the Lord at that point of time. But we'll see. We'll see. The timers are just not right. 8 seconds to 17. I don't think they can do it within... Wait, that's a 7-second, 8-second difference. So I don't think that's going to be enough time to rush it down.
Even homeboys probably understands that Soul is approaching critical mass, right? He's at the point where he can literally just two-shot most people on SRG's side, given the freedom that he has. Now even ahead in terms of level 1 compared to Innocent.
Yep, this is looking like a very tight series. Amal even able to get another free tower up top. The mobility of this Fanny allowing him to manipulate the map the same way the Red Giants did to them in game number 1. And Skies has to do housekeeping.
So to keep watching out for Mao as well. Flicker up into a kick. That could change the dynamic of the game. Conceal out from SRG. Looking for an engage, could not find it.
Okay, that's not bad. I mean, Conceal is out and now homeboys know that they don't have a Conceal. They can still play responsibly. They just need to hover around here for as long as possible. Every minute that passes by is just going to be a little bit more farm that Soul is able to amass.
And homeboys were waiting for the purple buff to respawn as well, so that Amal would be able to fight with it. Is gonna be able to get it, no problem, making sure to defend the entrances against the Red Giants. Once Amal has this buff, it will be go time. Homeboys will have the freedom to engage, especially if they see Skies in the top lane.
And the tension is palpable, and even Skies can't really man-fight Amal at this point of time. As much as their levels or experience almost the same, Amal definitely having a way better time in this game, forcing Skies to deal with the wave up top while the rest of SRG dances around the Lord Pit.
Yep, it's a good idea because they're trying to prompt the response out of homeboys, right? If any of the ults are going to get thrown at Slanger Red Giants, then Cram or maybe even Yubs are going to be the ones that take it. But for now, you can just chill because there's no real reason to walk up yet until it's below maybe 45 to 30% of the Lord's health.
Well, it's getting there. They're gonna start.
Stormy is gonna use a Nightmare Respawn, forces Soul to use his ultimate, and they just catch him in the back. Good trigger finger, and Sukais wins the retry fight. And all SRG needs is one moment to tip the scales, 2 to go down along with it. Amal able to recall back. Cram almost missed us with the hammer, but SRG wrestled back control.
A bit of a positioning mistake here from the homeboys. It's fine to have Soul whittle down the Lord, but it didn't seem like they were ready to respawn to protect him, and Stormy just chased him down without the Natan. Homeboys is missing a lot of their damage, so they're not going to be able to get that objective.
For now, I mean, if they are going to start looking to crack open these objectives, it's definitely closer to 15 minutes. Because until we see some of these... Wait, hold on. Sakai's is going to take his purple. He's going to come around on the top side to take top tier 2. So homeboys, they need to delay this. They need to either protect their top tier 2 and send somebody down to the bot side.
Did clear out the mid wave, so it's a bit of a desync in the minion wave. Amal, so prepping top side. I think that's where homeboys want to attack first. Aima's going to lead the charge, but at the same time, SRG will assume that jungle control. Yoom's also being a pain to deal with. That wall making life hard. Penalty zone from Cram only onto WAF. Follow-up Bandit's Rage does miss. So Homeboys takes care of the Lord and then proceeds to take care of the minion wave. Very well done.
Kind of surprised Yooms didn't go for Soul there. It felt like he was very out of position compared to the rest of his team, and he did have wild charge, but looked like Red Giants have their sights on the tower instead. Will be able to take down the tier 2 up top and continue pressuring lanes.
I mean, even Sakai is still feeling the heat from Aima, right? Mao was just looking for an angle. So side lane tier 2s are down. SRG looking for the mid one. This could be a bit harder considering that Soul has cleared out most of the minion wave to just settle for that. But it's a big goal swing. SRG a 5.3k advantage.
And honestly, not that bloody not as bloody just yet, right? You still have about 10, well, sorry, 10 is a bit of an over-exaggeration. 6 more kills until we get the previous score. But up until then, let's look at the items because I'm seeing BODs already purchases. The Malefic Roar, super important as well. Start cutting through some of the thicker boys.
Innocent already has 3 items, but Soul is actually still slightly ahead of him in terms of farm. So this Natan is still a threat for the Red Giants. The fact that Stormy took him out right at the beginning in that previous fight is the only reason they were able to come out on top. So Homeboys needs to make sure they have a hold on things.
Like a wild charge, and that is follow-up with the penalty zone. Catching the most important target. Zaymao goes down. So guys wants a bit more. Actually, he gets pulled underneath the turret. At least a dash in. He ends up getting traded. I mean, both junglers going down. Not that bad for Homeboys.
Good coordination again, Red Giants. You see the... Oh, wow, look at that damage. Luckily, not low enough to proc the Sky Piercer, or that would have not felt good.
Yeah,
so did build quite some armor.
They have. There's so many things to worry about in this game. Finally, the Winds of Nature is purchased by Innocent just to keep himself alive from Amal, I guess. Wait, Stormy!
Stormy taking so much damage. What a flicker Jit Kundo! And a good follow-up from Wudo to confirm that kill. Cram with the penalty zone is just not enough. They do lose Mao thanks to Innocent. A good final slash. WAF with the catch. Homeboys respond with 3 of their own.
Yep, WAF being the X factor in this game. Making it tough, and I think this is where we see Homeboys actually start with the comeback.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake from the Red Giants. Stormy got too greedy, and Udil knew the timing was right, but Skies is still gonna try and contest.
And so even forcing out the Tempest of Blaze, guys. Not a spot you want to be in. Neymar comes back in time for the second Lord of the game, and Homeboys prepared to make a counter-attack.
Good stuff, good stuff. That's what you want to see from the Homeboys. Decisive action. They could have technically sent somebody to deal with this bottom wave much earlier on, but they said, no, we are blitzing. We need every capable body to protect the Lord Pit at all costs, because it's the only way we're going to be coming back into this game in a reasonable fashion.
Yeah, it was a very fragile balance earlier, but Homeboys have finally managed to crack that door open. And they are keeping themselves in this match. There is a whole Lord for the Red Giants to deal with, and while they have more towers standing than the Homeboys, it's actually not all that much thanks to Amal split pushing the entire game. They can no longer afford to be as greedy as they were.
The rest of Homeboys are awakened, right? Game 1 was a lot primarily about Amal, but we also saw Mao making the play, Udo following up, and even WAF having one of the most crucial moments in that game, in this fight back. Gonna catch Mao though, good Shunpo dodge. And Cram surely sacrifice, final slash, doesn't connect, and Cram somehow gets away, but it's enough to allow Homeboys to escort the Lord in front of the base. At the same time, Udo does get forced away, no Purify in hand, and the snipe doesn't connect. Udo using that ultimate just for security purposes. First inhibitor down for SRG.
This is looking difficult here. A lot of ultimates were used by SRG, but the Lord is gone. Can Homeboys end this?
They're gonna try. So guys, he's already down. Diffuse Passion not enough, so just taps the crystal, and Homeboys gives us game 3.
Woo! Good stuff coming in from the Homeboys. Play around your item spikes, know exactly what you're willing to trade, make decisive moves, money moves for the Homeboys.
The energy is electric, and while there are smiles on both sides of the stage, you can really see this revitalize the Homeboys. This is a brand new roster, a last-minute roster set by Mal himself. And despite that, they have taken a game from the MSC champions.
The greatest thing was that Mao was in the roster for the longest of time, but it took a dang long time for him to play on the main stage and set it up to win the game against SRG.
And I think that if they're going to continue in this trajectory, I think it's a very good look. You can see the excitement on Udil's face when it happened.
And I mean, it's fair to say the crowd, or at least the Flame Boys, are much louder than the Red Giants themselves. Really tells you how important that win was, right? It's not a series win yet, but to draw blood in that fashion is something else.
It is a true cause for excitement because the Red Giants were playing comfort picks. You had Skies on Ling, Stormy on his signature, you had Yums on Grok making a lot of space across the net, and despite that, they were still able to catch out the Red Giants. They were able to punish them for their over-aggression, for their mistakes. This is one of the probably worst performances we've seen from the Red Giants in a while, and it is against a brand new lineup.
I think there's nothing wrong to be taking games specifically off of SRG. I think it's a good thing, in a matter of fact, right? Because you won't know where you are weak until you start losing games, if not series. And I think that everybody has kind of painted the target on SRG's back. It's like, you win MSC, I guess we'll forget about you. No, they're millionaires technically. They gotta know their place.
But if we can take a series off of the world champions, what does that make us, right?
Champion contenders, perhaps. But that is going to be a huge push from the back for the homeboys, allowing them to see what they are capable of, even if their players may not have had as much time together as before. Like, I think we already talked about this as well. SRG is not a flawless team. There are times when they make mistakes. There are times when they overheat a little bit, get over-aggressive, and we saw that a lot. Skies dying 3 times in the early game is unprecedented on a hero like Ling.
I think like the first one was still okay, right? We tried to go for the dive. Yeah, cast them in instantly up. Sure. But the solo kill from So, I think that one really starts to kind of raise some flags that, oh my goodness, what is happening? And you can see, I mean, homeboys capitalized on that.
It is a bit of a feels bad, of course, but it's nothing to be too shattered about, right? Because again, it's still a good amount of damage. It just goes to show that, hey, even when the homeboys may not be at their strongest, Soul as an individual player has what it takes to take me out. And I think that's something that they're going to be walking away with in this matchup.
Yeah, something to learn, right? You give him his signature pick and give him the enough space, and So, MP the king or not, So is his own king.
Let's have a look at the highlights here for a very unexpected game. Early stages went alright, pretty even on both sides, but Amal being as active as he was made a huge difference for the homeboys, forcing them in defensive positions where Mal could just jump into the backline and pick people off.
Well, that's under a couple of assumptions. But let's look at our MVP of this game here. Give it up for Emma. Well-deserved MVP of the game as well. Being able to not only open up space, but honestly finding some great angles.
Yeah, I mean, that as well. He had to also contend with not being caught by Cram's penalty zone, which was a bit of a thorn in his side. But homeboys, again, they realized, okay, So is in a very good spot. Now we just need to start forcing SRG to expend their resources. And once they found that moment, I think it started with Mal and then with Waf. And then So was like, all right, this is my time. It all culminated to a win. But the early to mid phase, Amal all the way.
We have always wondered, has all his time spamming Fredrin dulled Amal on Assassin Heroes? And turns out we had nothing to worry about at all. This Fanny was a problem right from the get-go. And we also have to give props to the drafting, getting rid of heroes like Ruby and Kufra, and then denying the Cho away. Didn't leave Red Giants a lot of heroes to be able to easily capture the Fanny.
Yeah, no direct answers. It's more so, you better outplay me if you want to win this game, right? So really good job coming in from Coach Jeff to set their players up for victory. It really makes this game number 3 a lot more exciting.
Yeah, especially when Udil set expectations at the very beginning, right? Before the match, it's like, if we lose, I'm sorry if we do go down. But hey, it's something to celebrate. It's a big morale boost. Especially, I mean, you look at Udil's KD, it's not the prettiest, but then at least game 2, there is a bit of that upsurge, right? He's able to provide in other facets.
It demonstrates that even though Udil already set expectations initially, saying that, oh, if we don't live up to expectations, then I apologize. But they're not just going to take that and say, oh, we're just going to sit back and allow Red Giants to steamroll over us either. They were playing their hearts out. They were making sure to punish every single mistake they could find. Every single time Skies or Stormy was overextended, they got taken out, and that is how you dismantle a team.
I think also pre-preparation as well. I do think that like both Homeboys and as well as SRG have done a lot of homework on each other. I was expecting a couple of different picks on both sides, maybe to kind of show what they've been working on in the off season. But it seems to me everybody seems to be at the top of their game.
I think that Natan is kind of a pick that might have been overlooked by SRG, right? It did fall off the radar for quite a while already. And Homeboys being able to pick it up, almost sort of like a last resort, because you look at Carry, you look at Claude, doesn't feel as good. Happens to be Soul's kind of a signature hero. But hey, so far, Red Side has been taking the dub.
I mean, Red Side has been doing really, really well. I wish I could say that very confidently if SRG were to play a more... I can't even say like Beatrix is not meta. She is technically, but in certain situations. I just don't think that this was one of the situations you want to put her in. Because it's like, hey, my composition, we're good at team fighting, assuming we hit all of our abilities.
Oh, plenty of time. Innocent's ability just skirted the edges, right? You see those bombardments, doesn't connect. And once you run out of that ultimate cooldown, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it really doesn't, which is why Homeboys has more flexibility in terms of their fights, where SRG is more execution heavy.
And usually that's fine. SRG has a lot of self-confidence in themselves, in their teammates, so going for these heavy execution lineups is usually not a big problem for them. So I think this was a little bit of underestimation of what the Homeboys were really capable of. And Beatrix is still a very solid pick, especially if you win the lane. I think they were prepared for Natan somewhat. You saw Skies wanting to go for that early game, pick him off multiple times, but they were not expecting the retaliation. And that put them behind, which was not within calculations.
Yeah, you can kind of see how it slowly fell apart, right? Like even in the top side fight early game, very, very scrappy. You know, it's a bit of a late wild charge from Yum. Sure, it resulted in even trade, and then they had that big Lord moment, but afterwards, when Homeboys mounted the counterattack, you see SRG kind of slowly losing that pacing a little bit, getting caught out in weird positions. Innocent was alone, you know, Cram taking an engage and getting melted by Udio afterwards. Something that I think SRG would have to think about.
Well, I think it's about regrouping mentally, right? Because there are definitely moments where you have a direct plan of action, but if something, you throw a spanner into the middle of the mix, things get a little awkward. You have that 0.5 seconds of like, oh, what do I do next? And that's where you can get punished.
Yeah, Selangor Red Giants as a team have built a lot of success off of a total willingness to just throw resources in to make something happen. But when those resources don't translate into anything, you end up in an issue where they've overcommitted and they don't really have anything left. I think the most obvious case of this was at the very end, where they used like a whole bunch of ultimates just to try and pick Mal off before the fight and didn't succeed, so they had nothing left for the Lord push.
I don't know, because if I was in the coach's position and told my players that, and my players looked at me and just said, but coach, we gave everything. We did everything. I'll be like, you're not wrong, but like, come on, man.
You know, ironically, it does give you a bit of that husk of Homeboys, where that's kind of what the old Homeboys lineup loves to do, right? Or used to do a lot. The current Vamos lineup, where they also like to throw resources. They're willing to do that. And if it doesn't translate into a win, well, too bad.
It's a risky playstyle, don't get me wrong, right? It's definitely not one of those cool, calm, collected of like, oh, if I put 500 gold here and one item here, this is going to get us a net profit of 2.6k at the end of the fight. Like, it's not until that crazy, but you definitely get the idea of, hey, let's just chill, slow down for a little bit, because that's what happened for Homeboys. In the first, at least when we're looking at the graph, first 6 minutes of the game, definitely leaning slightly closer and closer towards their side, but eventually Homeboys was able to bounce back pretty handedly as well, despite having a pretty bad goal deficit.
Hey, you look at the 12-minute mark, right? That's where the Lord kind of got taken by SRG. They made that big play, 5.3k goal advantage. Dips back down thanks to Homeboy, kind of individual performance again. Mal and Waf, and they ended the game with a neutral state.
Well, Like, it was great. Like, we call out Maul for being the MVP and Soul for doing a great job of farming, but Maul and WAF really redeemed themselves here compared to the performance in Game 1. The way that they were completely separating the members of the Red Giants and disrupting their battle flow was a key reason for why Red Giants just didn't seem to be able to perform as they usually would.
It did answer a question I posed earlier, right? The building blocks for AMAL. How is the team going to play around it? Is this it? Well, we're seeing glimpses of that.
Well, I haven't forgiven both of them just yet. Like, give them one more game. Give them one more game. You never know whether it's just like, oh, it's one of those hero picks where they're so insane that whenever they touch it, but everything else doesn't go as well. I want to see some level of consistency because we lack a lot of that here in MPL MY besides SRG. That's always going to be the conclusion of my sentences. Besides SRG, inconsistency.
I mean, saying that after Game 2 feels a bit weird.
But I get where he's coming from. It's always a possibility because we've seen so many teams in the past here at MPL Malaysia. The first couple of weeks, they are popping off. But then you realize, oh, if we just ban these few heroes, they don't actually do all that much. But before we jump into the final game, once again, we will have an offstage segment. So we'll throw it over to Rose.
Hai semua, welcome back to the MPL Offstage by Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni kita bersama dengan Mr. Simon. Hello, sir.
Hi, Rose.
How are you doing?
I'm good. After the second game, not so good.
Oh, not so good. Oh, you? Okay. Okay, tak adalah. We just want to know, selepas Snapdragon Pro Series, how did SRG actually manage to rest? What did you guys do during your holiday?
Okay, the boys budak-budak dia dapat cuti 10 hari. So masing-masing balik kampung, everyone. And I think dia orang dapat banyak healing lah. If you see their Instagram, Yams dengan Sky pergi Thailand.
Ya, ada yang pergi Thailand, ada yang pergi beach.
Yeah.
A lot of things lah.
Yeah, and then after that we reward them lah. 3 hari dekat Cherating Club Med. So they had a very wonderful fun.
Okay, now for this season kan, kita boleh nampak daripada lineup ataupun roster of SRG mana you guys did not change or add any new players. So adakah, in your opinion, is this like your all-star lineup and you guys are not planning to change in the near future?
For this lineup, actually, for lineup decision is my technical team, which is Becky and Arcadia. So the coaches cakap, why fix things that's not broken? So they kata they are confident with this lineup. They kata this lineup can go further some more. I say okay, let's do it.
Oh, I like that. Don't fix what isn't broken. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Simon. Good luck to the boys for this game. And with that, let's show it back to the casters to start the Game 3 of this series.
I really do like that line. Don't fix what isn't broken. We've seen so many times across the seasons of MPL that when a team isn't performing, players just get swapped out on the spot without really being given much of a chance to prove that chemistry over a longer duration of time. SRG, they already won an MSC. Even if they may not be performing quite as well after that, you still want to work on this main roster, don't you?
I mean, staying at the top is actually the hardest thing to do, right? First is about winning, and then it's about continuously winning. And I think SRG, they've achieved the pinnacle, I think, in competitive Mobile Legends, barring an M series, and that itself is already tough to make. And now they just need to constantly stay at that level.
Yeah, I think that everybody needs to make sure when you are a champion, when you are wearing that crown, it does get pretty heavy.
It does get pretty heavy, but it also means that we get to see some very, very important people come on in and grace MPL MY with their presence. And it's great to see more of a spotlight coming in on esports, having people outside get a little bit of a taste of what competition is all about. But as we jump into game number 3, Husky, what does SRG need to fix?
I think SRG, funnily enough, I think it's just kind of that early to mid-game management, right? The main downfall in Game 2 was just that Sakai's didn't get out to a good start and we didn't really see the recovery afterwards. But everything else, I felt like it was good. I mean, it was solid enough, barring those minute mistakes.
I'm I'm a little bit on the fence on this one because I do think that yes, they are doing the correct moves like they usually do. They're playing their standard game up to that 12-minute mark where yes, they are getting the Lord, they're winning their objectives, they're somewhat winning their lane. I can't even confidently say like completely dominating it because they're not. But I do think that when it comes to mid to late, the regrouping is a little slow. I do think that they kind of like let go a little bit too much on the slack, especially when they're almost at the peak.
I can see where you're coming from. I feel like Red Giants, because they've been in such comfortable positions in their games for so long, they've gotten a little bit used to being able to split apart and do things across the map on their own. Usually when something needs to happen, they are able to regroup in time and make sure they're all together to contest objectives. But what if they're not the ones dictating the momentum? What if the enemy team is controlling the tempo? Then you see issues where if something happens too quickly, Red Giants are not usually together enough to make something happen.
Actually, you can look back at SPS, right? When Team Liquid Philippines and FCAP beat them, it's kind of the same scenario where SRG, they get comfortable and then they forget to kind of do some housekeeping, and the kind of homeboys did the same thing, capitalize on them.
Yep, capitalization, very important, but for game number 3, looks like SRG has decided to go back onto the red side of the draft. So far, 100% win rate this match. Let's see if it's really the side that makes the difference or if homeboys have figured out the winning formula.
Well, that's under the assumption that the bans are going to change sometime soon because we've been seeing the exact same bans for the past couple of games already, whether it be blue side or red side. They're not really changing it up. Well, I mean, the most that they did change was like the Jushin, but we'll see the ban probably here, right, by SRG.
I mean, homeboys banning out the phobias already is a bit of a adjustment, right? You take out the phobias so SRG doesn't get 2 power picks in their first phase. But is Jushin necessary? I feel like you probably will be looking at a Fanny, potentially a Fanny ban again. That's what they did in game number 1.
I think if they do decide to go, actually no, they don't even need to ban out the Fanny. They just need to change the order of their first 3 picks to include something that actually deals with it. Whether it be a Kufra, you would have to sacrifice the anonymity, for lack of words, the unknown of what the roamer is going to be. You have to reveal it straight away.
So they do ban the Zaz.
Oh, so they're changing it up. Okay.
Okay.
So they want Jushin unless Coach Jeff is like, guys, we get to play Jushin.
I mean, it doesn't really feel nice to kind of first pick the Kufra, right? So that
definitely not.
Yeah, it's a consideration that I think SR needs to think about.
It feels like bait, right? Because when you ban Zask and you're not first pick, you're basically telling the enemy team the first pick is in.
Not necessarily.
They can take Ling again.
I mean, Udil is probably looking at Amal and is just like, come on, bro. And Amal's looking back at him and is like, but I did stuff on Fanny.
Look at my KD.
Who's the MVP last game, nerd? gotta keep it, in line. But yes, that's gonna be the Jushin as the first pick from the homeboys. I want to see what types of pairings that homeboys want to put with the Jushin. It's been very interesting looking at the other MPLs to see what they combine it with. Others have decided to go for the Jushin Glue, which is my personal favorite. Others go for like the traditional hard CC.
Wow.
I mean,
the direct letter of challenge from the Red Giants.
Good luck catching these two with the Jushin.
Oh boy.
And it also kind of deals with a potential glue pick, right? With the amount of mobility that these two have.
Not entirely wrong, but that's not the only thing that they have to worry about, right? Because this does opt a couple of new things. Oh man, they already locked in their jungler. I was hopefully trying to bring up the point that maybe even a tank jungler could have been pretty decent in these types of spots as well. Arlet, alright, fine, good substitute, that's fine with me.
And bring back Amal Fredrin. I believe that's where you're going.
yeah. I was leading into it. I was setting it up. I almost had it as well.
I don't know how to feel about going back to those days. We had tank junglers for way too long. But I think this is fine. Tank junglers are usually the counter you would go when the enemy has something like a Fanny, but nowadays you really do need the extra damage from those assassin junglers. You make up for it in the EXP lane. In this case, having the Arlet to deal with the Fanny is helpful, but you're going to need a little bit more. The Ruby and Kufra were banned by Red Giants in the second phase last game. We'll see if they decide to do the same this time.
I mean, unless SRG throws the odd ball and, you know, put this Cho in that XP lane, we've seen it from a couple of players, right? Like Sanford, for example, you give a concussive blast, build tank, and he becomes that mobile secondary support. I don't think we've ever seen from SRG yet, so it's safe to say that it's in the hands of Yums. Again, the responsibility goes back to Cram. Like, what does he get in the second phase?
I don't know. Might as well go wild, right? Just give him Vendetta or something. Just like
Ruby
go challenge it, you know?
They did give him Ruby a few times, and you know, Coach Ark has some reservations about that choice.
And I kind of like the Ruby though. SRG have first pick in the second phase. They can go Ruby. They can even flex it actually if they want to avoid having a more squishy gold laner that the lane could easily gank, and then just go for an all-in early game double fighter comp.
They might just put him on Terizla again. I think there's a possibility for that.
Well, okay, so they already have like a pick-off tool at this point in time, right? Do they need another engaged tool to make sure it works, or are they looking for like more vicious laners? And I think if I'm in SRG's position, I think I want more vicious laners at this point.
You know what? Yuzong doesn't sound too bad.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking like Yuzong, I was thinking maybe arguably even Lapu Lapu as a way to kind of get on top of the Jushin in the first place.
Cram is pretty comfortable with the Lapu Lapu, so those are certainly options that SRG could go for if they want to focus a little bit more towards this early game to play around with Skies right from the get-go. But now, the final ban coming in from them, do they want to get rid of the Ruby just to really make sure that Fanny can go ham the same way that Homeboys did?
Feels like he's going down that route, considering that, you know, Phoveus, Kufra already out, Ruby is probably the next on the list. It would be a decent flex pick for Homeboys as well if they want to go down that route. I mean, we've seen the Mal combo when they were together run that often, but it's a Terizla ban from them.
If they're getting rid of Terizla, I do think they might want to first pick Ruby in the second phase.
First pick Ruby, could be first pick Thamos as well, right? It kind of...
Maybe.
Like, it really depends on what they are trying to focus in more. Is it more towards like the team fight and overall composition, or is it purely based on, oh, early game, I just want to be able to dominate this turtle so I can eventually spread my influence to the rest of the map?
I mean, we know Cram is a very selfless player, so if SRG is willing to let him take on that role again, you know, you kind of be the punching bag for Jushin, just lifting you and tossing you around, and I suppose it's not too bad of a pick to go for something like a Ruby or yeah, I can think of maybe Damus, you know. I still feel like the Yuzong is a decent option.
I think Yuzong is a decent option.
Ruby's banned out, you know.
But I do think that yes, Yuzong is a pretty decent option, but I think there's no reason for it just yet. You need to see something that gives you like a clear signal to be able to dive in without having to think twice about it. Because it's the worst when you go into that Black Dragon farm and everybody kind of scatters and disappears and you can't catch up to them.
What about Export?
Export, not yet. That very much depends on whether we'll get a different EXP laner, because I don't think he'll be kind of even with Arlet overall. But you usually want to pick him into something like the Terizla.
Well, I mean, we're seeing the thoughts from Coach Arcadia, right? He's like, you know, even I don't know what to pick for EXP. Let's just pick the Harith and wait.
Yeah. EXP lane matchup, we've already seen is quite important in this lineup here. If Pram is able to pressure Waff right from the get-go, then they just remove a player. So leaving that until last pick makes a lot of sense. And going for the Hardif, who is still open at this point, works since there isn't that much lockdown on the Homeboy side just yet.
Let's see what Homeboys are going to go for. Is it going to be another Natan, or will they also whip out the Lunox for Soul? That's a big question mark. That, and also we get to see where this Arlet is going to go to. Yeah, so Lunox for Soul, Grok for Mao. So it's a XP Arlet.
XP Arlet, alright. XP Arlet. You can't really bully him out. You can't really bully him out with the Terizla because it's banned out. I think there is more than enough reason for the Yuzong. The only problem is that you're not going to be able to find that overlap with the Yuzong, but you can force a lot out of your opponents.
Yeah, I agree. I think Yuzong or Lapu Lapu would make the most sense in this position unless they suddenly whip out the CC or something, but even then that wouldn't be the best. So, oh, okay. Edith still open. I thought that if they were going Edith, they would have picked it earlier as a flex pick, but they saved it as the last pick instead.
Man, the part of me wanted to say like Gatot Kacha and then you just put Cho.
Oh man.
then
I'd be upset. I'd be upset.
The BBB would be very happy. The Big Brain Beloy.
Oh boy, Big Brain Malloy would definitely be happy. I don't know. Let's look at the composition one more time, right? Just to get like a rough idea of what's going to happen in this particular game. The way that I see it is that red side, yes, does have an advantage in the draft, but their composition is very much looking to pick off their opponents and play like mid to close range in comparison to the homeboys, where if they drag out this fight, they are going to come out 9 out of 10 times on top.
Yep, I agree. If homeboys are able to delay this until later stages where Soul as well as Amal have farmed, they just take over. So SRG needs to jump on the gun and make the first move. It is going into game number 3 for our debut match of MPL Malaysia Season 14. Will it be the MSC champs, the Red Giants, or will the new lineup of the homeboys figure out the secret to success?
Hey, sometimes they say history might not repeat itself. It is a new chapter after all. What better way to start off kind of the inaugural series with 3 full games. And of course, aggressive movements from you just to find some info, fishing out where Amal is going to be. But dynamics is going to shift, right? Udio on the Jushin. I'm expecting him to be kind of that sort of frontline utility to deter SRG.
Yeah. But in terms of pathing, right, that means both Sakai's as well as Amal started on opposite sides of the map, which means they're gonna end up on the opposite sides of each other. Fanny heading over to gold, Ling heading over to EXP, and this is good for homeboys actually, because they actually want to unlock WAF as soon as possible. WAF is going to be a very big component for upcoming team fights, so the quicker he's out of lane, the better.
Talk about Cram being the potential sacrificial lamb.
Whoa.
That's 2 flickers out thanks to Udio's earlier movement. And now even coming in with the wall to just stagger the wave a little bit, bring it closer to homeboy's side.
SRG looking a little bit frazzled here, and I'm not sure who got that one.
Sakai is trying to fight this based on the Tempest of Blaze as well. I believe Sakai's might have gotten it. I look at the experience in a little bit, but again, homeboy's passing to top side, clear out the wave, get Soul that lead.
The timing's a bit unfortunate. Sky's pathing top was actually really nice because if he's able to get a kill onto Soul before he hits level 4, there's no risk of him getting a free escape with Brilliance. But homeboys already in position to make sure that that cannot happen. And that's already after forcing a flicker out from Yumes in the mid lane. This early game going well for them.
I always say that. Luckily, we turn away as he gets picked up.
That's flicker. Yumes did find Amal in the jungle once more. Turtle goes over to Sakai. Sakai's not going to join in though. He's too far away, and Yumes turned on, did use the ultimate already, stolen wild charge by Stormy just in case.
Yeah, I think once Yumes already knew that Amal was hovering around his purple buff, instantly we saw Slang and Red Giants jump right on top of the turtle, and it's all about how long can Yumes actually buy time for the team. Oh, wait, engage.
That's the ultimate from Udio out. Yumes, unfortunately, no kick, no flicker, not gonna go for it.
Yeah, Crimson Beacon looks like a very visually cool ult, but man, gets you out of some pretty tight spots. Looking at the top side though, Innocent versus Soul, looks like the EXP is roughly about the same. That lane is going even, so no lane advantages there whatsoever. We look down at bot side and it's just Cram with a level lead onto WAF currently. Not 100% sure whether it's like he missed minions or whether he is actually very close to level 5.
Yeah, not too sure.
Oh,
wow.
He lost a decent chunk of minions, actually. Where did that come from?
Okay, WAF has been in lane the whole time, and we haven't really seen Cram put that much pressure on him. In fact, it was Cram who got pulled back initially, so that's not the best sign. But the good thing about Arlet is that his utility doesn't need him to be too close in terms of EXP.
Yeah, good attempt from Yumes, and that's Brilliance out. They know they're not going to get it. Udio not that lucky this time. No mana to work with. Sakai finds the first blood.
Nicely done by Sakai's. The re-gank as well, trying to hard push him while having that rotation up. SRG trying to make sure that they don't miss out on EXP, that they don't lose out on free resources across the map.
Yeah, and good timing from Skies as well, taking advantage of Homeboys' increased pressure in the top lane to catch Udil off guard. That's what they need to do.
You're gonna catch WAF in the bottom side as well. This time there's no escape. Scram secures the kill and the lead extends in the XP side.
Okay, this is where Homeboys needs to start buckling up a little bit. Okay, there we go.
Counter attack, it's like a wild charge. Stormy dashes, Tempest Blaze to follow. Cram tried to save him, not able to do so, but finds the Earth to knock up. Amal trapped, but finish points out of the way, hops on the wall. SRG loses their mid laner.
Oh, all this while, Innocent just hard shoving, just making sure that he can like slow down this wave. He needs a way to start getting ahead into this matchup, and the only way to do that is through these turtles. So SRG, they're gonna have to fight tooth and nail for these early objectives, even though technically the composition doesn't really want to do that.
Yeah, Homeboy is doing a great job of it so far, and I actually am really impressed with how well Amal has been performing on these assassins, considering how long he has been playing them, matching up the performance. Oh, Waff!
They're gonna punish him again. Primal Wrath, couple of steel cables. Waff is taking advantage of in the bottom side. And that means SRG will have members for this turtle fight. Yumes is gonna be the first at the scene.
Will be able to contest it. It's dropping real low. Tempest of Blades will secure the turtle. Not too much problem. A kick though.
Yeah, flicker kick. That's gonna be so brilliant. It's only buying a bit of time. The inevitable will going to be dead. No, actually, so bit of a fancy movement gets out of the way.
Well, it looks like both teams have kind of assimilated to a very similar playstyle, right? I mean, Homeboys, they're not really a pick-off composition, but the way that they are playing seems very much like it. They're trying to poke out, they're trying to displace people. Wait, Stormy's in so much trouble.
Yeah, he's holding on to the wild charge, gotta use it. Even the Pikachu beams him down, brings that Innocent into the fray as well, and that's Zaman forced out. Again, skills tip for Homeboys. It's Crab Man fights Wild with the Primal Wrath, finds the kill, flickers to buy distance, but only to be picked back up by Udil and taken down by Amal.
I feel like the flicker forward is a bit too greedy. He could have flickered backward and still gotten the kill and gave himself more room to get out. Red Giants was not ready to follow up. But both teams are actually trading very, very evenly. I am loving the footwork coming in from all of these players. And we can really see why Udil wanted to prioritize the Zeus in despite what seemed like a bait from their opponents. Pulling Stormy back twice was huge.
It was huge. And looking based on the items here, pretty sure we are missing a couple. But so far, we're just waiting for the seconds as they get into this next one. I mean, good brilliance so far. SRG, a lot of their moves just completely thwarted. They are not finding these. Oh!
That's the kick onto Mao. Pretty beefy. Able to finish him off. The guy from the back actually takes care of Soul, who does not have brilliance. Can Amal clean up the mess? Doesn't seem like it. Wild Charge does not find the timing, and Amal gets to run away because of that.
Good fingers. Real fast there, but now that he's off the wall, he should be in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, and
he didn't get the auto off? Man, he was out of range. That's so sad.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too far. That would have been a really nice kill, but Red Giants gaining a little bit of a foothold again, able to trade for Soul without losing anything in return. But I am really shocked by how close this game has ended up being. The Homeboys lineup has done a lot of preparation.
Yumes, another kick to Udil. That's Purify out. Doesn't have a shun pole. Didn't get lifted up, thankfully. I think SRG is starting to understand. We can't just go in for a one-way ticket fight. We gotta be able to push and pull. We have Sakai's, we have Innocent, and that is what we're good at. It's how they kind of won that skirmish in the first place. Bait our resources.
This match, we're going into 8 minutes now. 1k net worth lead for the Red Giants. Honestly, not that much at this point. Yumes looking for Soul, but already scouted out as well. Both teams are on maximum alert. They know that this game could shift in either direction just from one mistake.
Yeah, it's very close. It's very close between the two. SRG recognizes that if Udil is able to stick on top of them, it's a big problem. But worse yet, there's still plenty of counter engage almost immediately after. Not to mention iframes. Whoa!
Wow, it's a counter conceal. Mao missing the wild charge flicker.
Innocent in trouble.
Unfortunate, but Innocent might not be that lucky. Trying to get rescued by Yumes. Innocent still on the run. Amal chases him down. There's still Tempest of Blaze. Surely it's the kill, right? Chrono dash away. And meanwhile, the backline exposes Cram, trying to give himself to protect his team, and might even find a kill in the process. Udil doesn't find it, but it's Sakai's with the backstab to take out Soul.
Now that's the finesse we've been looking for from the Red Giants. An excellent disengage, paced out, no panic. Every single player making sure to do what is necessary for them to get out on their own. And this guy's coming in at the end for the follow-up, targeting Soul, not even getting baited by the other lower health members.
Oh, let's see how long they can hold that up for, right? 30 more seconds. Current score 3-6 so far. SRG, very similar. Wait, another kick.
Bit off angle, but maybe the damage is enough.
Oh!
Final Slash clips Innocent. He dashes away. Chrono dash cooldown reduced by Diamond for Sukai. Just freeze at the back again. Left, right, center. He's everywhere. On the land of Dawn. And Udio uses the Purify to gain some distance. Good stun.
No
to
way.
get Graham away. But so pops the brilliance. It's just a matter of seconds.
The layering is so good actually from both teams. Red Giants are playing the map and their angles a little bit better, but Homeboys are keeping up their thinking. They're making sure to respond and react very, very quickly and use their own HP, even on the core players, as resources to try and preserve as many of their teammates as possible.
That's a preview of what we can expect from these two teams if they ever meet again down the road in that playoffs bracket. But for now, SRG on the Lord and Homeboys not in a position to contest.
Unless, I mean, they're concealing forward. They got a 50-50 in. If not,
yeah, can't find it though. They did get Cram. Still has the ultimate. Lifted out second time. Mao to the back. Finds Stormy. Stormy steals the wild charge to gain distance. And at the end of the day, Homeboys finds Cram, but SRG gets Lord.
A little slow to contest the Lord, though it didn't really look like Homeboys really wanted to challenge it. Getting Cram there is huge, but Skies just jump straight in.
Man, that cable miss. A bit scary.
Oh, it is scary. PTSD from what happened earlier, but with the Lord pushing in, Selangor Red Giants, they definitely want to correct the mistake that they did the last time in game number 2. And I think that Homeboys, if they're going to take any precautionary measures, they need to somehow harass Yums out of position.
When you compare it to the previous game, this Lord doesn't do as much gold lead as kind of their Lord moment in game 2. Just measly 2.4, I'm going to clip in at a 2.5k net worth advantage. See how much damage they can do.
It's not that much just yet. Homeboys are still in a pretty okay position. Amal being scouted down here, has to be careful.
And that lethal ignition prop did look a bit scary. Clearly the 1v1 goes over to the side of Sakai's. Top tier 2 down as well.
3k net worth lead. Only the first Lord of the game, surprisingly. It feels like it's been a lot longer than that, but here he goes!
The good kick, that's so down. The impetus for SRG in the hands of Yums. Now Lord pounding with the inhibitor should be taken care of fairly easily, but that opens up the map for SRG to take down all outer tier defenses.
Well, let's not forget about Sakai's as well. He is so big. He's 5-0-1. He's got plenty of damage to actually take out any target that he wants. Question is whether do they have iframes or anti-CC. You take your pick.
Yeah, Red Giants are doing a very good job right now. They're just pressuring the lanes over and over, getting as much damage on the towers as possible. The next Lord gonna be 60 minutes away, so any kills they can get in that meantime will be a plus point, but Homeboy's gonna look for a response.
Oh wow, if he just dashes in like that, could be the fatal mistake. Knock-up Jit couldn't dose, the guy from the back doesn't find the angle. Primal Wrath used by Cram already, he's willing to take this fight if Udio lets him. The Homeboys being corralled in a awkward position. Cram completely fine with being the front line. SRG takes everything they can.
No overcommitting from the Red Giants here, which is the smart choice. We've already seen these positions being given up from mistakes like that. So respecting Homeboys after dropping a game earlier. Homeboys also not going too far after realizing they have no more resources. There's a lot of respect happening between these teams, but we know that Red Giants is in control of the map, which is bad news for the Homeboys since the Lord is coming up in 10 seconds.
Homeboys have no real means of actually trying to contest the opposing purple buff to slow down this fanning, and I think it's been way too long since they've even considered that option. But now that it is coming to the next Lord, let's see how SRG do it again, right? Take control of this Riverline and a good kick.
That's a kick. The follow-up is there. Innocent and Stormy joins Mao. Wild Charge stops Stormy. Pick him up by Udio. Very good connection. And that's the mid lane down. The 3-man follow-up. That is Cram with the Rush Shatter. He breaks apart the entire fight with that one counter engage. And Sakai, all the liberty in the world, chase down his prey. Udio ain't going nowhere this time. A wipeout for SRG. And a march down the mid lane to claim the opening series of the season.
They have done it once again. They won the first match of Season 13 and they will claim it in the first match of Season 14 as the Selangor Red Giants take down the Homeboys.
They broke the stalemate. Finally, Yums just got into position, got into some faces, face checked the brush, and found a kick that started a win. Nicely done by SRG, but I'm actually very happy with how Homeboys play with this game. If I'm a fan, they shouldn't be too disappointed. That's a very high ceiling that they can get up to.
I agree with you. Let's let Rose handle the rest with the Red Giants on stage.
Kemenangan pertama untuk musim ke-14 Selangor Red Giants 2-1 menentang Homeboys. So guys, first of all, kindly give our winners a round of applause. Walaupun winners kita jauh. Alright guys, a round of applause everybody. Okay. Semua takut nak dekat dengan I sebab I pegang mic ke? Okay, everybody to the front. Okay. Oh, mic. Okay, so can we start off with Skies first? Our Sky Prince in Malaysia. Sky Prince is back. Hi Skies.
Hello.
First of all, an amazing series. Tapi I nak tahu apa yang menjadi di game kedua?
For game 2, actually, I will take the blame. I
Wow.
will take the blame.
Kenapa you yang take the blame? You all five say.
For my perspective, it's my mistake. All of them is my mistake.
I see. Okay, I don't think your teammates would agree with you taking the full blame. Okay, can we go to Innocent? Okay, Innocent. Orang kata dia ni half human, half wolf. But just now we saw you play Lunox. What was the Lunox pick all about? Are we not gonna see Roger anymore?
Yeah, they don't want me to give Roger. That's why I'm using other heroes.
Which means Lunox.
Yeah.
Will we be seeing more unorthodox picks when it comes to gold lane?
A lot.
A lot, okay? I rasa kita boleh stay tuned sebab Innocent nampaknya ada banyak strat up his sleeves untuk musim ini, and I like that. I'll stay tuned for that, okay? Alright, guys, MBSJ. I think daripada game tadi, kita dah agak-agak tahu siapa MVP. Tapi I nak dengar daripada fans ada dalam dewan ni. Siapa MVP anda? Okay, so apa kata kita tengok MVP kita? In 3, 2, 1. MVP perlawanan ini jatuh kepada The Sky Prince. Makin lama makin belakang korang. Depan. Okay, so guys, sekarang MVP of the match. First match musim ini siap package dengan Maniac. Is this a sign or is this a premonition that SRG wants a back-to-back this MPL?
Okay, first of all, I think first match ni saya MVP mungkin sebab ini sekarang meta assassin. Kalau tak, Innocent yang MVP biasanya. So I think it's just because of the meta. And then for the back-to-back, I think we gonna make it because we already orang cakap langkah kanan lah. So
Alright, so sebelum I let you guys off, kita bagi dekat Yums. Yums je tak cakap lagi hari ni. Okay, Yums, apa yang Yums nak cakap kepada fans yang hadir ke MBSJ hari ini?
Kepada fans-fans, terima kasih sebab datang support kita orang. Tanpa korang, kita orang bukanlah apa-apa.
Wow! Alright, you guys may now go celebrate your victory. Once again, congratulations to Selangor Red Giants. Baru hari pertama musim 14 ni, tapi game dah sengit, game dah panas. But jangan risau sebab selepas ni kita ada lagi perlawanan satu lagi. But before that, let us hear the mic check of this game.
Cikram.
Dah Kram.
Dah. Nice one. Take mid, Sen.
Ada.
Mid ni, Sen.
Agak.
Sini. Chill lah.
Chill.
No, Yum, dia tak ada purify. No purify ah. Okay, my ulti 35.
Dia tak nak purify Yum ah. Dia tak nak play kira.
Nice one.
Tengok sini guys. No reply. Red no reply.
Nice.
Nice one, sir.
Mati.
Aku wall. Tadi.
A much closer series than many of us could have anticipated. But the Red Giants are the ones who ultimately come out on top. I gotta get you guys' opinions. Is this what you expected?
100% no. I came in and I was like, yeah, SRG, they're gonna 2-0. It's gonna be the same thing all over again. But I'm glad that Homeboys were able to put up a performance such as this with almost new lineup, right? It not only exposes that, okay, Giants can bleed, but at the same time, very promising considering we have so many old guards in the roster.
Yeah, I agree. I think that even with the extra bit of experience, it definitely is going to help shape some of these players to get even better. But I'm also very impressed with Homeboys, right? The fact that they were able to get not only just the series, but the fact that they made that last game as close as it could possibly get with the lineups that they got. Considering that they're not like throwing their lives randomly, it feels a little strange to watch. Am I watching MPL MY or what am I watching right now? Because it's a pretty overall clean and macroly almost perfect game.
You can really tell that after game 2, Homeboys actually forced Red Giants in a position where they genuinely had to play quite disciplined and respectful of their opponents. It was not messing around anymore. They understood there was a genuine chance of being taken by surprise, so they locked in, and even then, Homeboys put up a strong fight. Skies, he is gonna be the MVP of the match. The Sky Prince, his legacy continues.
And considering that I personally feel in terms of game 3, sure, it's still a red side win, but then you look at how Coach Jeff drafted in the first phase, right? It did mitigate a lot of the innate advantage you would have on red side, and that's how the game ended up that close. If not for some big plays from Yums or Cram, I think we would have had an even more extended game 3.
Yeah, probably, honestly. I do think that like Sakai's overall as a jungler is very creative with the way that he gets into these fights, right? And if luckily he did get access to the Fanny, so the way that he flanks is also extra crisp and strike. He knows how to do those right angle turns when necessary, right? That's how he catches Soul off guard multiple times, even though they've already checked their flanks. So I think that in general, if Sakai's is going to get an assassin, if it has like omni movement at this point, you gotta be careful, man. He's dangerous.
He's 15-2, right? And both deaths came from his game 1 Nolan. Hey, his Fanny was essentially flawless.
Yeah, we can see 9-0 and a 1 on the Fanny. Absolutely insane. And that's when first picking Fanny too on the red side. This is not usually a hero you would pick very, very early on. So it speaks to how well Coach Arcadia and Azora Vecchi were drafting to make sure that a lot of the usual tools you have to deal with this were just taken off the table.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to pressure, right? It comes down to the order of your picks that really predetermines it. The battle already starts once that draft starts. So again, congrats to both of these coaches. They put on a very good show here before their players did the rest of the work. But I do think that red side genuinely is going to be the more devastating side. I don't think there's enough answers on blue side. And as much as I want to believe that, like, oh yeah, Lunox is a perfect answer to the Harith, it's under the caveat of, can you get her to that point? Can you get her to the Holy Crystal?
At least it's not completely hopeless, right? I agree, red side definitely has the advantage, but Homeboys have shown us, blue side, there are certain ways to navigate around that. And I know this is probably a bit late, but I gotta bring it up. Big props to Coach Jeff. Previous season when Coach Pals was still around, I think a lot of people were putting them side by side, but Pals kind of takes the limelight. But you can really see the brilliance of Coach Jeff show after, Pals transfer to Team Vamos, and I think he deserves credit for that.
Yeah, he does. He does. Really great second half of the drafts. Honestly, really good adjustment from game number 2, right? Because there was some sort of foresight of expecting them to adjust, and even then, he still got a pretty good read on it.
It's great to see that he's been able to bring Homeboys to greater heights, and having this understanding of your players when they themselves think that the lineup is still very new is the mark of a good coach. So hopefully we get to see him and the rest of the Homeboys continue growing throughout the season as well, because if they can bring SRG this tight, they could genuinely be contenders against the ex-Homeboys lineup too.
I mean, can you imagine we get a Homeboys SRG Grand Final down the road, but it's a completely different roster.
I know, right? That would be insane.
But I
That'd
think
be pretty funny.
a lot of eyeballs would probably be on WAF, right? He's kind of the minor X factor at this point. You can see the rawness in him, and that would take some time to polish. But aside from that, I think they're on the right path.
My only issue with him right now is that he doesn't have much of an identity, right? Is he really good at laning? Is he good at team fights? I still don't know just yet because he hasn't played enough games to really say for sure what his preference is going to lean towards.
We haven't seen the presence that WAF creates in the Land of Dawn just yet. His Hylos was not a good time, but he has had moments of brilliance on this Arlet. A lot of the reason why Homeboys were able to win game 2 was because of that final slash pushing people out of position. So what else can he bring to the table when you remember that WAF, he's only played like 1 or 2 games in MPL his entire career.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I mean, maybe he's just like a hardcore playmaker, right? Put him on the Yuzong, give him something with Petrify, maybe he can make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different identity, but I agree that the Arlet has shown many great moments. Even in Game 3, right? Sure, they didn't win the game, and sure, he was punished every now and then, but you could see the angle that WAF was going for, right? Able to clip Innocent and Stormy multiple times in crucial team fights.
Yep.
If we're talking about playmaking though, I also want to give a huge shout out to Cram. I think if not for Skies having 9-0, I would have given him MVP this game. Because every single time that SRG got caught out, he was there ready to cut the fight and be the front line to make sure that everyone else could get away. That last fight especially, it looked like, oh, SRG might get punished for fighting in this funnel. Suddenly Flicker Earth Shatter knocks up 3 people. The fight is just over. It was beautiful.
I didn't even notice this, man. I didn't even notice that Homeboys didn't touch the turret on the side of SRG.
Oh my god, wait. I didn't even notice that.
Hey, look, their composition isn't designed to take down these types of objectives. They're good at team fighting and like that, and maybe contesting for neutrals, but that's about it. Like towers, I don't know about that one. It's tough. It's tough. I don't think they have much high ground anyways, and I think that it was going to be a losing battle if it ever ended up in a situation of the Lord this is the 3rd Lord of the game. It's like, oh yeah, we can melt it down, but the minions, they're too strong to actually deal with.
We already know when Red Giants have a lead, they're so good at manipulating the map. So even though it looked tight, Homeboys just couldn't touch the structures. But still, Amal having the highest GPM in this game is very impressive. Cram being both the carry and the best wingman, showing the versatility of Edith.
And considering that you are up against a 9-0 Fanny and you still have highest GPM, that says something about Amal on that link. But yeah, Cram, we say that he's going to be the punching bag, you know, kind of sacrifice courtesy of SRG, and he becomes the bailout of the team and eventually the guy that wins the game, you know, ironically.
Now, guys, we got a new graphic for you. It's called the item build progression. What you see in front of you is when exactly these players purchase their items and at what time, or roughly in what order, in what time. You can see components and everything. Now, when we're looking at Soul, the first thing that he decided to go for was the Genius one, which I thought was kind of interesting. I thought maybe he wanted to go straight away into something greedy, you know, pick up maybe Blood Wings almost instantaneously, maybe even go for something a little bit, something to keep him alive in lane generally, right? But I think the big issue here was how quickly we expected some of these players to go for their tier 2 boots. It makes significant difference. But Udil, especially, once he gets that Gleaming Gem, that's when he is basically done for the laning phase, right? Yeah. He doesn't have a lot of stats, that's totally fine, but he will never run out of mana, so he never technically needs the recall.
I think the Soul's item progression is kind of same with what Innocent did in Game 1, right? Genius 1 first item, and then you progress to that Holy Crystal. Got caught off guard by being assassinated by Sakai's twice. I think that's where they start to realize that if my Brilliance gets baited out, I'm in danger, but you're already kind of down that rabbit hole. There's no turning back for Blood Wings.
Yep. It's just too expensive. I feel like the build is just too expensive, right? Those 2 deaths in that time from when he got that Genius one at roughly around 4 minutes, about 12 minutes, man, that's like a huge time gap of not having like a second, well, barely a component, but not even a second item.
I mean, the Holy Crystal was supposed to be the moment where, okay, I'm ready to fight, just like him on the Tan. And then that big play happened from Cram, so it kind of stings, you know.
But at least with the Tan, it's like you've got other items kind of like compensate for in between. But I don't know. It's personal preference. I do feel like it's a bit of an awkward period of time for Lunox. But overall, I mean, based on the stats we're seeing so far here, 58% team fight participation comparatively to 42. Even though we had a split, technically we had Amal doing pretty poorly in game number 1, but he was split pushing the whole way. So
it's crazy, right? I mean, the statistics, like you would think that it would be a bit closer in terms of team fight participation, but
for sure,
SRG less active, way less active compared to Homeboys.
But I think it's a lot more decisive from SRG, because in game 2 they were just kind of throwing themselves at the Homeboys, and you saw how that turned out, right?
Oh yeah.
It cost them quite a bit. So you could tell that they were way more disciplined, a lot more selective with the fights that they decided to go for in game number 3. Even though they had heroes like the Fanny and the Edith who could be making plays early on, they actually didn't go for full aggro in the first couple of minutes. And I get the feeling this may have lulled the Homeboys into a false sense of security in some way.
Well, possibly. I don't know. I definitely felt like Udil definitely had moments where he did overheat a little bit. Like he was going past battle lines to try and separate the fight into 2 by himself. I think that's when I felt like the Homeboys were maybe overdoing it. But it's SRG, right? They're as good as they can get, and I think that right now the meta punishes you for being so proactive, especially in the first 2 minutes of the game.
You can see Udil kind of slightly let his guard down when he was trying to clear a mid-wave without knowing where Sluggish was. It gives you a good idea of where the hit space is. But I mean, I don't blame him, right? Sometimes you just lose track of these kind of things.
I mean, even after that happened, Udil was still very active, and he was able to pick off Stormy a couple of times, effectively winning out the mid lane matchup, even though he got picked off by Skies at the first point. And every single time Red Giants wanted to engage, the moment that Lantern comes out, they just can't really approach either. So I think Udil was doing a great job.
Or was he doing a great job, or is the hero busted? I think it's a little I think it's a little bit of both, because to be fair, he was getting more flickers than the average player.
That is true. Or is SRG adapting, right? Because they started kind of implementing, well, we can't just go be one and done with one team fight. We gotta push and pull, bait out the brilliance, get the Crimson Beacon out of the way.
They're like haggling for a discount of a team fight.
yeah, it's like, oh, you have no ultimate, now we fight.
Yeah. Come on, man, just use the ult, man. That's like 10% of the total price.
It is true, though. I mean, when it gets to those points, it really is about baiting resources out and taking the fight when you know that the enemy team doesn't have a lot of gas left. I think SRG initially wanted to try and all-in during specific points of the fight, then realized, oh, Homeboys is actually doing a very good job of layering their disengage. Like, we saw so many times players being able to get out by trading places, by zoning people, and not giving free kills over to the Red Giants. So they changed their approach. They go for off-tempo kills instead, with Skies just jumping in from the back when you least expect it. And Homeboys just wasn't quite able to adjust in time.
Well, I mean, as much as they want to adjust, it does mean that they aren't going to get as many points as they could have gotten. The Selangor Red Giants currently in top of the standings with 2 points with a 2-1 victory. Homeboys with 1 point with a 1 and 2 loss.
And if you ask me, is this the start I expect? I definitely wouldn't say yes.
I would not have expected it. I'm on the same boat.
But I would say it's a good start to the season, right? I mean, if people have already put the impression out that this is a fight for second place, who can be the second true representative of the Malaysian to take that slot into M6, I think right now, if we have a contender on our hand, just based off of first impression, this could be one of them.
Yeah, Homeboys, gotta love them. They pull out the stops, they pull out the surprises, and I'm really looking forward to see if this team can continue growing. I hope that they do not lose steam after the first couple of weeks, because that's something that we've seen a lot, and it's not something we hope to propagate. But it's only the first game of the season. All the other 8 teams here, we have no idea what kind of potential they might be hiding.
Yeah, we don't know whether or not, maybe JP Niners have something involved. I mean, their lineup is also pretty interesting. Red Esports as well. There's a lot of things that are still going to be up in the air. And that's why week 1 is definitely where it's a lot more relaxed. It's a lot more figure out what these players are going to be up to, or at what state are they in their journey trying to get to M6.
If you ask me which team I'm actually very excited for, it's Red Esports, right? First team that got promoted from MAL, known as Red Riot prior to that. I want to see what these new stars have to show.
It's officially the first MAL team to make it. Their match will be next up. But for now, we're gonna jump into a break. So make sure you guys join us. Even more MPL action coming right after this break.
Jago suka nak apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian imaji termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Tak kisah jago suka nak apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian imaji termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian imaji termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Android, limumu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Tak kisah jago suka nak apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton and KPRJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and
The newest season of MPL Malaysia has officially kicked off with a bang, and perhaps one of the more entertaining series we could have anticipated between the Red Giants and the Homeboys. But we're about to jump into our second game of the day, and the teams here are definitely very interesting to keep an eye on as well. My name is Stafa. Once again on the desk with me is Husky as well as Gideon, how you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited to see these two new teams. We're going to see a bunch of new faces today, and hopefully they're going to give us as much as a banger like the SRG versus Homeboys matchup.
For me, I would like to see the, well, quote-unquote runner-up of past season. 4 of the ex-Homeboys players are now in Vamos up against the new bloods from MAL, right? First big stage appearance. Is it going to be what most people say, that they are not ready for MPL?
Well, it's always a question, isn't it? How big is the gap between MPL and MAL exactly? Especially since their first match is, like you mentioned, against most of the lineup of last season's runner-up. Red Esports used to be an MPL mainstay. They've been in every season of MPL for quite a while, missed out last season, but they've made a return with a brand new roster. But they will need to field some of their MAL players as well. So it means that they're gonna need the best equipment they could ask for, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, how else are they going to be able to have like 60 frames a second?
Yeah, and I think there's no better equipment than the ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone of MPL Malaysia Season 14 that helps all of these pros to constantly be at the top of their game by retaining the crown as the king of performance. Now, it even comes with a sleek new design, improved cameras, it goes beyond gaming.
Yeah, I've gotten my hands on it to play once on stage, and oh boy, battery life is great, latencies are great, optimization is perfect.
Besides that though, we'd also like to promote you guys. We're having a coloring contest for Hari Malaysia. It'll be ongoing from the 6th to the 10th of September. And you guys just need to scan this QR code on the screen right now to join. Very simple. We all know how to color. We all love color. And there's going to be prizes that can be won as well. So any artists out there, this is your time.
I'm curious whether or not you're actually able to color it in digitally on top of doing it physically, because that adds a whole new layer to what you can actually produce. So good luck to everybody out there. If there are rules, well, you better read them quick. Scan that QR code and pick these up now so that you can be winning prizes between the 6th of September to the 10th of September.
Honestly, people who use physical crayons, color, watercolor, or digital one, you guys are outdated. I use AI.
Oh,
Wow.
This guy with the
Wow.
Chat GPT.
The Chat GPT, man. So you don't know how to hold a crayon.
Hey. Watch your mouth, boy. You might be right, but
You've never tasted the flavor of purple. Let's look at the standings so far, because we just ended our very first BO3 between SRG and as well as the Homeboys, both of them being top of the class right now, 2 points and 1 point respectively. But the real question is about Team Ray and Vamos. Where do you guys think they are going to end up by the end of this week?
It's a good question. Team Vamos, they have 4 players from the starting Homeboys lineup from last season, have already played on international stages. So logically speaking, they should rank pretty high. I think a lot of people should expect them to be top 3 at least. But for Red Esports, there's going to be a lot of questions. You have a mixture of new faces from MAL, as well as imported veterans like Sensui and Owl. Like, what a strange dynamic.
Yeah, it is strange, but that's kind of what makes it interesting, right? How it works. But of course, we gotta look at Vamos first. 4 out of the 5 players were runner-up from the previous season, but it technically is a reunion, right? They brought Warlord back.
It's nice to see him back again. We all remember when a Warlord performed very well with the ex-Homeboys players of Chibi, Zorn, and Net. But this time, instead of Sapat, they're going to have Smooth rounding out their EXP lane.
This is rather interesting because I think there's been a lot of criticism around Sapat specifically when it comes down to like the top tier of play and why Homeboys previously with this lineup wasn't able to actually get to where they needed to be. And I think that Smooth is a pretty interesting quote-unquote upgrade for them. But then when you start comparing them to Red Esports, whether you're going to have to take on people like Iris for an example, Sensui is going to be playing today, but we are also getting the new faces here. Husky, you are well familiar with Dinesh, Nico, and as well as Tashi. Tell me about them. They came from the MAL and you casted it.
I think they excel in the Challenger Conference because they had the biggest proactive desire to make big moves. I think my eye is going to be on Tashi as a gold laner. Likes to play aggressive, likes to be in your face, but up against Nets, you gotta be able to control the aggression a little bit.
That is true. Control is important. But we also have a bit of a ping test recording for you guys to have a look at here. This is when the players were preparing, making sure that all of the devices were working correctly. And this is, of course, brought to you by Hotlink Prepaid 5G, unmatched 5G network with no lag for MLBB Gaming.
Can I just quickly point out that, man, Iris went through a glow up. I looked at it and I was like, wait, is that Iris? Like, you sure that's not, you know,
his younger brother or something?
Yeah.
Look, I have to agree with you. He has lost a considerable amount of weight from when he joined the MPL to what he is now. I don't know whether it's the stress of not winning enough or it's just the life of a pro player, because that seems to be the trajectory of anybody who started off like pretty huge coming into the MPL. 2 seasons down, they've like cut the weight in half.
Hey man, you look at Yums.
Hey man,
he's eating well. He's eating well.
Like a millionaire. That's the difference.
You're correct.
I guess it depends on what you want to aim for, right? In the end, esports is a sport. You gotta make sure you're in good physical health so that you can always perform at 100%. And other times, you just want to enjoy food. Either way works, but it is an interesting match that we have here. Like you've mentioned, we have MAL players, and I'm really excited to see what will happen. But without further ado, Team Vamos and Red Esports shall now be taking the stage for our second match of day 1.
Team Vamos.
For the first time, they step onto the MPL Malaysia stage. A team forged from the legacy of champions. Players who once stood at the pinnacle of MPL MY. With a new logo and a formidable roster, they return as warriors, igniting a new flame. Welcome to the battlefield, Team Vamos!
Red Esports.
After the heartbreak of MPL Season 12 relegation, they were cast out. But their story was far from over as they battled through relentless trials in Season 1 of MAL to claw their way back. They reclaimed their rightful place and stand determined to compete. Red Esports! And of course, we have the coach and analyst of both teams with our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure fair play and professional integrity. With fist bumps going between the teams, a sign of professionalism. This is how we roll in Malaysian sportsmanship. And I cannot wait for what is about to happen.
Oh boy, I mean, new bloods up against veterans cannot get any better than this, right? So many matchups to look at. Of course, you have Chibi against Sensui, the highlight of the series, well, of the matchup. But I'm looking at, Warlord into Dinesh, Tashi into Nets, and if Nico into Zorn. Feels like you are facing up against your own idol.
Basically, I do think that, Vamos is going to be looking like the more favored team in this matchup overall. I'm predicting that this is going to be like, a 2-0. But then again, we want to see where our MAL players are going to be at. And let's keep in mind that these MAL players for Red Esports will have to play for the very first week afterwards. Sorry, the very first series. But then afterwards, they can basically slot anybody in there.
There is a rule, a requirement at the very least for the first week of MPL where your starting lineup needs to consist of 60% of the MAL players who fought to make it here. I think that is only fair because they put in the effort to qualify for MPL, so we don't want them swapped out for veterans straight away. We want to give them a chance to prove themselves on this stage.
I mean, it's well-deserved, right? But I think Red Esports fans now can also have that anticipation of, oh, this is not the full power of Red Esports. You got some big names waiting to take center stage once the time comes.
I mean, it's kind of unironic, right? Because let's imagine that Red Esports does a good job and actually smashes Vamos, right? That really makes the question whether these MAL players should be kept around.
Well, besides that, how about Bunny from Team Vamos? We asked him why he moved from RQ Hoshi to MPL MY, and he said that it's because he wasn't in the main squad, and that RQ only wanted to start with Skylar. It was also easy to befriend the players in Vamos, so it seems like it was a very easy decision for him.
I mean, you can't blame him, right? Skylar is one of the main names in RQ overall, just in the entire region. But I would say it is definitely a bit weird, well, a bit of a new breath of fresh air to see Sapat on the bench, right? Meaning there have been people discussing, is it going to be Sapat or Smooth starting for Vamos? I'm happy to see Smooth taking the main 5, at least for the opening series.
Yeah, I think that Smooth generally is going to be a little bit more versatile in these areas. He's more confident to bring out the more high mechanic EXP laners to maybe clutch a situation out for his team in comparison to Sapat, who is reliable and does the job, but you can't expect him to break the ceiling.
Yeah, Smooth was straight up considered by many to be one of the best EXP laners we had here in MPL Malaysia, all the way back to when he was still playing with Team SMG even. So, he's got a lot to prove here as well, considering that many people have pointed out Sapat as a bit of a point of contention as to whether or not he may be fitting in with Homeboys and where they want to go.
I think you feel right at home in the XP lane going up against Iris. It's been an eternal rivalry between these two. But in terms of like local player acquisition, I definitely feel like this is one of the few most anticipated ones.
Anticipated is an interesting way of putting it. I would have anticipated that, you know, Smooth might have joined Homeboys at a certain point until Vamos came out, right? You know?
Yeah.
I think that this team definitely has some potential. I'm curious how far it's going to go or how much they retained from their previous team.
Yeah, while they are mostly the X lineup of Homeboys, there is still notable changes. Zorn and Chibi being the only ones remaining. Nets, of course, joining them as well, but Warlord not being there when they really made it far in the international stage. Then you have Smooth, who while has made it to the internationals before, hasn't had the best results. But on the flip side, Red Esports is still made up of very unproven players, MAL obviously, so Iris and Sensui will really need to be the voices guiding them in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, and then you couple that up with new faces in the MAL players, and you can only imagine the nerves, right? We've seen glimpses of that last season when Bounty Esports debuted. We had Yan Lord being one of the prime examples, and that could really be exploited by an experienced team like Vamos.
It's true. It's true. I think the dynamic is rather interesting, right? Because in season like season 12 and 13, I did mention that maybe we've cracked the code on what types of import players we need to make Malaysians actually do well. Initially, it was like, you know, Indonesians was a great integration into Malaysian culture. Now we've seen with SRG that even with Filipinos taking down more independent roles in the game allows them to actually play better. Now we have Red. Now we're having everybody else kind of follow suit, picking up imports, and honestly, I don't think that it's a matter of which part of Southeast Asia you're from anymore.
I mean, it's good that teams are willing to try, right? We've seen Todak pull that off. It didn't go the way that they wanted. They've been kind of jumping around full local and, you know, imported teams. And SRG, they stuck with it. One of the best examples we have.
And hopefully we get to see more of those examples rise to the occasion, because you guys can hear the crowd. Everyone's excited. We are jumping into the draft phase. Game 1, match number 2. Red Esports having blue side, Vamos on the red.
All right, let's figure this out, because again, I'm seeing another Jawhead ban immediately from the side of Red Esports. And Vamos getting rid of the chip seems atypical, but man, people just do not like Jawhead in week number 1.
It is interesting because I have heard that Jawhead has become a lot more notorious recently, but I'm wondering why exactly he's worth banning so early on throughout today.
Oh, because he absolutely dumpsters assassins. He just walks up to them and fights them, like what you're supposed to do. Unless you're playing Hayabusa, or Ling, where you have iframes to work with, there's no escaping this Jawhead.
Yeah, remember Saber? Yeah, but better.
Yeah, Saber, but better.
You know what? You are actually right. That makes a lot of sense when you put it like that. So, Red Esports will continue. They get rid of Harif and the Phobius as well. We saw how dangerous the revamped Phobius can be at the start of the day.
Begs a question what Vamos is going to do. I think they're going to open up both Assassins, both Hayabusa as well as the Ling. So where do they lean their next ban towards? Is it also going to be towards the gold lane as well? Do they want to? Are they even considering Roger, for an example, as a ban if they want to go in that direction?
I feel like they could, right? On the second pick, there is a chance that if a prior pick like Ling or Fanny, Nolan goes through, you can always take the high loss as a response. The Zaz is also a good priority pick if you know, Vamos wants to consider it.
Ooh, that's a good one too. I think if that is the case, you might as well just ban out the Zask, right? No, they're going to go for the Hylos instead. All right, still wants to lean into the assassins. I feel like Chibi already has such a very deep assassin pool that it's more so you're trying to corral the rest of the members, lock down more towards the support area where junglers usually need the roamers more often than they do with gold laners.
Yeah, I think it makes sense as well. Since Red banned the Phoveus, they probably don't want to give them an easy first pick Hylos. Then you'll have very few EXP laners that can straight up man fight him, which means that Red Esports will go for that first pick Roger.
Wow.
And then Vamos open up with Ruby and Link.
I like it. I like it a lot. Great 2 pickups coming in from Vamos' side. Good job on Pobs. Let's come back to Red and let's see what answers that they have in store. Because Roger technically is the prime flex pick of the meta.
Yeah, it is. I mean, now that Harif is out of the picture as well, right? So Roger does feel a lot more desired. At the same time, I'm surprised. A part of me is surprised that Vamos didn't look at the Zaz, because that's what you would lean into with the Hylos ban on Red side. But that's the case. I mean, Red can consider it themselves as well. And there's Assassin, there's Ruby on the other side.
Yeah, they can go Zask. Terizla still open. We all remember Iris loves that Terizla.
Arlet as well. I mean, it's a good option for him.
Yeah. Do they actually want to like? Do they want to double flex in on this one? Do they want us to have like Roger and then maybe flex Roam EXP? Yep. Roam EXP, and then they also get the Vixana as well. So I think Vixana in this situation is okay as a blind pick. It has decent wave clear, and at the very least, you have more than enough CC to actually handle the Link if Link goes in a very straight line and doesn't bother juking skill shots.
That seems kind of unlikely. It's Chibi as well.
Hey!
The fact that they prioritize Vexana over Zask is also interesting, because Zask just has a built-in get-out-of-jail-free card against heroes like that Ling. So maybe this is just a hero pool kind of situation.
I suppose?
Vexana is not that bad of an answer, right? Like, you can still crowd control the Nightmare Spawn.
But when you had Zask as an option, wouldn't you prefer that?
Well, that's what I would think, but
I would imagine that Vexana is supposed to be to just clear waves and not interact with the Zask and immediately rotate to the opposite side of the map.
I see.
That's my general consensus of why people go Vexana into Zask. Because again, if you play Valentina into Zask, it's the worst matchup in the world. You walk up, you're gonna get Nightmare Spawn, and it's just like, well, I can't do anything anymore.
Fair. They already know that Vamos would definitely pick Zask if they didn't, so maybe it's a preemptive counter.
Also true.
In the second ban phase, we see the Lolita and the Cho being removed by the teams respectively.
Hey, take out 2 heroes with 1 ban. No Lolita means Hanabi is not in the conversation anymore. Now the Arlet banned out, which I think is a very good read from Pops, right? You take out the Arlet, it does force this Edith into a less comfortable position. If you say that Vexana wants to just clear wave and move around the map, you want to have a flex pick that can kind of move around, but without the Arlet, it does feel a bit harder.
I don't know. I think this draft is already pretty difficult to deal with, right? In terms of the overall bans. Like, the fact that we're seeing that BAM is deciding to get rid of both Tigreal as well as Cho means that I would imagine that this Edith is going into the roam position, right? If not, why else would you be banning it in the first place? Secondly, when we look at Vamos' side, if now that the Lolita and as well as the Arlon is gone, it really puts a lot of pressure on Red Esports to say, hey, we need laners that are able to clear fast so that we don't have to actually deal with this Ling as often. And now with the Kufra as well, it looks like Vamos is taking the safe route of saying, hey, we don't care about your flex picks, we're still going to play our game.
Oh, it actually solves a lot of problem as well, right? You protect the Ling and Ruby, and on top of that, you are also a big enabler while having a means to stop the Roger. I mean, I put in a pretty precarious position. Where does this Roger go?
It can still be flexed into the jungle position if it's not going to be the gold lane pick, and Edith can be flexed as well. So Red still has options of switching their draft around to adjust to what Vamos has thrown at them, but it's going to be difficult to come up with something for now. If they really want to wave clear hard, then Edith probably isn't meant to be the EXP laner, but we will see.
I think that Iris needs to get shafted in this draft right now. He needs to like pick something tanky. Yep, there we go. The Teresa. Oh,
CC gold.
CC gold.
Aww.
Because I was thinking, if the Edith goes into XP lane, you essentially don't get to play much, right?
Yeah, that's why I was thinking that Iris, no matter what, is going to get shafted in this draft, right? Whether he plays Edith or whether Terizla, like, export easily for smooth, like, he gets to pick whatever he wants for the counter matchup on EXP side.
And we know what Smooth can do if he has a winning counter matchup. Still, an EXP laner that is worth fearing here in MPL MY. They go for the Natan. So this is going to be an EXP Ruby in the hands of Smooth. Should do pretty alright against the Terizla, though not a directly winning matchup.
Honestly, I think if they don't have... if they can't crowd control the Natan, it will be a bit of a problem when the game kind of scales, right? Like, very reliant on the Roger to get things going.
Yeah. Again, the spearhead is going to have to be Roger. The rest of the team need to be able to like maintain their lane. So honestly, I have to say good luck as we look at these lineups one more time. Like, good luck to Red Esports, because this composition is not easy to pull off. Wow, even taking the Vengeance as well.
Wow.
For Tashi, he knows he's going to get really deep in the mud here.
Well, it's going to be interesting. Red Esports, 60% MAL, along with veterans in Iris and a brand new face to MPL MY, Sensui against Vamos, the ex-Homeboys lineup. Which team will come out on top as we jump into the Land of Dawn once again for week 1, day 1 of season 14?
Feels like the Disciples against the Masters. Red Esports, the identity pretty clear in game 1. We put our focus on Sensui. He is one of the old guards. He's going to carry them over the finishing line. And of course, you know, ceremonial things. You got to get the pause going and get everyone riled up.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of the series.
It's classic. I'm just staring at the audience. You can see how many people are like, no!
I mean, you don't even have to look. You could hear it.
They'll change their minds pretty soon when we resume the game.
True, true. We do have a certain pause meta here in MPL MY. Don't know if it's gonna continue. I've heard that certain people are no longer around here, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's a type 1 pause, and the new kids on the block making issues. Come on, Dinesh, come on.
Hey, look, he's like, I gotta perform. I need to hear my team, okay? We better get this audio issue fixed.
And that's why we have our marshals in place. That's why we have people there to make sure that the players are able to operate at maximum capacity and that professional integrity is maintained, because no one wants to be put in a position where their tools are to blame for a loss.
Yeah, it's the biggest feels bad that you can get. But in the meantime, at the very least, we got the first pause of the season out of the way.
Well, yeah. I was wondering when this would happen. Like, I thought it would be
totally a milestone we were all waiting for.
At least we know it happens later.
Who knows? Who knows? It might do some good for our PCU with goals.
Oh, just you wait, just you wait.
Just the bar. I can't wait to show. They show the graphic with the bar, and it's just like, the first pause was here.
Do the statistic of how much PCU that we get
look,
from the
it's
pause.
Mali.
Oh, hey, it is Mali.
Yeah, Mali's in the crowd watching. We know that he is part of MAL this season. Bit sad not to see him grace the MPL stage, but maybe we'll see him again one day.
Man, he was killing it. I think he's playing with Kelantan in the MAL.
I believe so.
Absolutely smashing it. They unfortunately lost their later series 0-2, but I don't remember against who. But yeah, I mean, Mali's having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's the very first week of the MAL, right?
Yeah.
Correct? It was all happening at the same time? Yeah.
Weekdays, MAL, weekends, MPL. Can never get enough of the action.
Yeah, I'm never going to miss a moment here. 45 more seconds left, and it looks like they are settling the issues pretty quickly here. Thank you to our marshals.
Looks like the players should be able to jump in very, very soon. And before the game really gets going, I gotta ask Gideon, what are your thoughts on Sensui?
On Sensui, during his time during Blacklist International, there's definitely moments where, honestly, he shouldn't have gotten away with a couple of his steals. But it's hard to put judgment on him because I'm not hearing comms. I don't know what it's like, what he's providing exactly, who's making the final call at the end of the day. But based off of what I've seen so far, mechanically, I think he's fine. I think more so is what kind of an identity does he want to have playing an assassin?
I think at the end of the day, it's also kind of a rebuilding of what full Sensui truly is, right? There has been moments where you kind of see him fade out of the limelight. This is a good restart, I'd say, but again, a lot of responsibility. My favorite part, new phase, but you know, the fact is the same
response.
Same response, man. We gotta love our ladies back into the game. Red against Vamos, and just as expected, we got Dinesh being able to take priority in moving.
The pause meta in MPL MY still is something else.
Can't wait to get a new IG follow.
We make superstars here at MPL. Anyways, as the games are going to continue, I would imagine that Team Vamos is probably going to play closer towards Nets' side of the map, because if they're able to beat Tashi, or at the very least allow Nets an easier time in lane, I think this game is almost pretty much done for, right? Because nobody scales as hard other than Sensui, but this is on the capabilities of whether Sensui can hard carry this game. If worst comes to worst, Vamos has like a 6k gold lead.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. When you go for a count like this, double fighter side lane, you are basically giving up a late game potential.
So I assume it was an accident and he missed out a big beetle.
That's a bit strange.
I was about to say that he moves way faster than the Roger overall, but
maybe it's too fast.
Too fast.
I don't know how to feel about that one, but hey, I like the fact that he decided to take Warcry. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate at the very least. Even Sensui decided to go for Warcry as well. Both opting to go with one of my favorite emblems here. So far, so good. Hasn't been much action on the map just yet. Most it's just been battle spells. But I think once level 4 starts coming around, that's where the real blood is going to start shedding.
Yeah, we can already see Warlord come down to help shove the lane with Smooth, getting level 4 early, unlocking themselves from the lane before Iris to maybe get started on the turtle.
There's a potential catch. Let's move on a knockout. Zorn to the back. Terrify. What a penalty zone from Iris. Get the Tempest of Blaze out of Chibi, but still First Blood goes over to him. And now Iris is going to get pulled back. Revenge for Smooth. Double kill for Chibi.
Good fingers from Chibi. Real fast there. Real fast. Gave no opportunity. Goes again.
Oh, the Terrify.
Get the Terrify, but still gets the ultimate out. 3 in a row for Chibi.
Woo! Oh, unfortunate for Red Esports. Iris landed such a beautiful penalty zone, but there just wasn't enough damage to finish off the members of Vamos. And with that, they get the turtle, they get 3 kills, and immediately momentum in this game.
Honestly, I think Red Esports should have dragged that out rather than try and 50-50 it and getting Chibi 3 kills, right? He could have been 2 kills down and maybe a turtle up, and Sensui probably could drag this out a little bit longer, which isn't too bad. But I think that Red Esports, they gotta calm down here. They don't have that foresight that Team Vamos had. Like, clearly Chibi, he could have walked away if he thought that there was no way of actually securing this turtle, but he was very confident with Zorn going in, and by the time that fear comes out, it's basically done for.
It's pretty crazy, right? I think they lost track of Zorn, but now they find him once more, try and finish him, root him in place. Zorn, surely he has to translate, but Zorn still gets out. And now Chibi, he's going to be able to join the fight. Nico has no ultimate. Chibi, an attempt to take his life, doesn't find it.
Chibi making the smarter option, realizing when he doesn't have a lot of energy to work with, and especially when you don't have a lot of energy, you don't have a lot of crit on top of no energy to cast your ability. So, small decisions like this is what's going to keep Team Vamos ahead rather than making rash decisions.
Yeah, I like the aggression from Red, but they're not finding the right target. Not enough damage. Tashi?
Wow.
He doesn't mind. Trades an ult for vengeance there.
If you're on Ness, you're pretty happy with that, right?
Well, I don't know about happy, but at least you're hard shoving the lane, right? The question is, what is he doing with this influence? He's forcing an early recall. If he does, then sure, then I think it is worth losing your vengeance over. If not, where else are you getting income across the map?
I do wonder if he could have tried taking the trade a little late. Hold on, though.
Now clips onto Dinish. That's a flicker. Good Terrify. Follow up, but the timing just a bit off and allows Chibi to go into the air and come right down as 4 for this link.
Dang, that crowd roar off of Chibi's play. That was loud. I cannot imagine when Team Vamos wins what this crowd is going to sound like.
A lot of them have had fans for a long time. Zorn.
Another catch, this time onto Nico. I mean, Zorn is a menace. Penalty zone from Iris. This one is good. And Zorn finally goes down. Good pull from Smooth, but into his own death. Chibi not able to rejoin the fight this time. Red Esports looking to take Turtle, and Chibi will not get the steal up. Some retaliation from Red.
Yep, good burst down coming in from Red's side. Chibi doesn't mind this. I don't think that Tashi ever kills him.
No, I don't think so. Tashi might die unless Iris gets it done. What a hop away.
Vengeance saves lives.
Woo! Yeah, it really did. Chibi almost killed himself on the Vengeance as well. It's a good thing he realized he needed to back off there. But Red Esports able to even up the net worth a little bit there from Vamos, being slightly over-aggressive. This time the penalty zone from Iris was able to be followed up, and we can really see the impacts of that. 6 minutes in, only 1k for Vamos. Not too bad for Red.
Yeah, right now Team Vamos, I did see a Thunderbelt purchase for Zorn. It's pretty atypical nowadays for Thunderbelt to be purchased on roamers, but it does force a certain playstyle on you, because you need to get stacks, right? So I would only imagine that Zorn is going to get even more aggressive, not like he already wasn't.
I mean, it's one of his premier heroes, right? Like, people look at Zorn Cho, but Back in the days, 2 seasons ago in fact, that Kufra has been a menace. It's so easy to proc Thunderbelt as well with that extra range attack, but oh boy, Chibi has to be careful. He is ahead of Sensui, but doesn't mean this Roger doesn't hurt.
Well, actually, how much ahead is he? Not much. It's only by like 700. I thought it was going to be way more with the 4 kills, but the EXP says otherwise.
Tashi is moved with the grab. That's the pullback. Tashi gets out. Flicker forward. Nico, that's the catch of Shatter. And good catch from Zorn again. Penalty zone from Iris in the back. It'll be 2 for Vamos. And Red Esports only walks away with Smooth. Just really want to continue this though. Zorn is low but gets out. Iris now in the wheeze. And Dinish cannot join the fight thanks to the Nightmare respawn. So Iris will have to be sacrificed. Team Vamos finding 3.
Good zone from Warlord. That numeric spawn actually making quite a big difference here for not only just the members of Team Vamos, but actually setting up an anchor point of which Vamos can play around.
Yeah, it was a good counter engage actually from Red. They could have potentially found another 1 or 2 kills if not for that Nightmaric spawn blocking the way, not allowing Sensui to re-engage, and thus dropping a lot of damage from Red.
Oh wait.
Nico, yeah, misses the dash, and now he's gonna get pulled back. Crowd control for days on end, but saved by Dinish again. Temporarily though, as the Nightmare spawn cleans it up. Tashi now out of the fight. Sensui leaps in, couldn't find the pickup, and Tashi, second one to be given away. Vamos having the lead. This should be the turtle.
No. They shouldn't be coming in these types of angles here. Red Esports are playing a deathball composition. The only way to make these deathball compositions work in the meta like now is if you engage together. You can't have 2 people doing 2 separate things at once, especially when you don't have the lead on your side. The overall gold is still with Team Vamos with a 4.1k lead over Red Esports at this point in time.
Yeah, we can see a disconnect. Red Esports not the most synced up. After Nico missed the engage, they needed to make a decision. And it seemed like Tashi wanted to go for the backline, which is what he should be doing. But the rest of Red was not in position to follow it up, thereby giving Vamos a 2nd kill on top of things, and probably a Lord as well.
The job of Sensui infinitely harder because of that. Vamos up to almost a 5k goal advantage. She's gonna hit that mark in a little bit, but with all tier 1 turrets down, and Chibi with a 6-0 and 3 KD and a newly purchased Thunderbelt, this is only gonna get tougher.
Yep. Let's see how much gold that they're actually able to make here. Because Team Vamos, if they break open at least 1 inhibitor, it's going to be such a big advantage. When we look at the individual gold leagues, we see that Nets is actually quite far ahead. And honestly, catching up to GB despite the difference in KDA.
I mean, Nets has just been left alone to do whatever he wants for quite a long time, and that's usually where Nets is most comfortable. He's a very farm-oriented gold laner as compared to some of the more aggressive players we've seen in this position. So, give him space, man's gonna be a millionaire before you know it.
Sensui does need slightly more time working towards the Sky Piercer. That could be a game changer, right? Those executes with the Lycan Pounce. Question is, once he gets to that point, can they pull it off though? Vamos having the Lord crashing in on the bottom side.
I mean, they've staggered the waste. They've sacrificed all their outer tier turrets. Hopefully this inhibitor is still going to stand.
Finds the pull onto Iris, and that's Primal Wrath already out from Nico. It's all about defending the base, and Red Esports completed phase 1. No inhibitors are down. And Team Vamos wants to go for the engage. Zorn as the slam, and Iris counter engages, but still they lose Nico. Zorn as an exchange, Chibi dashes in, goes for more. Iris almost beamed down by Warlord. Vamos still walks away with 2.
You can see the difference in experience and overall skill here. The MAL players having a bit of difficulty keeping up with Team Vamos. The way that fight was split was excellent. We could see the instant disengage once the Primal Wrath was used, once the Vexana ult was used as well. Vamos just waiting for Red Esports to throw their resources too early and then jumping in afterwards.
They gotta find an angle here. The only way is if Team Vamos walks out a little too far, or if Red Esports is given the space. And I think that at this point in time, Red Esports, there's no point walking up. There's just literally nothing to fight over for the next 46 seconds. And I think that Team Vamos eventually will have to do something.
I mean, you gotta give credits to Iris, right? He has been finding some good counter engages, but team not surviving long enough to follow up on it. Now they will lose that bottom inhibitor, courtesy of Nets. Team Vamos, 30 seconds until the next Lord spawns.
Red Esports in a position where it doesn't really look like they can do anything. The siege potential from Vamos is strong and they're not really even doing anything outside of plopping down some of the spawns in base from time to time. 8k goal lead, 11 minutes in, quite a lead. Usually not one that you can overcome without a massive play.
Might have to come from Iris, right? Or just Nico getting some godlike pick-off.
Well, it's fine whether or not they're going to get that pick off, right? I mean, they finally opened up that inhibitor we were talking about, and I think that even for Team Vamos, they recognize that the only way that they lose this is if Red Esports somehow find a great engagement during the time of which they take the Lord. At this point, Nets should be strong enough to like solo the Lord, right?
I do think so. An attempt onto Zorn, but again, I mean, that combo was so it's easier to dodge, and Nico is going to lose his life because of that. I mean, ideally, you want to be Earth Shatter, and then you prime a flicker to follow.
Nico is playing way too telegraphed. You can really see it. He flickers in, onward, Earth Shatter, instantly pop Primal Wrath without really even thinking about what happens next. Then this was after Zorn had already flickered away. So, like, the fact that he's getting taken out every single time he engages is leaving Red Esports in a numerical disadvantage every single fight.
It does make life tough. I mean, in Nico's spot, you essentially have exhausted whatever kind of advantage you have, I suppose. And without the flicker for another minute plus as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough situation to be in. I mean, there's a lot of things, right? Red Esports, the fact that they lost like their bottom inhibitor basically for free, even after dealing with the Lord empowered minions, probably was a bigger blunder on Red Esports' side. But here we go, right? Lord going to be coming down from the bottom side. Let's quickly look at the items so far. 2 complete for Tashi. Everybody else roughly around 2. Oh, wow. Huh. Decided to go for the Magic Lantern. Interesting.
Huh. Time offender onto Iris. Wow, Nico actually is the first one to go down. Knock back, attempted. Zorn doesn't get it off yet, but Iris will flicker the safety. Sensui has to do everything on his own, but Winds of Nature on Nets ensures his survival. Team Vamos easily steamrolls to Red Esports for game number 1.
Not even a problem. The difference in experience rearing its ugly head right now as Team Vamos dispatches Red Esports without much problem at all.
I think right now they're just looking like a more polished team, and I think the foresight definitely helps Vamos a lot. You can see that Red Esports, they're hungry to try and prove something, and that's why they're taking the initiative. And Vamos, they're just taking one step back, waiting, be patient, and we can instantly punish you.
Now the color might be new, right? But at the end of the day, in essence, 4 of them actually, well, 3 of them won a trophy before.
And that speaks volumes here. Homeboys understands who they're up against, and they're also making sure to have a good time while doing so. You can really see the essence of all of the players' personalities coming out to play here, and they know that it's not really that big of a challenge. Red Esports didn't do too badly in the first couple of moments, but outside of maybe one fight, you could see Vamos just being in control throughout the game.
I think that coming into game number 2, I'm hoping at the very least that Red Esports decides to not go for a death ball strategy, to go with a double fighter lane and go for something a little bit more traditional, right? Because it feels like Tashi has a good sense of like how to actually deal with the lane. The question is, can he only play the lane if it's a winning matchup?
Yeah, I think I agree. I feel like from what I've seen in MAL, and if I compare him to playing a CC gold lane and a traditional gold laner, I would much prefer the latter. I think on a traditional gold laner, he has much more to give. You get to contribute in your own way, right? It's not like you collapse if your jungler doesn't get off to a good start. And in this case, I feel like he's just put in a more awkward position.
Yeah, I think when Red Esports saw Vamos prioritize the Ling, they shifted gears to try and cheese it out by going for the Death Ball strat, which is known to be stronger in the earlier stages. But it's also a two-pronged strategy, because if you're not able to get that early game lead, you just completely give up any chance of winning due to the fact that the enemy team will always have better scaling than you.
I think it's just a very tough spot to be in, considering how far ahead Shibi is, and then you still have Smooth to contend with, right? You can see Iris, he is literally getting all these counter engages in whenever Team Vamos forces to fight, but his team just does not have the resources to follow up, and it really stings when you are in Iris's position.
It does. It really, really does. That's why these deathball compositions is very much, is your chemistry and coordination good? Let's give it up for our MVP from Team Vamos. No surprises here at the age of 21. It's GB.
GB on the Ling has always been a tale as old as time, a pair made in heaven. And you can see that his skills haven't deteriorated too much ever since the last tournament. Still very comfortable on this hero, able to farm quickly, able to get kills. Very clean with the Tempest of Blades, picking up all the swords as well. It is like art.
Yeah, I mean, he did, well, I think there's a video or something, but he did get into practicing a lot more assassins, right? I think Hayabusa was also one of the few on the list, a hero that he doesn't play as much, so I think the meta really forced him to adapt, and he's doing pretty well. Although I would say, though, I wonder what Smooth feels playing with a team that literally took the trophy away from them 2 seasons ago.
It's water under the bridge, right?
I'm pretty sure it is.
I mean, assuming that they win the upcoming championship.
You guys took my trophy, we'd better win one for me now, right?
He's the only one who's missing out on it. He's the only one with the blank card.
And he definitely deserves that. Looking at Chibi, a 94% kill participation and 942 GPM. Very high numbers overall considering the meta nowadays, showing that he was in his comfort zone for the majority of the game.
Very much in his comfort zone. Man, his GPM is still ridiculous every single time I see it. But I like the fact that instead of Endless Battle, he opted to go for the Thunderbelt, right? The extra health, the extra stats, and more importantly, the fact that he is so far ahead. He got this as a third item. He did not rush it as a first item. Third item and then start stacking it from that point onwards.
It's making sure that you can kind of survive until the end, right? You have some infinite scaling potential. You're already more than capable enough of handling your own. Now it's just to benefit your team in the long run.
Yeah, the behavior of the item means that if you don't get it as a first item, it usually loses a lot of its effectiveness. But when you're this far ahead, that you're comfortable going for that as a third item and it works out, you can see the gap that had formed between Vamos and Red Esports, as we can see here in the post-game statistics.
Honestly, just now we almost saw Chibi kind of take himself out thanks to hitting that vengeance. But I feel like I found the real reason that they could not take Chibi down.
Why?
Okay.
Are you ready?
All right.
No blade armor on Red.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
It all makes sense now. Dude, are you a tank main? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think so too. I myself find it crazy.
That's wild, dude.
As Yums once said, Thunderbelt.
Thunderbelt's pretty good.
In quotations, Thunderbelt. But yes, this has considerably short game overall, 13 minutes and 19 seconds. I definitely think that Red was on the cusp of maybe turning it around, because once they get the third items for a Deathball comp, that's pretty much as close to the cap that you can get. Everything else that you get on top of that is a very slight increase, a slight increment of power from that point onwards. But for the 16 score, you just can't keep up with the guy.
Yeah. And I think also the order of itemization also kind of affects how the deathball comp of Red Esports, right?
Yes.
We've seen examples. I believe it was Benny QT when he played the gold lane Roger. He takes Warcry, first item instantly into a Sky Piercer, right? And then you just roll from there. But in this case, it was the third item from Sensui. At that point, it was too late, right? You are already 8k behind.
Well, here's the thing. I think that Sensui was doing the right thing in this case, because again, when you are playing in the gold lane, you're looking to bully your opponent as the Roger. Here, it's different. You're looking to scale as quickly as possible, twice as fast as your opponent, but you're not out farming the Ling. And when you get into a 1v1 with the Ling, it's very dependent on who makes that first move. Like, who takes the most damage within a 0.5 of a second.
Yeah, that's another problem with this double fighter side lane type of composition, right? It means that your jungle is basically the hyper carry. They have to farm, they have to get items, they have to build the most scaling build they can possibly go for, which is why Sensui went for the Windtalker build instead of the build that would allow him to fight earlier, right? Because he knows he needs to scale into the late game to at least match up against Nets and Chibi. So if you're not able to get any sort of early lead, this entire composition just falls apart.
Yep. That's why it makes sense. I mean, if Sensui had that endless battle towards the end, well, good number of kills that he probably could have secured rather than just like keeping them at 1% with or without the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, he did miss out a few, even in the early game, right? Like,
Yeah.
a lot of close calls, but just, no cigar at the end. The key players, it's just all Team Vamos. Kind of what we expected.
I mean, we know Roger is a good finisher. He's a hero that can chain kills very well, especially with something like a Sky Piercer, but it requires the rest of the team to help in whittling down HP. That's why you see Vamos just taking all of the notable players. You see Vamos taking control of the gold graph, though it was actually pretty even up until that 6-minute point. So Red Esports can at least take solace in that.
Yeah, a lot of it just... Man, it's just that the rest of the team did not have a big injection of gold. They weren't able to create advantages on their own side lanes individually, which is technically hard to do when you are playing a double fighter lane. But hey, that's just what's the requirement of the comp. Whenever you do get a first push on your opponent as a death ball, you're immediately walking away from your lane. You're looking at, are there extra camps I can steal? Where exactly is the enemy jungle? And if I don't know where it is, I'll just walk into the jungle and find out.
It's also how you recover from a deficit, right? Something that I think Red Esports did make a couple of attempts to do. You can see the intention. Just unfortunately, it was not pulled off the way that we wanted it to, right? We see some disconnects, a bit of a, scattered engage, scattered fights here and there. And it's easy to point out, I think the weakest link, Nico, did need some adjustments going into game 2. But aside from that, we go back to the basics, right? Just don't play double fighter comps.
I agree. I think that, oh man, I do feel that Nico, unfortunately, needs to learn at this new environment that they're in. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, for now, we have an offstage segment as per usual with our wonderful host, Rose. So Rose, go ahead and take it away.
Hai guys, selamat kembali ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni kita ada legenda sebelah Rose, iaitu Solos, or otherwise known now as the owner of Team Vamos. First of all, hi Solos, long time no see, how are you?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, sehat. Okay, that's nice. So, Solos, kita ni tak suka goreng-goreng lah. Nak tanya terus, apa yang membuat Solos buat tim sendiri musim ini? Adakah sebab M6 dekat Malaysia ataupun nampak MSC Malaysia yang menang ada inspired sikit? Cuba cerita.
Okay, apa yang nak buat tim saya pun tak tahu lah. Cuma peluang tu ada, so saya ambil peluang tu dalam masa sama. MC pun ada kan, jadi why not kita cuba. So pada saya, untuk permulaan ni tak ada nak expect tinggi pun untuk tim, cuma harap dorang boleh buat yang terbaik, stay dekat playoff pun dah okey dah tu.
Stay di playoff pun dah okey lah. So you dah mention ini adalah musim pertama Team Vamos in MPL. Tapi kan, apa yang akan jadi kalau let's say Vamos dapat satu slot ke M6?
Kalau dapat rezeki, cuma saya beritahu dekat pemain, saya tak nak letakkan orang terlampau tinggi pressure kat orang. So pada saya, sebab ni pun tim baru, so saya tak minta banyak pun, just stay dekat playoff. Tapi kalau dapat pergi ke MC, bonus lah, rezeki lah.
Alright, we like that. Tak payah terlalu pressure dekat players. Okay, Solos, apa yang Solos nak sampaikan dekat fans, dekat players atas pentas tu? Cuba bagi sikit. Hari ni hari pertama.
Okay, so untuk player macam biasa buat terbaik. So untuk kepada yang datang hari ni, terima kasih sangat-sangat. So tak kisah daripada penyokong tim Vamos ataupun tim Re-Sport, sokonglah tim mana yang korang suka buat yang terbaik. Macam biasalah, kalau dalam permainan ni ada kalah menang, jadi mana yang kalah tu kita support dia, mana yang menang tu kita tak tahu je. Okay.
Alright guys, you guys heard it from the legenda himself, Solos. Terima kasih kepada Solos. Good luck on your next game. And with that, mari let's show it back to the panelists untuk start game kedua dalam Best of 3 series ni.
We have a legend in the building indeed. For those of you who didn't know, Solos was the owner of Team Vamos. Where have you been? And yeah, that's the case. It definitely is interesting to see a legend like him creating his own team, bringing players in, and seeing how far they can go.
I mean, it's a shocker, the fact that he's in the front row. The man is a legend for a reason. Every moment he is not streaming, he's technically losing money.
Yeah, I mean, people know him as the owner of Vamos. I know him as the first ever guy to buy a supercar in slippers.
Yes!
With
cold
hard
I
cash.
remember
And
that,
it made
yeah.
national news.
Oh, the classics. Always got to bring back the classics.
You're not a legend by doing things normally, right?
It's true. It's true. Well, let's get back on topic here. We got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to talk about this upcoming matchup here, and I'm expecting Red Esports to go to their namesake, go to Red side, and Nico, he's got to be careful because this is a completely new environment, and unfortunately, the hardest shift from Tier 2s to Tier 1s is always going to be that support role because they hold the most responsibility in the game.
Yeah, at a time where the meta is a lot more open for roamers in terms of hero pool, and at the same time, the most minute of mistakes, you get punished for it, right? You don't get the leeway of, oh no, I messed up, I get to walk away and do it again. Nope, doesn't happen here.
Yeah, I mean, the threshold is different. For a later, it's like, oh no, I make a silly mistake, I get a bad trade, I lose like 80% of my HP. You know, I can recover from that. I got a regenerate button. If you're a support, oh, I make a mistake, you're dead. That's the bottom line.
You're dead, your jungler's dead, you lose a turtle.
You lose a turtle, you lose like multiple things at once. Your life isn't only yours.
You lose your mortgage, everything just goes downhill.
My wife leaves me. They took the kids as well. I don't know how.
Yeah, you end up homeless on the side of the street. Someone walks up to you. How did this happen? I went too far into the turtle pit. But yeah, it is true. For the MAL players, this is a new environment. They gotta figure out how to keep their wits about them because I think a lot of that happened because they panicked a little bit. We saw Nico, we saw Tashi oftentimes using resources, their battle spells very, very early on, and almost feeling like there was something above their heads constantly telling them, make a play, you have to do something right now. They need to be able to relax a little bit.
They gotta chill, but then again, they could be learning from example, right? After seeing Chibi just deciding to use his ult on a beetle camp, right? At that point, nothing's off the table. They're like, okay, guys, if he can do it, we can do it too.
Yeah, if he's willing to do that in front of Red Esports, you know.
That is true.
And still not get the beetle.
And still not get the beetle, and then gets a triple kill at the turtle.
You know what? Maybe Chibi's just afraid of bugs, right?
that was the problem.
He saw the bug and then he just jumped onto the nearest shelf, you know? But anyway, we're gonna go into the draft phase for game number 2. Can the rookies from Red Esports show us their potential against Team Vamos?
Yeah, give him red side, right? Red side, you get a lot more freedom in terms of draft. Well, no, they get
You're
blue
trolling.
side. Wait, they pick blue side?
You're trolling. No, what? Why? Why blue side?
Next season, they're gonna be blue esports.
It had to be a very good explanation for this.
There better be a good explanation. I'm upset. Now, first of all, why blue side? I'm only going to assume that they want to try and pull off this death ball comp one more time. If not, why else stick on blue?
I suppose you could try. I mean, it's week 1, right? Like some teams.
Hey man, these are MAL players who are probably not going to get a chance after this.
You gotta understand, they play way more games in ML than MPL.
That's also a good point. That's a good point.
And if you're going on blue side, it means that there's like one particular hero that you really, really want. I don't really feel like Roger was it. I think Sensui had a lot of difficulty because the setup wasn't really there. So I don't know. I also am wondering why they didn't switch sides.
I mean, unless they open Phobius and somehow
that
it's
is fair.
They should. They really should, honestly.
Yeah, they banned the Ling out.
That probably wasn't necessary. Actually, then again, the new revamp Phobius works a little different now. It's not like you can just like, oh, someone dash, I can just like, demonic force, I can press it anywhere. You have to mark the guy now.
Yeah, you have to label him a sinner.
Shame. I can't wait until we have a collaboration with Game of Thrones. That'll be literally perfect.
Man, that would be something else, alright. But if they're banning Ling, Red Esports probably wants to contest Hylos and Phobius. Is what makes the most sense to me, or they want to go for Zask immediately?
You just ban Phobius. Call it a day, ban Phobius,
I think they ban
right?
Phobius here.
But if they ban Phobius, they don't really have anything to deal with Hylos. Okay.
So they ban Hylos.
I feel like Hylos is a little bit more manageable overall because he kind of just runs at you. It's not like he's like, oh, I run at you, but if you hit me, I have a parry mechanic. Or
It's
like
not like
something
Beleric,
crazy.
you know?
Yeah.
True.
It's not nothing crazy or anything.
He's a
like
horse,
that.
not a tree.
Trees better than horses, confirmed. Red Esports, now with that first pick here, this is where it's going to get interesting. What you going to do with this one?
You better make something good out of it. Yeah, Phobius.
Yeah.
Probius? Okay.
Kind of seen this coming, right?
If it wasn't Phobius, they'd be trolling.
Now,
now the Roger goes through.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would imagine that Nets would want to pick up Roger, but I'm curious to see whether Chibi is going to ego challenge him. He's like, oh, Phobius? All right, I'm going to still pick Hayabusa anyways.
Or pick Nolan.
Or Nolan, make the challenge on hard difficulty.
Yeah. Well, so they take the Zask and the Edith, which I'm fine with.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Zask still probably the premier mid lane pick right now, and Edith very open, still has 100% win rate outside of that first game, so should be pretty good.
You know, I wouldn't mind if Red goes back to that Vexana. I think it's okay, it's decent. You know how Dinesh has piloted that hero. I guess that potential Sensui Roger again, but they pivot towards the Faramis this time.
Whoa! This one's more interesting. They take Alpha as a response to it. Okay, I can appreciate that. All right. I think... Oh no, they're already done with the very first phase. Oh man, I really hope Red Esports considers big AoEs, banning out big AoEs, or even supports that could fall into that category. Yes, we do see the Alpha. Yes, we do see the Edith. Edith can be flexed up, but Minotaur could be an even bigger problem.
Yeah, things like Minotaur or Tigreal, we already know that Zorn does play them. If you're playing the Netherrealm, you want to make sure you don't give the opponent... Oh, interesting. Vamos are the ones who ban it.
Red might even consider banning out the Kufra once, you know? Like, Kufra, I feel like, could be an option. Unless Zorn plays the Edith, it's still a flex. I can see that happening. But if you really want to be safe, the Kufra ban wouldn't be too bad. Defend the Natan instead.
I guess that's fine.
Is Red like reading into it? It's like, guys, they're banning out the heroes we want to get rid of anyways. We get a free ban.
Could be interesting.
Why is Vamos the one banning it?
They're banning it. What is the plan here? Hold on.
I have a feeling it's going to be Zorn Edith at this point.
What?
They could.
It has to be.
Yeah. And then they pick the.
Unless they
Ruby,
just want to.
and then it's Zorn Ruby.
It could be.
The thing is, anything's possible.
To be
right?
fair, like Arlott is still. I mean, Cho is still. I don't see a reason for Cho, but you never know.
I think the Arlott makes a little bit more sense if that's what they were trying to set up for. I do think that the Kufra is like okay, but I feel like I want to see one more pick from Red before that happens.
Okay, so it's a Lolita ban. Who did they keep for last? Like, you probably pick the gold laner here.
I agree, yeah.
Harith is banned
Unless
now.
they really want to make sure that their gold lane wins, which I don't think is too necessary. I think Nets is able to farm pretty alright regardless.
I mean, he went even against the CC lane, so I wouldn't imagine that it's too difficult for him. If they've done their homework, they probably lock into Moskov. If not, it's just going to be like Claude.
Oh,
Kufra!
so
So they're going to reveal it!
Wow. I legitimately thought they would put it last.
I thought they were going to put it last too. I was on the same wavelength as you just now. But,
Wait,
well,
if they ban the Lolita, this could be a Tashi Moskov.
That's what I would imagine. That's why I was thinking like, okay, Vamos maybe have done their homework or something like that, right? There's got to be some direction here. So that's just for their gold lane, right? Wait, hold on. Is there... Because Roger is a flex, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Most likely, I think it will still be jungle.
It might just deathball hit again.
I think it's better to keep Roger in the jungle right now because looking at the comp of Vamos, there's not a lot of heroes that you can quote-unquote assassinate if you do get something like a Fanny or even if you do decide to get a Hayabusa. Both
you could take Ruby actually. Oh man.
Again?
So we're going back to the same thing.
Except with Faramis.
Honestly, I would much prefer the Ruby go, but although it's not in season right now.
I mean, it's against the Kufra though.
Wait,
that's
who's
the
the Rome? Which one of these three?
Wait.
Rome.
Wait.
It's Terizla Rome.
You know what? Faramis, Rome, Terizla mid.
Terizla gets the mid?
Yeah, you haven't seen nothing yet.
Look,
Wait,
Which was
which
team that
team
played
was?
Turkey?
Yeah, that's
Hey,
what
this
I
ain't
suddenly
Turkey.
remembered.
This ain't Turkey. The Thorn Queen ain't here. Rosa ain't playing.
Yes, yes.
Fireflux ain't in this region, man. Gotta calm it down.
Hey, Fireflux did kick our butt once.
They did.
Charisma mid was a thing.
It was a thing.
Ooh, I like
Wow.
Smart.
Wow, good
that.
luck
That
playing
is so
C.
good.
Well done.
How do you get close to?
You can.
Wait, is this really Terizla roam?
It is. It is a thing. Like, genuinely, there have been Terizla roams in other MPL. I am not kidding.
Wait, where?
I forgot. But there have been.
Oh god.
Well, let's see what happens here. Looks like Red Esports are going to be sticking with their aggressive double fighter side lane draft. If they're able to clean up their act a little bit, there is still potential. And now they have NetherRealm to give them extra HP. But Vamos have counterpicked this incredibly well. Will this be a clean sweep, or will the rookies show us that they've come to play?
Man, the last hero I would expect Nico to play is definitely a Terizla, but I suppose margins of error more or less compared to the Edith. Game 2 on underway. Team Vamos against Red Esports. Game 1 didn't look good. We'll see if this unorthodox comp will work out.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think that definitely this Terizla roam is surprising, but there are benefits to it where you can kind of throw out your abilities and you don't get punished for it as hard as the Edith does, right? It's not like a mega cooldown that everybody is like paying attention to, but it also provides a lot of wave clear. It provides a lot of high base damages early on into the game.
I do have to say though, you are playing into Melissa, especially the alpha, right? Like it eats right through you. If you're a roam, you don't get too much liberty of getting items early on as well.
Well, it's true, but at the very least, you're able to actually start big, quote-unquote, start fights, right? And I think they needed somebody expandable to do that. Man, this Litho fight is is getting a lot more bloody than it should be, technically. They should just give this up. The jungler isn't even there.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the alpha wants, just give it.
Yeah, just give it to him. Unless you've got a man advantage this early on into the game, you probably don't want to touch him for the time being.
Like, we all know how dangerous alpha can be in the initial stages with that passive. True damage is no joke. So Red Esports are not going to be able to contest that for now. That first hurdle going to be important. They actually do have fighting potential again because it is their double fighter side lane. But if they fall behind, we know what happens.
Hey, look at the priority in the mid side. That is going to be Nico going down for sure. First blood for Chibi again. Insane first blood race, and Sui couldn't get the jump onto Zorn. Have to settle for a retreat.
Man, the bounce so close yet so very far. Yeah, Red Esports, it's clear they don't have the foresight, right? They know, they spotted out where not only Zorn was, but they knew where Chibi was at that point of time. And they're assuming, hey, he's gonna go back into his own jungle. He's probably gonna take the core ball clamp and then make his way over to his orange buff, right? But again, after Litho Wanderer, especially within a 12-second period, you gotta either A, open up that map, or man-to-man defense.
It doesn't really seem like Nico is providing enough information in that roam position, and nowadays that is super important. Ambushes happen so easily and so quickly, which we've already observed. Zorn gonna be zoning out so that Vamos can take the turtle. But Red Esports are here.
I don't think you should do it, right?
Yeah.
Just I don't think you should fight. Nico's not even 4 yet.
Just give it. Just give it. You can poke around, that's totally fine, but don't lose EXP and don't lose free gold just to stick around and show presence.
Honestly, even if they fight it, they won't have the damage. Not without Sensui. And I don't think Sensui wants to fight right now. He wants to come online as fast as possible.
Well, then again, you do it. That's why they had the Terizla, right?
Yeah, I mean, but no.
They needed to judge the situation faster. Oh,
Tashi is going to be nailed down. It's just, wow. What do you do?
Wait.
What do you do in that position?
That's just completely cancelled out Vengeance with Inspire.
Nicely done.
That is insane. Absolutely just nailed to the wall.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Pushes him right.
That's a feels bad, yeah. Ready? It doesn't feel like they're making decisions quick enough, and at the same time, they're also not working with enough information. So they're just always going to be like multiple steps behind Team Vamos. Iris, I don't know about this.
He can survive.
No, he's dead. So dead.
God, no.
No, not in that situation.
Okay, I stand corrected. He can buy a lot of time.
I mean, he did pop Vengeance, but you know.
It's not gonna help you much against an alpha though, that's the thing.
I mean, I was expecting Dinesh to actually try and rotate up after that initial push rather than try to farm like turret plating. And maybe even Sensui could like show presence as well, right? But I think, you know, the big kicker would have been Dinesh. As soon as Dinesh shows up, I think that Team Vamos would calm down for a little bit just to see whether or not he pops the ult.
I mean, if you want to push, you need Sensui to push, and if Sensui is not there, you just don't, I suppose. This could be round 2
man,
though.
that connects.
And the flip, Iris, this time, ultimate, yeah, there's it. 1 Infernal Pursuit is all he gets.
Jump!
Oh, that's number 2. Yeah.
2 is the magic
Pretty
number.
generous. Pretty generous.
Pretty generous. They allowed him to get 2 this time round. But once again, they're sacrificing the top side of the map, the entirety of the top side. Wait, hold on.
Sensui's gonna die, actually. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's bad.
That, honestly, man, why is he even there?
Guys,
I think maybe he wanted to cover for the wave, but Smooth is like, nah, I knew you were in the area. I knew you were in the area, and Alpha is walking into my Tribe Rush right now, so it's like, there's no way.
So basically, he didn't Sensui then.
Yeah, but someone didn't make the comms, you know.
And I hate to have to say it, guys, but I feel like the game is already over. It doesn't really feel like the players on red are equipped for this.
No, not yet. Not until first item. Not until first item. We need to see a whole bunch of war axes to come out before we actually... Wait, what the heck is Nico building?
Yeah,
Thunderbelt? No.
No, you don't take expert gloves for Thunderbelt, right? So it's Sky Piercer, Winter Crown, and Fleeting Time. But
is he trying to go Fleeting Time?
Honestly, all 3 are poor choices, but I don't know which one is the best out of the worst. And that's going to be NetherRealm out, and Iris in the midst of things, and that's already 2 dead already. It is done though.
Yo, NetherRealm did nothing there. It just basically didn't exist. Team Vamos are in total dominance of game 2.
I just want to stick around to find out what Nico is building. That's all I want to know.
That's what I'm curious too. Man, Chibi just blew right through their temp HP. All 3 of them in a single sweep. That is nasty.
Man, at this point, Nico is gonna need to take a loan before we can see what he actually is building.
Yeah, man.
They're not getting money.
They're not getting a lot of money, and I think a lot of it just comes down to like the way Warlord is zoning them out, on top of the fact that GB is such a huge driving force at this stage of the game. It's 6 minutes in, he's already done with his first couple of items, and now he can basically just snowball out of control. At level 12, his ult is like what? 13, 14 seconds at that point? Like roughly 15 seconds depending on your CDR.
You can spam it all the time with no problem. That's how the Alpha ult does work in the end. Red Esports, I don't really know what they can do at this stage. They don't even really have the best setup now that Nico is this far behind.
You know what? I kind of feel like Winter Crown is probably the best choice out of whatever item Expert Gloves builds into. Can't say for Sensui though. He's gonna get out.
Save!
Whoa!
Okay!
What a dodge for Sensui!
Save! Team play!
Yeah, Nico gotta run. That's
here comes Warlord.
Warlord, please!
Okay! That is not too bad!
No, wait,
Nico,
no,
run,
away from it!
run.
Oh my goodness! Dude, if Nico died to the burn, oh my goodness, I'd be furious at my mid laner.
You know what? It's not that bad, all things considered.
They had to use so many resources just to run away, though. That's the thing.
Hey, it's an expensive insurance policies, right? Those don't go for cheap these days.
That's true.
That's going to be able to take that turtle for free. Man, I keep forgetting. It's so early on into the
Yeah,
game.
it was like, what? It's only 7 minutes?
It's 7 minutes. They're already 7k ahead. Like, all their outer turrets are basically gone. And the fact that there's... Even sieging is such a problem for Red Esports. When you have Zos, and especially when you have Zorn on a Kufra on a hard engager, it's so dangerous to walk up to your turret.
Man, they can't even start a fight because NetherRealm is on cooldown, right? So early into the game.
Yeah, looking at the gold distribution, Nat's at 6.4k, Tashi just reaching 4k himself, so a whole 2k gold behind his opposing gold laner on a fighter gold lane, mind you. So this is not a good situation. Okay, looks like Nico did go for Queen's Wings as the first item.
Ah, that as well. I completely forgot you built into Queen's Wings.
Yes. I don't know, maybe Winter Crown might have been the better option at this point, considering like how dangerous Team Vamos is going to be anyways. But hey, look, he needs to survive as long as possible. In terms of damage dealt, no surprise that both Warlord and Chief.
Oh, there it is.
The Flying V formation!
Even in a new team, it's still the same old thing.
Hey, they're
No,
just
question
fighting
is,
ducks, my friend.
Which one is the Black Falcon?
hey, playing dangerous game here.
All right.
Oh, wait, the conceal.
And that's the Alpha sweeping 2 into the air. This could be Tashi going up for sure. They gotta give him away. Nothing much can be done about that one. Almost just steamroll through. Lord isn't even up yet, but this might be first inhibitor. Gone, getting the push back, and it's a knockoff follow. Narish could even hop into the air. No Infernal Pursuit for him. Vamos cracks open the mid inhibitor. This could be an endgame angle. Nico, even with the Queen's Wings, will not survive. Team Vamos almost having a chance to end the game, but with the minion waves coming in, it might be an opportunity, but they decide they're gonna play it safe, play for the Lord.
Dude, Zorn is bullying Nish with just this passive.
He actually is. Like, Vamos just looks so comfortable. 10k lead, not even 10 minutes in. Zorn just has to stand outside their base. They have so much utility that they can move Red Esports more than Red Esports can move themselves. It is so difficult right now, and very unlikely, I feel, for Red Esports to really do anything in this position.
Hey man, that's what they opted for. They're like, yeah, let's go for a deathball composition without being able to create any leads or any advantages in any of my lanes.
Sensui just got a Sky Piercer.
Yeah, I mean,
nice.
You have to imagine what Sensui is feeling right now. Like 4 of his teammates are getting ran at, and he's just trying to survive.
I think that at this point, right, when you are a jungler that needs to be able to hard carry your team, I think building full damage and even getting a Sky Piercer is totally fine, even if you have no stacks, because there's always that possibility that if things really go wrong for Team Vamos, at least you can get a couple of executions.
Fair.
We'll see if he even gets the chance to do so. Nico, that's penalty zone, and saved by the net around temporarily, only to get just eviscerated by Ness. That's vengeance out for Tashi. Iris goes down. Team Vamos not giving any breathing room for Red Esports, and it's a 2-0 easily claimed by Team Vamos.
Avert your eyes, children, because this game was rated R for Red Esports, getting wrecked by Team Vamos as they put them in their place and secure a 2-0 victory.
Oh, really dominating. Really dominating. Red Esports are going to have to hit the drawing board back. I mean, I can't even give them like a rating in terms of overall skill. We didn't get to see enough of them because these matches are quick.
Well, let's go ahead and let the host figure that out for us. Rose, what you got?
Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Vamos. 2 berbalas 0, 3 mata penuh. Guys, please give Vamos a round of applause. Hello, ni semua malu nak ke depan. Semua jauh pula tu. Apa kata sini sikit, kan?
Okay, Warlord.
Let's move here. Okay, let's start with Warlord. Warlord, selamat kembali ke MPL MY. Welcome back.
Ya.
Okay, Warlord. Rindu Malaysia ke? Rindu Malaysia.
Betul.
So, kenapa Warlord buat decision nak balik ke MPL MY?
Sebab nak setim sama Chibi Sonage.
Oh, sebab nak setim dengan Chibi. Okay tak main dengan dia sekali lagi? Okay. Dia selalu marah tak?
Tak. Dia yang berundal seorang.
Siapa yang selalu marah?
Bani.
Oh. Okay. Dia cakap Bani. Orang yang tak ada atas pentas tu yang dia cakap selalu marah dia. Okay, apa kata kita bagi ke Zorn pula? Wish. Okay, Zorn. Nets ni suka campur orang nanti dia. Okay, so Zorn, kita tahu Zorn has championship under your name dah. Pernah juara dengan like I guess I could say 80% of the lineup masa season 11 kan? Betul. Adakah you rasa season ni ada bau-bau boleh mendapatkan balik title juara itu?
Semestinya lah dengan kita orang punya persediaan kali ni untuk season ni, rasanya kita orang tetap akan cuba untuk menjadi juara lagi.
Alright. Solo cakap tadi no pressure on the team, but kita nampak the players are ready to snatch their second championship. Okay guys, so I nak tanya audience dekat MBSJ, siapa yang sepatutnya jadi MVP perlawanan ini? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. Teng, 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 teng. Mana? Chibi. Okay. Yes, Chibi. Season baru, team baru. Senang je. You expect ke menang 2-0 macam ni?
Sebenarnya kita orang tak expect pun sebab kita orang ni tim baru, so kita orang mula dengan nafas baru je lah.
I see. Okay. Apa yang goal sebenar Chibi untuk musim ini? Sebab tadi Solus cakap no pressure on the team. Korang secure your playoff slot pun dia dah happy.
Kalau goals kita orang semestinya champion lah. Sebab season ni M6 lah. M6. So kita orang fokus untuk ke M6.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chibi. Can we talk to Smooth? Okay, Smooth. I rasa ni ramai orang tunggu dia cakap kan. Okay, Smooth. First of all, how does it feel like playing with your new team?
Main dengan diorang ni no pressure. Pasal vibe dia layan lah. Sebab diorang jenis orang yang tak tahu nak cakap macam mana. Tapi
Fun,
sama.
best.
Fun.
Best. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we love that. Okay, sebelum we throw it and we end it since fast game, Nets. Okay, Nets, Melayu Melayu. Pegang mic. Okay, Nets. Apa Nets nak cakap dekat fans yang datang ke stadium hari ni?
Terima kasih datang sini, Vamos fans. Next minggu lagi.
Minggu depan.
Minggu depan lagi.
Alright. Terima kasih kepada Vamos and once again, congratulations. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Dia ni nak je bagi mic dekat I. Alright guys. Hari pertama perlawanan kedua. 2-0, mata penuh untuk Vamos. But there will be another match after this. Sebelum tu, mari kita dengar mic check pasukan Vamos.
Sabar.
Kawan.
Start.
Aku tahan. Nice guys.
Nice guys.
Bigger.
Dah.
Tapi. Keluar.
Nice. Bawa.
Oi, pede.
Jaga tu. Jaga.
Lari dia.
Kontos lah. Alhamdulillah.
Dapat satu.
Kau ambil bonus. Kita total guys. Nanti guys. Ini guys. Ora.
Nice guys.
Nice.
Boom. Rata. Dia dalam bencana. XO. Uish, sekarangnya bang.
Jom.
Dia spell Vengeance. Faham?
Retri ya.
Ui, macam Akai tau, macam Akai.
Don't naik Sam.
Party guys.
Party.
Jangan mati. Bunuh lu. Hero lu. Nice.
Smooth said that this team is fun, that he is enjoying his time here. And from that mic check, it certainly seems to be the case. Team Vamos just having a very chill game overall. No stress seems to not be a challenge at all for them. And unfortunately for Red Esports, they just didn't seem equipped to deal with them.
I hate to say this, that doesn't feel remotely close, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Game 1 was closer than Game 2 was, and even Game 1 was a stretch.
It is a little bit of a stretch. I mean, when we look at the highlights, we can definitely see just the lack of foresight coming in from from Red Esports. I think that's the clearest part. As much as Sensui needs to communicate, he can't micromanage everybody in the team, and I think there's a certain degree of foundations you need to be able to play MLBB at a very, very high competitive level.
The problem with a draft like this is that it doesn't really work with Iris and Sensui having the experience in MPL to maybe direct the team, because the EXP laner is usually going to be a bit disconnected from the rest of the map, and we can see that Sensui is put in a position where he has the Piper farm and basically not really participate in team fights, thereby leaving a lot of the MAL players to fend for themselves, and we can see a lot of disconnect in their positioning. They're taking fights where no fight is necessary, getting caught out on their own, and Team Vamos just had such a massive lead.
And you know, now that I look back at it, it got me thinking. man, you pick blue side on the second game to take the Phobias, but then you run Terizla roam.
Yep. It's there's a lot of things that could have been done better, and I think that's the thing that takes me away out of this. This breaks my personal immersion of the competitive scene, right? You see a person like GB coming out with an 885 GPM, which is, again, I was expecting it to be closer to 900, funnily enough, so that already ruined my day. On top of the fact that, yes, you do decide to choose blue side, but then you opt to still go for a deathball comp once again after seeing it in game number 1 not doing too well. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make sense to me either watching them play. You go for a death ball comp, should be very good at fighting early, then you let your jungler just hyper farm. And the rest of the team doesn't seem to have a direction. You're not really aggroing. I can understand that maybe you want to respect Team Vamos, but you're not making anything happen. You're just reacting.
It's good to see that the junglers are the cornerstones of the team now, right? I mean, Sensui, he's given whatever he wants. Game 1 MVP was Sakai's, and now it's Chibi. Both premier junglers, I say, probably the closest in terms of the skill ceiling, but in this game, it's just 13-0 flawless. I don't see a way out for Red, honestly.
Yeah, I don't see too many ways out for Red. I think it definitely just boiled down to how the early game was played. I was expecting Nico to just be like showing up in weird places on the map to catch Vamos off guard when it comes down to a random gank, because even at level 1, Terizla does a lot of damage. So why was that not abused rather than, I'm going to make you sit in the mid lane with the farmers and not move out of the lane?
It's so weird, because yeah, when you go for Terizla roam, he really should be causing havoc across the map. Now, he's not going to be able to invade jungle because the alpha was already picked up, so picking into that already limits some of his viability. Then not allowing him to gank the side lanes to maybe give Iris and Tashi a better time was also a weird choice. Like, we basically didn't see Nico in the game until he got killed. And that's not what should be happening with the Terizla roam.
Yeah.
In fact, I do wonder what was Coach Bam's kind of idea coming in with the draft, right? Like how much, how was the comms during the pick phase? Yeah, to get to this point, right? To run Terizla CC final 2 picks, like someone must have decided that. But you know, thankfully it's week 1. They have time to work on it, and it's fair to say this is not the full lineup yet.
Yeah, it's not the full lineup yet, which is why I'm a little sad, right? I really wanted to see whether these MAL players had what it takes to actually play with some of the big dogs here at MPL. And right now, this is not the best showing because we didn't even get to see the full extent or even the hero pool of these players as often. Like Tashi, you're mentioning how insane some of these plays were during the MAL when he plays Moscow. He's got 2 games of CC. Like, that is so sad.
It's so strange to consider. If they're going for more of a farming draft, then give him a marksman as well. Then you can at least have someone scaling up for that mid game. Instead, they go all in on fighting. Like, maybe they think, oh, we want to try cheesing out Vamos a little bit, but even that's not working. You should realize that after game 1.
You know what? Flashback to Barracuda from last season. Second half of the season. Exactly like that.
It was a different time. It was like they just make Zobs play Ruby one more time. It'll be different this time, I swear.
Even then, there were moments of brilliance from there, right? Yeah, it wasn't the most consistent, but you could see that they were doing something from time to time. Here, you can really tell that there's a huge gulf between the MPL and MAL players, which is a bit unfortunate to acknowledge, but hopefully they'll be able to get the experience they need and that this will be a wake-up call for them.
I mean, the nerves are definitely going to strike you right after that game. But good to see that they were still in good spirits prior to game 2, but I'm not sure how it's going to sound inside the booth afterwards.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a bad round of scrims, and they're like, you know what? Let's go to our comfort. What are we comfortable with? And it could be a deathball comp, right? It could have just been as simple as that. It's tough to say, but I'm going to reserve my opinions on Red Esports for now because I definitely think that there's more to this team than what is being shown on the surface.
I agree. Very interested to see what the player lineup will be starting from week 2. But for now, GB gonna have the highest GPM once again, 829, as well as highest damage overall. Nico, unfortunately, was caught out every single time. For the second game in a row, So a rough time to be a roamer in this meta. And Smooth getting those 10 total assists.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I stand corrected, right? I thought that the margin of error is smaller on Terizla. Apparently, I prefer the ADF a bit more.
Yeah, it's just way more than I initially thought. Yeah, it's just, there's just too many consequences when you are playing as a support. Your job is so very important, which makes my blood boil when you go into a rank, you see people just not doing the job, right?
I mean, you see the dominoes fall really fast.
Yeah,
like,
right?
It gets out of control.
It's rough, but it is something that must be acknowledged. Now here we have another graphic, the KDA map, showing where Chibi was getting his kills throughout the game.
It starts off all the way at the top, right? Getting kills off of Phoveus. This is between the 3rd minute all the way to 10 minutes, right? So we get to see everything. We get to see Nico disrespecting a lot of the space that a lot of the space of Vamos' territory, and that's when Chibi's like, no more. I got true damage. I've also got Zorn to capitalize on the majority of his kills, and that's why you're seeing the majority of these kills are actually happening towards the top side of the map before they started to bleed it into the mid lane.
And also, it's within a span of like almost close to 8 minutes, right? And 4 out of the 5 deaths that Iris has was from Chibi as a result of Chibi.
Dang, it's like the whole game.
Basically. Iris was being hard targeted. Vamos understanding that he's one of the major threats because the other players having difficulty adjusting to MPL. Once Iris was taken off the table, it was even more difficult and unlikely for Sensui alone to make anything happen. And I do kind of want to question Sensui's pathing as well. I feel like he was farming a little bit too hard sometimes. When you have a draft like this, you should be playing towards your side lane somewhat. So, like, we saw Chibi immediately gank early on the alpha. Like, we saw none of that from the Roger.
Well, who's gonna set up for him?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Because CC gonna set CC, set this kill up for me, man, please.
I feel like at one point they just all agree that Sensui shouldn't join. There's no point
until he gets like endless battle. Then it makes sense, right? Because then at least he's got like the oomph to actually get through people. But let's look at the standings right now, because after that match, Team Ramos shoot up with a 2-0, allowing them to get 1 extra point over SRG, putting them at the top of the list.
And unfortunately, Red Esports are losing 0-2, going to find themselves at the very bottom in 10th place. There's still plenty of weeks here in Season 14, so plenty of time for these teams to get points and rearrange things, because we have to remember the bottom 2 are at risk of relegation.
And we just don't give us the team secret treatment, right? That's all I ask for, right? You know, you get a poor season, you go down, you come back up. Not a good start for sure, but again, like Gideon said, I'm going to reserve my opinions. I think when maybe week 2, week 3, when the transfer window opens and, you know, the big boys roll in, maybe that's where we get to see where it stands.
Yeah, that's where we'll really get to see their true potential. For now, though, that's the end of our second match. But don't worry, we still have one more to end the day. The first day of MPL MY Season 14 already kicking off to a very, very interesting start. And I hope that you guys continue sticking with us until then. For now, we're gonna jump to a short break. When we come back, the last match to close out the day. You'll wanna get your popcorn for this one. See you guys then.
jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian imaji termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, 5 lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm in the dirt.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Here, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Kisah jago suka nak apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey.
kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton and KPRJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and
It's only the first day of MPL Malaysia Season 14, and yet we've already been treated to some very different matches right here. And I'm very curious about how the last one will go. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to join us for the final match of the day. My name is Stafa. Once again, joining me is going to be Husky as well as Gideon. And I guess I'm just going to open the floor. Has day one gone the way you guys were thinking?
Yes and no, and in a good way, right? For example, first series didn't go according to my expectations, but man, good to see Homeboy's new look come out strong. Series 2, 100%. Vamos steamrolling Red, but in that fashion, I think that's what I didn't expect. I expected Red to put up a bit more fight.
My predictions are pretty much 1-1 right now. This is the tiebreaker. This best of 3 series is the tiebreaker for me today, right? Because again, both of these teams, I don't know how well it's going to go. I don't know how strong these players are going to come off, especially in this particular format. We'll show you guys in a little bit, don't worry. But it's one way or another, I feel like it should be okay. It should go in one team's favor more than the other. That's all I'm gonna say.
I see. Okay, I just gotta ask a very quick question. You're 1-1. Who are you predicting for this last one?
For this match, I'm guessing that the Niners are gonna take it away. That's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, I'll go with the Niners.
Okay.
In fact, just my purely first impression, right? I'm expecting a 2-0 from the Niners. Just first impression, looking at the lineup, looking at the kind of the track record of some of these players, I expect a 2-0 for the Niners, but I'm always open to be proven wrong. I always say there are some power transfers, right? Like Loliao, for example, that one was the prime acquisitions for the Niners.
Niners definitely have some interesting questions for them because, yeah, they have gotten some very interesting transfers so far. So hopefully we'll get to see them perform. Team Ray, of course, these are all great teams. And we are going to take the opportunity as well to give you a bit of a shout out because the brand new hero is going to be coming very, very soon on the 21st of September. Be prepared to be introduced to the Mask of the Immortal Suyo.
And I know, from appearance, he looks like he has style, right? Something that I think we could all use, and JD gives us that opportunity to up our style.
That is true, that is true.
It is true. And also, I mean, after looking at their, well, quote-unquote, it's not really like a reveal, but their teaser for it, he's jacked. He's so jacked.
Super jacked.
He is the most visually impressive hero that I've seen so far coming out from Munton's side, which is a good sign.
Yeah, if he was wearing JD, it'd be even better, you know? So you guys can up your game with JD, of course. But the last match of the day will be coming up. Before we jump into that game, we'll talk about the current standings with Team Vamos, who just won a game 2-0 versus Red Esports, currently topping the charts.
But I would say that, you know, for viewers out there, they want to use this as a direct comparison that, oh, Vamos is going to kick SRG's butt. You got to look at the team that they went up against, right? SRG definitely have a slightly tougher matchup against Homeboys that went the distance, whereas Vamos kind of got the easier end of the bargain. So we can only come to that conclusion when the season progresses. But for now, I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
Hey, use my method. Wait till week 3. Week 3 is a very good indicator of where the teams are currently at in terms of their overall performance, and I think you'll get a better understanding of what's going on here at the Malaysian leagues here at the MPL. Competitive MLBB, I would say maybe even week 4 if you want to be a little bit more generous.
Yeah, that's usually around the last timing where you can really buckle up if you haven't been doing too well until then. We saw last season it was Niners actually who unfortunately didn't really find a streak of success until the very last couple of weeks, which was already too late. Therefore, we gotta make sure that everything goes smoothly here for every single one of these players. And speaking of, let's start with the JP Niners.
Which is pretty crazy because right now JP Niners, they brought in Rasi, they have Lo Liao and Zach QT, 3 of the transfers. I mean, Ye 3 still in the XP lane and Max as the starting jungler, right? Compared to last season where he came in during the transfer window and Malvis was playing kind of the first 2 weeks, now you have Max as the main face.
Hey, you gotta say it right. It's Max brought to you by JDSports.my,
But
right?
yeah, maximize your style and potential in-game.
Sorry to our sponsors out there. Just gotta make sure we're getting it right. But their opponents this time around, I'm a little like, I don't know how to feel about this because this is Team Ray. It's AJ, Eevee, Kids, Virgie, and as well as Trap. We know Eevee, AJ, and as well as Trap, all 3 of them previously known to be playing as a dedicated trio. With the additions of Kids and as well as Virgie, does this change the dynamic of the team? Does it make them better or worse?
You gotta say it right. It's Kids brought to you by
Public sorry.
Game.
Yeah,
my bad. Yeah. I can't even follow my own rules. Darn it, my bad, sponsor.
But yeah, this is an interesting lineup because the AJ Eevee pair were with Barracuda previously. They were kind of alright, but didn't exactly perform the best. And now you've got players from Alter Ego joining in on them as well, which is going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah, even the coach is from Alter Ego, right? So you have some semblance of MPL Indonesia in Team Ray alongside with the usual trio that we see. We'll see if this kind of pans out because Gideon did point out at the start of the day that when we first integrated imports, Indonesian players feel like kind of an easier choice, right? Due to the language similarities we have.
Top commodities.
Well, without further ado, the third match is about to begin. So let us go ahead and welcome the players from both teams up onto the stage.
JP Niners.
After a disappointing performance last season, the winds of change have swept through. Determined to turn the tide, they've revamped their roster, bringing in elite talent with their sights set at securing a spot at M6. Can they rise to the occasion? Get ready for greatness! Give it up for JP Niners!
Team Ray.
Entering the season under a bold new rebrand, they are ready to shake up the battlefield. seasoned veterans reunited once more alongside two Indonesian players. Prepare for dominance. Let's welcome Team Ray! And of course, we can't forget the coach and analysts of the two teams, along with our head of League Ops, Franklin, ensuring fair play and professional integrity. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship. This is MPL MY Season 14.
Gotta love the vibes. I just want to get this out of my system right off the bat. Team Ray's jersey, the whole set caught my attention because it's exactly what it would look like if the Lion dancers have their outfit in purple.
That is so specific,
dude,
and yet I can see it.
That is the most Type C joke I've ever heard in my life. That's the most Type C reference, brother. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. But yes, I do think that overall the team, they're looking good. I think the new merch coming in from the JP Niners are looking kind of fire. Last season, I was on the fence, but this season, I think they kind of hit the mark on this one.
I kind of want one of those jackets. That is looking very nice right there, and hopefully their style outside the game will bring them style inside the game, because JP Niners is one of the teams that I actually felt like did deserve a spot in the playoffs last season, but unfortunately reached that point a bit too late to get the points needed for it.
Yeah, which is the complete opposite of Team Ray when they were called Barracuda, right? Like good start and then a sloppy finish. For JP Niners, they had a very rocky start, but then they finished in an indecent position, right? 7th and 8th spot, missing out playoffs but not getting relegated, and also beating teams like Todak at one point.
Not only that, we asked Antagonist from the Niners, why did they acquire Zach QT? As we recall, he used to be an SRG. He mentioned in Season 12 he was top 3. I saw his gameplay can go far and just needed a bit of a touch-up. And before they approached Moon last season, they actually approached Zach QT first, but he wasn't interested at the time. He only joined this season.
Hey, gotta get that MSC trophy first before he moves on. He knows what's up.
Hey, I don't see Zach QT with heavy pockets, bro.
It's probably a smaller cut, who knows?
He just gets the shavings of him. Gorgeous. I don't know. I am a very big fan of Zach QT. I think Zach QT during his time in the professional scene has been one of the more stable mid laners no matter what team he has joined, and I was a little sad that we didn't get to see him play as often in his time in SRG, but now that he is with JP Niners, this is where he can actually make a name for himself, and honestly I think he can definitely do it.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a lot of exposure playing with SRG and being in kind of, well, on the bench, but still with the organization, right? Been through since the start up till they won MSC. But I think another guy that deserves a bit of attention is actually Coach Antagonist. While when he won MPL Season 12 with Homeboys, afterwards moved on to Niners. Right now, it is his basically anniversary of Niners, right? His first anniversary, a full year with the squad. Perhaps because of that duration, he's able to cook something up even better.
Well, let's see what he's going to cook up, right? Because I think a lot of people have been very vocal about him being the TikTok coach of a lifetime. But more so, he does bring value to the team. The question is whether or not the players are able to execute upon his plans, or whether or not their drafting is going to be more interesting, considering what the meta is right now. There's a lot of possibilities for him to really be creative.
It is a pretty big switch up, because compared to last season, this is quite a different roster from the JP Niners as well, with only Max and Year3 sticking around, and now bringing in Zach QT, Lolils, and Rasi, of course. Now, there are a lot of players with pretty high ego style gameplay on the side of Niners, with Max and Lolil probably being the biggest criminals in this case, so I'm hoping that won't get in the way, right? Because you gotta have synergy nowadays.
I mean, it depends on what Loli will get, right? If he gets Beatrix, sure. If he gets Claude, no.
Not entirely wrong, but it's going to be an exciting one, because again, this is untested waters for both of these squads, and this is the first time they're going to be meeting each other. So let's jump right into the drafting phase to see what weapons our Warriors are going to get armed with.
It's interesting as well because JP9ers, they have a lot of power players that do have pretty high egos and may lack synergy from what I mentioned, whereas Ray, their players are probably a little less high profile, but the trio from Barracuda have been together for a bit longer, thus that chemistry is there.
Yeah, I think even for both sides, the coaching staffs also have a bit of, well, addition, right? For JP9ers, they brought in Chiku, and then for Chico, for Team Ray, they had Sinhan to start, and now they add on Coach Ars as well. So I think it's gonna bolster them even more. But in terms of accolades, I mean, you can definitely agree that JP9 has a lot more accolades overall, right? Even for Lo Liao playing the majority of the SRG roster for SEA Games just a few months ago.
And he did pretty well, right? He synergized. It means that he is capable of actually expanding outside of his previous original team of RSG. Now, we look at the bans, right? Fanny, Jushin, and as well as the Hylos getting banned out by the side of the JP. But then we look back at Ray, and it's going to be Roger and as well as Chip in addition to the Phobians.
And pretty standard common bans right now, though Fanny first ban is also quite early. This will give JP9ers access to heroes like the Zax. The two big EXP lane picks have already been taken out of the pool. So things like Zask, Ling, Harif going to be the most obvious. And looks like Zask is going to be the choice.
Kind of a safer opening, right? To have a better way to deal with the Ling, which inevitably is going to come through, right? And Jawhead as well, getting let through for the first time today. Picked up by Team Ray and the Aurora first pick.
Yep. They're expecting assassins, right? They're really expecting assassins, and I think the Aurora matchup into the Zask, not too bad. You don't get harassed as hard in comparison to like mid-range mages like Valentina.
Man, that's the red side advantage right there.
Having that double pick, always very nice. And the Jawhead, this is going to be his first appearance this season too.
It is. Kind of ironic how last season, like, me and Gideon had this small disagreement. Like, I say I love red side, and he's like, nah, you're right. blue side supremacy.
Yeah, blue side supremacy. I just look at the numbers and like, man, that it just shows the numbers don't lie to me. Blue side was dominant last season. Now it's red side. Things have changed. Now we're seeing Hayabusa and as well as the Ruby. I like this a lot because at least with Hayabusa up against the Jawhead, if Jawhead does decide to use Unstoppable Force, you can actually bait it out for a little bit of time before popping your ult, in comparison to something like Ling, where you have to use your ult as soon as you get targeted.
Indeed. Whereas, we're gonna see Julian here, also a very popular assassin pick previously. This is gonna be the first time he gets revealed right now, so most likely gonna be the jungle choice for Kids. Mind you, a lot of people do actually regard Kids as quite a promising prospect, quite solid with playing assassin junglers. So I think we have to keep an eye on him versus Max.
And so I've heard as well, apparently. I mean, he did come from Alter Ego X. Wait, let me just double check that. Yeah.
It's actually a funny dynamic as well, right? Because JP9ers have players and coach from Alter Ego, and then Ray have players from Alter Ego X.
Yep. I mean, hey, look, when it comes to Indonesia, when I'm comparing MDL to MPL, you never know which is going to be better sometimes. When it comes down to individual players specifically, not whole teams, but players.
Everyone is mechanically gifted.
Yeah.
For some reason, right? Which is a good thing. They have way too much talent exporting it out. But this does, remind me of that Team Ray or Barracuda identity where they have their own way of approaching the draft, the Claude getting banned out by JP9ers. And interesting enough is also both teams, the imports at least, are in the jungler and the roamer role as well.
Yeah. Usually when we see imports getting put, they usually get latched on as either a pair or in individual independent lanes where you don't really need a lot of communication other than somebody's rotating this way so you can make better decisions. Right now, I think that Ray is in... I feel like they have an idea coming into this, right? They're going for the Jawhead, but the fact that they picked up the Julian does give us an idea that maybe they want to play closer towards the earlier stages around a strong mid trio and then having two very independent but sustainable side laners.
You have insane tower divers as well.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I do agree though. Like last season, Barracuda, one of their strengths was actually in that early stage. Even though as a team they weren't the most solid, their most powerful phase of the game was in the first couple of minutes. So since they do still have that core trio, maybe they have been able to refine on this strength and focus towards it.
I think the only difference is that Eevee is now in the XP role, right?
That is true.
The roamer.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking that like, they're going to deathball comp this year. They're going to pick Ruby and CC, and then they're going to call it quits there.
I mean, there's. I
It's not
suppose you could.
impossible.
You could
Trap.
have with jungle, I guess. I don't know for. Oh, you. At least for JP, for Ray. No.
I can't. The last series has scarred me. it has left an impression on me.
I mean, you could just
Trap
look at
played a lot of Ruby Gold last season, so
thankfully, it's on JP Niner's side. You can just look at the second half of season 13, and it gives you a good idea of what Ray's DEFCON might look like.
Yeah, I'm surprised that JP didn't decide to get rid of the Harith after seeing the Lunox ban here, but okay. Well, goes to show that people are more comfortable in dealing... Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. It was the order anyway, so it didn't matter. So now, this should be the Harith pick, and then afterwards, we'll see what JP is going to respond with.
it would be pretty good. Even back then, Trap was always good with Harith. Even before his name was Trap, still remember when he was going by SYF, this was one of his main heroes at the time. So a pretty good choice now that Lunox has been banned out. And the fact that JP Niners decided not to get rid of it themselves, hopefully it means they have a plan.
I mean, the Cloud managed to protect themselves from themselves. Dietrich?
Oh, man.
Wait, serious question. Dude, is the Melissa a viable option?
No, it's not.
Oh, wait, no, into the
Okay,
Harith.
but not really.
No, it's not even into the Harith. It's just like, you can't deal with the Jawhead. You try to go away from me, he'll just go right through it and flick you before he gets pushed out of the bubble.
Yeah, I think Moskov is fine. One of Alolia's comfort picks is pretty effective once you get that scaling in, and Yetri on the Terizla has definitely been up and down throughout history here. So Yetri, definitely a player that invited a lot of discussion last season. Will he be able to prove himself now?
So it's a Barras XP for Team Ray.
Okay.
Very different from what we've seen today, at least in terms of how they kind of draft around, right? Even the opening sequence.
I was expecting somebody to actually pick the Barats earlier today. I'm just surprised that it actually showed up in this match rather than the previous two. So let's look at the composition one more time, because I think that overall it's quite balanced, right? We're not dealing with a death ball comp anymore. We're dealing with a composition that's designed around taking your lead and being able to extend it further than it's supposed to be. We've got global presence from the side of JP, but Ray, their team fighting early game is quite devastating. Their whole composition is designed to play for the first 10 minutes.
And if they're able to do so, it would be huge. These are two teams who failed to reach excellence in Season 13. Now back for a second chance to prove themselves as we jump into the Land of Dawn for our final match of Week 1, Day 1. Only one shall emerge victorious.
Let's get the show going, and it's important to also look back at the trio of Team Ray. They had to play the relegation series with the MAL runner-up, or from the Athletic conference, right? Well, China conference at that point, DX Origin. So it's a long journey back to the top, at least back into the league. So maintaining that spot, that's step one. But can they prove that they can go further than that? I think both teams have the same objective at least.
Oh my goodness, the clear speed is ridiculous. You get the smart missiles level 1 and you just blast through these buffs. He's already level 3. He's completed it at the same time. Max just finished off his own. So they're equal in level, but unfortunately for Max, he's going to technically be half a camp behind.
Yeah, ordinarily, Julian would have a slower clear speed compared to other junglers due to how his kit works, but having Jawhead there to kind of counterbalance that makes a lot of sense. Looks like Eevee taking a good amount of damage up here, and Team Ray actually making a huge rotation straight into the EXP lane.
Yep, just to try and get Kits ahead, right? Just to try and get him into a position where he can actually, hit level 4 comfortably. However, Max, he's done the default pathing, and it looks like he's lost no time whatsoever. So I don't know whether these rotations are a bit overdone.
I suppose for Team Ray, it's when I get my Julian to level 3, I can start moving around. And, you know, good on Ye3 for not overextending, because I can see the angle, right? Level 2 on Aurora, we freeze turret, we just go for a full-on dive. Aurora can tank it with the passive. So Team Ray didn't make that rotation work, but it's not like they lost time either. AJ is still keeping up in terms of experience. I'd say even slightly ahead.
True. I think that is fair. But I feel like Team Ray should have ended up buying gold side first. I mean, now, since they missed that opportunity, just sticking around here is totally fine. Wait.
Max really gonna try? Not with Berger around, right?
Nah.
Yeah, just stall it out, Max. An attempt passed away. I mean, good good try anyways, but it's gonna be Daytona's welcome. A spit out, it should be first blood underway. Rossi needs to get out of this. Claimed by Eevee. JP9ers looking for a potential trade. Will get it. As ZachQT finds the kill. In fact, finds another one before they lose the entry. Virgie couldn't get the finisher. ZachQT uses the Purify, so 2 for 2.
Man, that was crazy. That is crazy. So a double kill for ZachQT. He's walking out very happy in his lane, but I think that Team Ray honestly could have won that fight and gotten 2 kills for themselves. 2 kills more for themselves. I think Eevee should have spat Rossi back at either Max or Ye3. Ye3 more like it because he was going for the penalty zone.
I agree. They did still manage to get the stun in the end, but I do think Team Ray ended up hovering inside the Nightmaric spawn a little bit too long, because that fight should definitely have been theirs under ordinary circumstances. So very well played from JP9ers to make sure they were balancing their positioning and making good use of their utils so that they weren't giving too many more kills to Ray.
Man, I know that Ruby gets extra spell vamp from a passive, but that's that early on. Even with the Brace Might heal, it's pretty alarming.
I mean, when you're hitting 4 heat people, and maybe if you're lucky at the edge of it, you get a couple of minions too. It's plenty of spell vamp in a matter of fact. That's why she's a really annoying EXP laner to deal with, because there's like, how do I trade positively against her when she heals off of the next wave?
Indeed. JP9ers though, even with that win, not really ahead. In fact, net worth is completely even currently, as both teams are going to be approaching this game a little bit slower. That is a good sign for the JP9ers, as we know Lolil just wants space to farm and will eventually outscale Trap. So Team Ray are the ones that really need to start making things happen.
I'm more curious about... Whoa, hold on.
Welcome. Okay, this should be an easy combo chain. Whether they have the damage is a different story. Ye3 survives, didn't even have to use the flicker. Meanwhile, they found Rossi, who had the flicker. And Team Ray assumes control over the pit.
Pretty good for now, but they did have to use a bunch of ults to actually make it happen. Max could easily steal this, no problem, with no issues. He's same level as Kids. Yeah, perfect. Great decision from Ray. Just drag it out. There's no need to rush it now.
Yeah, they need to wait until their ultimate cooldowns are back up. But JP9ers, it gets reset again. Not sure if that was intentional, but this is going to give time for Team Ray to maybe regroup.
Should be able to get the turtle for themselves. The kid is going to be staggered. And Zone is used a good toss from the jaw hit back to his team. Gives his life away. ZachQT in that ultimate comes out of it safe, as Virgie did claim 1. Ye3 to go down.
Was Enhanced Swords the correct decision there? It's tough. I probably have to see that replay to see what the most optimal move was. I definitely feel like they could have gotten away with more, but oh well, you get 1. It's gonna be as good as it gets, but I do feel like Kids, at this point of time, oh wow, first item Blood Wings.
Wow.
Interesting, he didn't want to be greedy with it.
I think that's smart. JP9ers does have quite a lot of damage built in, and when you have someone like a Hayabusa on the opposite side as well, the extra shielding and HP will make quite a big difference.
And he's even going to go for a feather after. This is what I was expecting to see from Team Ray, right? Everybody pushes out their lanes, they leave their lane, they immediately look for a dive angle or to steal camps.
Ye3 can be tossed out of turret range, frozen like a popsicle. JP9ers can't do much about it, right? Late to the party.
Not bad for Team Ray, but they did have to spend a lot of resources doing this. JP9ers has already gone for a lane swap, so Lolil, the more higher value target, has already been able to go up top to get a tower.
Still really fighting bot side. Rossi, yeah.
Great read for the side of JP9ers, right? You know that you're going to get Dove under turret. You know that he started on the orange side of the map, so he was most likely going to end up after the turtle towards the bottom side. Very good decisions being made by JP9ers here. They feel more mature, I'm not going to lie.
I do agree. I like the choices that are being made, though I don't feel like Rossi needed to die there. He wanted to defend the tower, but at that point it's almost definitely going down, though he's not worth too much at this stage anyway. So Team Ray gonna be playing around with a 2k net worth lead as of right now.
Just got the Radiant Armor as well, so slightly more survivability. And considering that there's so much magic damage from Team Ray's, not gonna be easy for Rossi. I mean, the Flicker Online might be the difference maker, but Team Ray also making the rotation to the top with Trap and Virgie to kind of push Lolil out of the lane.
Well, they're working well because they're already getting a turret off of this neutral objective, and they still have position over it, which is pretty dangerous for the JP9ers at this point in time. If they walk up too far, then they're in risk of getting eaten by the Daytona's welcome from Eevee.
Very powerful tool for catching here. Eevee will want to see if he can grab Yetri, but ideally max out of anyone. Ooh!
Whoa! Grabbing Rossi with that. Now that's big ultimate off. Conceal also expanded. It's Team Ray's turn to kind of drag out the turtle fight.
Yeah, and this is, the longer this turtle fight goes, the better it is for JP9. Because look at that top side getting shoved in by this Moskov, right?
Oh! Here he goes, penalty zone with the flicker. Turtle stolen by Max. Counter engaged from Team Ray, and sure, Yetri, he's gonna go down nonetheless. But JP9ers, I think they just got more out of that.
Yep, so worth it. So worth it for the JP9ers. Unless they lose their purple buff here.
Unless, I mean, Team Ray, if they can get the mid-tier 1, maybe it'll be better. Zag goes into the Nightmare spawn. Gonna be fine, no problem. Rossi survives. Max with the ultimate. OG Shadow kill, dispersing across everyone else. No kills come true. JP9ers just very, very good macro decisions.
Great macro decisions. Really unlucky with the RNG, but hey, you can't win them all, right? At this point, Team Ray, despite them having a better economy, slightly better economy, they are behind in terms of structures. And JP9ers are going to take full advantage of this, right? Let Loliels get the split push going, utilize that global presence with the Spear of Destruction.
I want to know specifically how much money Loliel has, because he has not been interacting with anyone this game. 0-0-0, just been farming. This Moskov is going to be a problem very, very soon. And as we approach around the 10-minute mark, we are going to see Team Ray start falling off. Their scaling just doesn't quite match up to the Niners.
Does it not match up? I think it's easier to itemize. I think they still do scale, especially since they have the Aurora, which naturally, like, all magic damage applied to her, all magic power infused into her. No way.
Gonna try onto Rossi, and that's a hit, just an insta kill, even through the Radiant Armor, and that's Purified Loliel as well. Trapped with the chase with the Zaman Force. ZQT, no choice but to back off, so Team Ray striking back, bottom tier 2 down.
Great angle from Team Ray, but I do feel like they're overkilling their targets. I think they need to really start spreading out their ult a little bit better just to maximize what they can get, because they're only getting one kill at a minimum for it. If they get one extra, sure, that's a bonus, but that's on condition that some people are in place, like Trap, for an example, finding his own solo kill despite the dive.
I suppose it's not that bad because they got mid-tier 1, and with them, with Team Ray getting map control, it benefits Virgie and kids running around the map as well.
Getting the kill on Loliel, actually, I think was the biggest impact, because we already mentioned he'd been free farming the entire game undisrupted, and the moment he joins the fight for the first time, he gets taken out without being able to do anything. He definitely overextended. That was not a situation where he should have tried to jump in to do damage. So that's going to slow down JP9ers from catching up in net worth and give Team Ray a little bit more timing to control the map.
Niners even used the conceal to no avail. Team Ray's going to respond with their own. Rossi becoming the target. Yetri finds a penalty zone in the back, but gets melted instantly. JP9ers needs a response, and they get 2 in the process. But Trap, he's just too good, too strong, and it's Max all alone, knocked up by Kidax, trying to get away. Max also drops triple kill for the Julian.
Nicely done by Team Ray. They did not give too many angles for Loliels to get multiple targets with his passive penetration, but even so, they chunked him out just before they did, and with that, that's going to be a full wipeout for the JP9ers, as well as the Lord in the bag. This is when we're expecting Team Ray to 2x their economy lead.
A beautiful engage there from Ray. Finding the throw and then baiting Yetri into the fight. This is something that has always been a problem. That penalty zone comes out a little bit too quickly a lot of the time, and you're basically just jumping into that Frigid Frost. We can see here in the instant replay that the Aurora ult really messed up the zoning for JP9ers, and Trap just got to go ham. Harif currently 5-0-4.
Aurora makes it really difficult to actually take a traditional front to back, because every time you want to take space, you're guaranteed going to get slowed, or at the very least, going to get stunned by the Frigid Breath.
I mean, Trap just ran Loliel down. That is a big problem. Divine Glaive for kids. Team Ray, damage to amping up. Any doubts about scaling, I think you can kind of throw that out the window at this point, because Team Ray is, they are ramping up, and they are still doing so, right? We expected first 10 minutes to be the critical mass, but right now they're still doing it. It's Virgie catching Rossi. There's just no counterplay to that. Year 3 didn't even get to do much. And Trap, he's soloing 3 people at the same time. Team Ray looking to draw first blood in the series, and there's nothing the Niners can do. It's just an absolute bulldoze. Team Ray, game 1.
Rebranded and a revamped Team Ray shows us how it's done. The trio of AJ, Evie, and Trap still solid, and the players from Alter Ego X beating out the imports from their main lineup. Now that's a storyline.
What a struggle between these two teams, right? Overall, Ray just looking a little bit better right now.
Yeah. Looking way better. In fact, the Jawhead pick, we see why Jawhead is almost banned out permanently, but at the same time, Team Ray, the decisiveness to pull the trigger, Virgie making excellent calls and understanding that nothing JP9ers could do would work.
And I think, you know, I'm glad that they don't overstay their welcome, right? It's just dump your abilities. If we can get a kill, we get a kill. If we don't get a kill, we can just back out, right? Because at the end of the day, there's still the constant pressure of Lolios pushing in the side lane. And I think, you know, these types of decisions really goes to show that having a backup, or at the very least, having a support system like coaches and analysts make the difference outside of the game, which gets applied in the game.
Even back when they were known as Barracuda, this team knew how to coordinate. They oftentimes would move together, and sometimes even a bit too much. I think that's what ended up costing them a little later on in the season, but this is refined. I like the way they're communicating. They know when to go in. Virgie is doing a great job on that Jawhead, showing us why it has been banned 100% before this. And JP9 is going to need to make big changes in the draft going forward.
I mean, overkilling isn't that bad after all, right? Gets the job done. And I'm surprised at how fast they blew through Rossi's health bar.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing Ruby. Ruby is not naturally the tankiest hero in the world. It's more about sustaining and dragging it out, sandbagging your opponent. But I do think, unfortunately for their opponents, I think that JP9ers, they've got to trade just a little bit better. I feel like they give up just before they get the kill sometimes. And if they do commit, they overcommit to the situation, right? It's about finding this balance. Even when we look at the highlights here, and obviously our MVP going over the kids, he just absolutely crushed it this game, especially with his enhanced swords. But generally, as we see them approach these fights, they are just running into these abilities. There's not enough push and pull.
Yeah, you can see that JP9ers, they're trying to play split to get farm and to like control the map somewhat, but Team Ray plays so fast that they instantly engage. They pick someone off, they throw him back, they're gone. By the time JP9ers has arrived to try and save them, it's already way too late. So once again, MVP of the game going over to Kids. Julian, his first appearance here, and played to perfection.
I'd say that looking at Team Ray playing that game 1, I think they also kind of figure out the tendencies of JP9ers, right? Like what happens when Virgie tosses Rossi, for example. Year 3 will always look for a counter engage, and then it fails. And then Team Ray just kept doing the same thing because JP9ers kept responding in the same way.
Yeah. Something to keep in mind, especially in professional play. Anybody in Tier 2, just start figuring out reactions and habits of your opponents and take advantage of these small things to get an edge over them.
Yeah, you gotta be able to deal with those habits. I think this has been a problem from Year 3, even from the last season. He has a tendency to just jump in every single time a fight starts, and that's good if you're ahead, but you really gotta think about things sometimes. Kids, only 1 death the whole game, 100% kill participation, 910 GPM. That first item, Bloodwings, definitely helping him to survive and be part of every single fight.
I mean, that the Jawhead and Aurora really enables the student to be so active around the map, especially the Jawhead, right? You catch one guy, he's pretty much 100 to 0.
Oh yeah. The chain CC is ridiculous. There's no real means of getting out of there. You're just happy that they're at least committing multiple ults on one guy. So it's just, if somebody has to take it, sure, but at least give me a trade back.
I think the biggest thing we can see from this game is that Team Ray had a clear direction going into this game because the way they drafted is not the same way a lot of other teams have been drafting today, but you can immediately tell why they did so, and they played it to perfection. The counter engage with the Barats and the Aurora, having the Jawhead start things off. Trap was just never threatened throughout the entire game, even though there was a Hayabusa.
And I think they, at least up to this point, Team Ray definitely demonstrated the strength of being on red side, right? You just shut the plan down, you shut your opponent's plan down right from the get-go, right? Jawhead Aurora into a Julian, and it defeats what JP9ers might want to run from the beginning.
It is a bit of a hard read. It could be one of those things where they had a very clear direction. They were going to do it no matter what. It's a little tough to say. That's why I'm interested to see in Game 2, right? Because the adaptations tell us what types of information that they've learned from their opponents in their previous games and how they want to inevitably fix it. We look at emblems, pretty straightforward. I don't see anything that's too out of the ordinary overall.
Yeah, I think the emblems are pretty default, and even the item builds are pretty default. A lot of this came down to execution, I do feel. Like, we saw JP9ers being a more matured version of themselves, not really overstepping their boundaries a lot, and making sure to keep themselves aware they're able to play. But when Ray started stepping on the gas, you saw the weakness of this team where there is a disconnect. Some players want to jump in, get things started. Other players are not ready to engage or decide not to in the first place. That is the ego issue that I mentioned about earlier on.
I mean, even for Zach QT, he had one of the best start as a Zast, but I think the effectiveness quickly tapered off just because of how fast Team Ray was playing, right? Like, Zach didn't get to stay in the fight long enough to be efficient because the front line just get destroyed.
Well, that's true, but also because, again, a lot of targets are just shifting around, right? If you are going to try and mind play somebody, unfortunately, it only targets one person at a time. You can't hit multiple people at a time, which is, thank God, because if you can hit multiple people, I'd be in China right now talking to Munton being like, why are we doing this?
There's a lot of things to consider. We can see in the stats. The JP9ers did actually do a good amount of damage. A lot of it was front-loaded onto Zach QT. Zask just allows you to do a lot of DPS overall. But Ray, you can see it's a lot more balanced. Even Eevee almost matching kids. So Barat's still playing a very important role. Does do a very similar thing to Hylos in that he just sandbags the EXP lane, but he also has the added value of that Daytona's welcome.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd control, it works so well with the rest of the team, right? You look at the composition, you have Jawhead, Aurora, Julian, Barats. It's just, you win in terms of crowd control.
I think that JP9ers at this point, they want to win the next upcoming game. They gotta shake up their draft. I like the idea, but they're doing a very responsive style. I see Jawhead, okay, I'm gonna go Ruby, but they're not thinking about it a little bit further, which is the bigger picture. How exactly are they gonna execute this composition? Because as much as you can play defensively, really you need a better reaction, or at the very least, a counter reaction to your opponent rather than just throwing your body.
JP9ers just didn't seem very creative with the way they were approaching this game. It got to the point where they were very reactive. And even then, it was not coordinated reactions, which causes them to just completely fumble the bag. We saw that they did okay early game, started being pressured, but Lolio was still going to be the win condition. He was being uninterrupted the entire game. Then the moment they invade the jungle, Lolio sees Rasi gets bursted down, decides to jump in and fight on his own for some reason. And then his advantage is just gone.
Yeah, you can see the biggest advantage here where you see the cheapest items being purchased by Loliels. The Trinity is a lot cheaper in comparison to what Harith has to build, which is eventually that Holy Crystal. He gets it at the 12th minute mark, right? So that's when, Trap generally, for Holy Crystal, we're expecting it around the 11th, 12th minute of this game, but as soon as he gets that, it's really difficult for Lolios to trade against him 1v1. Besides that, right, look at how quickly we do see the Thunderbelts get built by Eevee in this case. He wants to be tanky, he wants to be able to address his opponent and farm off of this Rizla for free. But I think that even for Year 3, smart itemization, picking up instantly, like my biggest problem is that I'm going to get chunked down super quick by magic damage. I'm going to get a Radiant Armor straight away because whatever items I pick against this Barat is not going to matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, pick Radiant Armor into an Oracle and still it looks not enough, right? You probably need to add on an Athena to survive a bit longer. But then you look at Trap's item progression, Starlium side into the Feather. Overall, I think a bit more expensive than the Trinity build, but he gets it around the same timing. I think that also says a lot of about how Trapped has been able to manage that early game.
Ever so slightly slower than his opponent Loliel's, but yeah, he eventually gets there despite the items being a little bit more expensive overall. I think that even we're not seeing super quick item progressions. It's not like anybody snowballed super out of control. Maybe I would say like Kids, but that's like towards the latter half when you like we're seeing between 12 and 14 minutes. He's already got the Divine Glaive as well as the Holy Crystal.
Yeah, he was farming so fast, so you can really tell that if Loliel wasn't able to continue keeping up, there was no way that they would have been able to scale back in time. And that's exactly what happened when he decided to jump in and die more than once, despite being free farmed the entire game. So those are issues that do need to be cleaned up somewhat coming in from JP9 because it's very similar to what caused him to have a rough start last season.
Yeah, I mean, rough as my dandruff a couple years ago and clean it out with Head and Shoulders, which is one of my favorites, and that's how I took care of the problem. You should try it sometime.
Don't look at me. Don't make eye contact with me.
Doesn't cure hair loss, but, you know, it takes care of the flakes.
Man first takes a look at me straight away.
Yep.
God damn, this boy. So disrespectful. But I think for this upcoming game, I'm guessing that Red Tide needs to get picked up here. You can't just be giving some of these away. I do think that the bans need to change up a little bit, but definitely going on Red Side is going to be ideal.
I think first of all, Jawhead has to go, right? Regardless,
Yes.
Jawhead has to go.
Yeah, I think if you are going to be playing an assassin, I think it's better to get rid of the Jawhead entirely, or at the very least, if you are going to let that Jawhead go through, you need a roamer who is going to man-to-man defense.
I mean, it's not just about you wanting to play an assassin, it's the fact that the cash potential that the Jawhead demonstrated, that itself is a big threat.
That's why the man-man defense, he can't catch you if you already know where he is.
You gotta be able to open the map a little bit more comfortably here. Ruby is usually quite universal, but if you're getting tossed away from your team, that does cause a lot of problems. So unless you have a way to really deal with that, then the Jawhead is probably better off being left on the cutting room floor. But going into game number 2, I hope to see this direction from Team Ray once again. Let's go ahead and ask ours on the side of Team Ray, how long has he been in the MLBB esports scene? And he says, 6 years, ever since the first season of MPL ID. Back then, he was the best fighter, best tanker was Donkey, best assassin was Aura, best mage Lemon, best gold lane Tuturu. So that's like a whole different era entirely. But he's been here this whole time because he really wants to know what it feels to be an MPL champ.
Man, that's I call it the BK era, before Kage era.
Before the Kages? What are you talking about? Tuturu is there, man.
True.
He's part of that line.
True.
Where's Luminaire, by the way?
Yeah, they completely missed. It's like, nah, we're done. That's where we end off that list.
Between him and Donkey, so you can only choose one.
You can only choose one. It's true. I do think that the names that he did bring up definitely goes to show that there have been many generations of competitors, some still fighting today.
Indeed. It's really nice to see just how far the MPL has grown throughout all the different regions. So many new faces. Many of the older faces have already moved on to greener pastures, retired, moved on into coaching and stuff like that. But there's still plenty of fresh blood to grace the stage of MPL, some of which we see up on stage right now and should really showing their potential.
I was trying to figure it out.
Yeah. It's the glare.
The cameraman was trying his best to help him out, man. He was trying to refocus his cam as well. Just a little late at the very end here. Oh, unfortunate indeed. But it looks like the fans are out to show their support, even for a team being rebranded.
I mean, it applies for both teams, but at least this is my personal hope. I hope the JP9 fans have manage the expectations a bit more coming into this season, right? Because last season it was a complete different vibe. People were expecting JP9ers to finish, top 4, and that the complete opposite happened. So I think you come in with a more mellow expectations. Yeah, they dropped game 1 and not in the prettiest of fashion. But just give it some time. Max is here. Hopefully.
If you keep your expectations low, you won't be disappointed.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, if I know they're gonna lose, why would I be sad when they lose?
Yeah, it just means that you have more guest coins to farm.
Yeah. Well, vote against your team.
Exactly. Yeah, man. If not, how else are you gonna get random Cho skins? I'm still collecting the guest coins.
Yeah, I know, it's so expensive, man.
It's so much, dude.
For that skin, I would take my chances with the KOF roulette.
Oh,
it's just how the economy is nowadays, you know?
It is. It's rough. But let's see. I want to see what the adjustments are. I want to see what this drafting phase is going to start looking like. Show some personality here, because I want to see which side of the map JP Niners have decided to be on.
All right, drafting phase, game number 2. Team Ray currently 1 game up. Will they be able to sweep their opponents, or will JP Niners show that Game 1 was just a fluke? They will indeed switch on over to the red side so far. So win rate on this side of the board very, very high this season. Who will be the first one to flip that around?
It's 100% so far to date, right? Every team that's been on red side has won the game. And I'm looking at Red Esports. They had a chance and they didn't take it in the previous series. Fulvius taken out, nothing out of the ordinary. Hilo is probably going to come true at some point. But Niners, they gotta ban the well, on red side, maybe not as much. But if they don't want to take the risk, then you just ban it out, I guess.
Well, let's find out how they're going to approach it, right? Because again, there are very clear answers to certain heroes in the game, and whether or not they want to get rid of him gives us an indication of where they're going to go. Yes, okay. So they get rid of the Zas, they've got rid of the chip. Team Ray has already got rid of the Jushin as well as the Fulvius. Begs the question, whether they even care about like the Fanny still.
It is a good question. Fanny was banned out pretty early on previously. Yeah, they get rid of the Hylos and the Fulvius, so a lot of focus towards that EXP lane. And actually, it is an interesting dynamic as well, because Eevee and Yetri fill very different roles. Eevee is a little bit more of a supportive style, sandbag style, very similar to how Cram plays, while Yetri wants to be more of a playmaker. And, well, that results in some bad habits.
Hashtag throwback to Yuzhong days.
I was trying to remember exactly like what week was it, what was the day, what was the game. I still have flashbacks of it sometimes. But with that being said, JP, let's see this final ban here. They're taking their time at discussing about what is going to be the most optimal ban at this stage of the game.
Sir, what's your
So they
command?
ban the Fanny themselves. So Jawhead gets left open. I suppose if you're on the red side, you're willing to take the gamble. The question is, where's Ray gonna go for it? I think they just take the draw here, yeah.
Okay. Absolutely.
If the Fulvius or Hylos was open, then sure, right? Then there would be a lot more options. You could trade 1 for 1, but in this case, it's not really what JP was looking for.
They even banned out the Zas themselves. I guess they probably want Roger, right? Max was quite comfortable on it last season.
Do you take Aurora yourselves?
I think Aurora's okay.
Yeah,
but I'm a little uncomfortable with the Roger here. I think that I think they don't mind flexing the Roger to say, hey, Team Ray, it's not like you're gonna pick Hayabusa and Ling in one fell swoop. It's either or, and that gives us a little bit more flexibility coming into that last pick in the first phase, or maybe even the second phase. Unless Team Ray reveals that they're going in the same direction as the previous game, at least then they have some options to counterplay.
I wouldn't be surprised if they went for a similar sort of situation to last game. It worked very well for them, and they seem very comfortable doing that exact playstyle. But Aurora was a pretty big facet of that, being able to instantly counter-engage anytime Yetri jumped in. They'll got the Vexana, who has some similar tools, but not really as much zone control.
A part of me feels like they might just go for the exact same draft until someone cracks the code.
Well, there it is.
Yes, the Harif
has been stolen.
I was thinking about the Harif. I was wondering whether Team Ray wants to just force the Harif-Roger matchup by taking Harif, but now that JP Niners has taken it, they're going to start banning out counters. So Lunox gets taken out instantly. Team Ray with the Tigreal ban.
Okay. Interesting. So Ray doesn't want to deal... They don't want to find a target that they don't want to throw back into their team. So getting rid of the Tigreal, getting rid of the Minotaur even doesn't seem too bad of an idea. They're probably going to stick to the exact same bans they did in game number 1. And I would agree with Husky. I don't think that Team Ray is going to change their overall composition too much. I wouldn't be too surprised if they once again try out with the Barats. Maybe they switch out the Barats for even a Turizla, right? Something that fulfills the same roles. Fast, clear, really tanky, has strong engage potential.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, Barats gets banned now, so they have to make the change now.
Well, focus targeting here. Getting rid of all the components that made Ray's draft difficult to deal with in the last game. I think it's a solid adaptation, but execution still going to be the priority here for JP Niners. What are going to be their final picks?
Yeah, so he banned that Grockus is kind of an untossable hero when he has the power of nature. I suppose if you are Team Ray, you could look for like the Turizla, while we're taken away right now. Ye3 gets it.
Yeah, I'm more surprised that Team Ray didn't ban out the Turizla. I don't see the necessity of getting rid of the Grok at this point of time for now, right? I do understand that there is a lot of counterplay potential, but with Team Ray, they are still missing out on an EXP laner who also can find counter engage of his own. They're still missing out on a gold laner who can make that difference as well. So Claude really fast. Arlet, there we go.
I was thinking of that. It's either that or a Ruby, but I think Arlet makes a lot more sense. Just so you get the extra, not just displacement, but even in lane, you feel a lot better being able to move around. It's a lot more playmaking potential. You have greater reach. I think that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Also, late game insurance with the Claude.
I mean, there's also pretty good synergy overall, right? Because again, there's a lot of like CC on the side of Team Ray that Arlet can take advantage of.
Yeah, that as well. I mean, you pair it with the Jawhead and the Julian, you get the exact same trio dynamic from game 1, where you just move very fast. This Julian can be in the fight whenever he wants to be. We might see the same setup, or like kind of the 4-man early gang on top side. See if that's the case onto JP Niners. Final pick is going to be the Roamer. It's going to be the Edith.
Okay, I'm okay with Edith. At the very least, Edith has like a way to survive the initial burst, or at least try to survive the initial burst with the primordial form. But I don't know how to feel about this composition. I feel like Team Ray, after seeing what they did in game number 1, it's very possible for them to be efficient in game number 2, right? Hopefully we don't see those overkills as often, but I'm excited. I'm excited to see whether they are going to take this one step further.
Yeah. At one point I was considering whether JP Niners just wants to go for something like a glue, right? Like, okay, there's a Jawhead on the other side. I'm constantly getting bursted. Glue could be a decent option, but I think this one works fine as well.
I agree. I think it works fine. It's the exact same similar position to game number 1 for the side of Team Ray, but JP Niners, they're going to have to take their time. They're going to need to scale into this game. By mid-game, they should be able to fight back, assuming that they don't bleed out before then as we jump into game number 2.
Well, this is going to be one final chance for Niners. If they're not able to claim a game, then there won't even be a game number 3. And that is not a situation anyone wants to find themselves in.
I do enjoy Niners' ban phase, and especially the second phase, right? They identify some key targets, Baraz being one of them, and even taking the Turizla out, taking the Aurora for themselves. And I think this Edith is great as well. AJ really wants that wave, but it's not going to be given that by the Niners.
Yep, it's really difficult. Now Reggie, he's not walking and helping out the jungle to leash these camps anymore. He's helping out with the mid lane, right? Because Rasi and ZQT have adapted a little bit, trying to make sure that AJ isn't really able to walk past the midway point of that lane, so they have full control of the Wanderer and rotation paths. Oh!
The Flicker Earthshatter did miss, but there's the onward follow-up. First Blood going over the JP Niners. A way better adjustment.
Yep, a good start here from the Niners, adapting once again to what they saw from Team Ray in game number 1. Much more aggressive positioning and pressure to make sure that Ray are not able to go for their initial team fights and ganks.
I don't think Virgie was like prepared for Rasi to actually go for such an early flicker as well. Wait, they might be able to find something else here.
He goes with his own flicker, but the toss is the wrong angle.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Hit the wall instead. That could have actually been a kill. Kids was in position, but since it didn't go over, they were not able to connect, and that's actually a very important resource from Virgie gone for a while.
You think Rasi planned to do that, or was this a happy coincidence?
I think it's a coin.
They lost vision. Virgie flickers in forward. Next thing you know is he's behind him. Oh, didn't even get the ejector off as well. But looking at the top side, they've already pushed this out. They want Zach to actually hit level 4 on time so that they can start playing for this turtle and get Team Ray to come to them.
It's a bit of an unfortunate case that Virgie did go down early, so he will not have level 4. Max has already hit 5. Same as Kids. JP9ers feels a lot more prepared to take on this fight. Zach QT will get that ultimate as well. A lot of AoE to disengage. Get the toss this time onto the Edith. Burst him down before the Primal Wrap even comes through. EV does get traded in return. But both teams not going to be able to get onto the turtle.
1 for 1 is not all that bad, though EV's positioning was a bit unfortunate, or he may have been able to survive as well. But still pretty good, since Ray are behind in gold. And they will be able to start taking control of the turtle pit again now that Year 3 is dropped real low.
Man, better go for that penalty zone somehow if you want to be a part of the fight. They catch Virgie. Virgie surely will go down, but it's a sacrifice Team Ray are willing to make. They might get more out of it. Final slash. No follow-up thanks to the flicker from Rasti. And Eevee goes back in, gets split backwards, has to expend his own flicker.
Well, but Year 3 the whole time just hovering, right? He's looking for maybe an opportunity to make something happen, but he's out of resources. So now that he goes for the recall, finally is able to get back into lane. JP9ers are going to take advantage of the situation, finding that initial pick and now using it to make sure that Kids doesn't get as far as he did in game number 1.
So far, things are working according to plan. Though Zach QT,
he still has the passive, so it's going to delay the inevitable just by a little bit, and perhaps just enough to save him. Rossi will just body block this. Zach QT turns a combo onto Virgie. Virgie also gets out. I mean, it's a decent trade, right? You get the passive and the flicker out of the Aurora.
It could have been a kill, but Kids using the enhanced sword in the opposite direction turned out to be a little bit greedy because Zach was able to flicker out of it instead. So Niners still maintaining their lead, though Ray not too far behind. This gold lane also going to be an important point of contention. Trap going to have a little bit of trouble against Harry, but doing a good job.
They're going to go on the gang. Yeah, tree. Easy pickup. Talk about the dynamics as well between these two.
Nobody is opening up the map right now. There's no information. The waves are getting shoved in on pretty much every single front here, except for the gold lane. I think they need to. I think they need Rossi to start moving around the map. Yes, he doesn't have a flicker. Oh,
maybe if he can catch Trap, that's Purify. Quick disengage from Team Ray. They'll also get the top tier 1 as a result. Maybe all of the plating, if not the turret.
I like that Virgie had the discipline to not try to go for a toss there as well. He knows that the Julian, his main damage right now is going to be in the top lane. They don't actually need to take this fight since Niners already forced it. So AJ could be in some trouble.
Rassi's there again. Eats the final slash. Doesn't even land an Earth Shatter. Good dodge by Eevee with the vengeance. And now Virgie, what a toss! Zach QT of all people to get caught. Year 3 also goes down.
That was beautifully played by Virgie right there. Didn't go for the low-hanging fruit. Flickered into the back line to find more important prey. And Zach QT is a big one there. Turtle gonna go to Team Ray for free here.
Oh, they take it. They back away. Another turtle falling into the hands of Team Ray. Makes you wonder whether or not JP9ers are actually going to get to that finish line, because now the dives are here.
I mean, Eevee sets it up for his team, right? Just too much crowd control. Virgin rewards himself with a kill of his own. Team Ray, bottom tier 1 claim. I think JP9ers, I don't think they can do much about this. I mean, Rasi does take the gold crab, but that's pretty much it.
But we are seeing excellent communication here from Team Ray. Their chemistry is clear, even with a couple of new players in their roster. They've instantly reversed the net worth lead now to 1.8 in their favor. And I really like the way they balance that tower aggro as well. This is not the same team we saw at the start of Season 13.
Yeah, it's something they've been cooking up for a while, and so far it's looking pretty decent. The real question is, how do they accelerate this game like they did in game number 1? Because again, JP9ers were very disrespectful and playing very linearly. I would have imagined that at this point we do see some adjustments and changes from the JP9ers, but overall, as we start making our way from early to mid, I'm hoping that Team Ray is going to get a little more interesting.
Even for JP9ers, they got to buckle up a bit, because it does feel like they're playing it a bit lazily, right? Like a lot of angles that they could get caught. And Team Ray has been really taking advantage of that. And this bottom side of the map is unfortunately surrendered to Team Ray. So Trav just gets to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, that's great as well. I mean, Claude is usually supposed to lose lane against the Harif, so allowing him to take a tier 2 for free and another kill on Year 3 in the mid lane. Team Ray are in control.
And Rasi just used to conceal. There was no angle for any plays to happen. So JP9 again just trickling out crucial resources right as the turtle spawns. So Team Ray should be able to get it without much contest.
Well, let's see how much this contest is going to be. Trap having to get on out of there pretty quick with the BMI because this Lord is so important. They've got the info though.
Another dodge from Eevee. I mean, looked so good with the Vengeance timing. Does miss the final slash, but not that it matters though. Going on to Rasi, doesn't get to use the primal form again. Team Ray pouncing on the opportunity.
I am honestly loving what I am seeing right now from Team Ray. This is clean and coordinated gameplay from them, and JP9ers just seem to be stuck like a deer in the headlights right now. They're not moving fast enough to be able to create pressure on the map, and a 5k lead 8 minutes in when you have a Claude is huge.
It's a little too big, as a matter of fact. Barely any structures to work with. I think Team Ray has done a very good job at punishing the JP9ers. This is where you go for your full reset, take any jungle camps on your way back, and during that time, top up your health, top up your mana. Then the next battle happening at 73 seconds down the road. I think that JP9ers, if anything, I think that I can't even say that confidently. ZachQT is going to need to hit a really, really big ult to make anything happen in this game.
I agree with you, and it's gonna need Team Ray to really group up without considering his positioning, which so far they've been doing a good job of keeping track of.
I mean, I think the tip of the spear has to be Year 3, right? Unfortunately, he has to be able to get some engage with the team ready to respond. Can't even rely on Rasi completely because he just does not have the durability to stay alive. Year 3 might have to be the primary source of engage.
Ooh, kids just finished his Holy Crystal 9 minutes in. That is quite a few items already completed, and not cheap ones either. This Julian already at level 15 is massive.
Oh boy, all the way to Year 3. That's Flicker.
No Flicker penalty zone.
Don't even need to do too much as the jaw hit at this point, right as the Lord spawns as well.
Just his presence alone is enough to keep him away. Maybe even sacrifice the free escape tool.
I mean, scaring a Terista away like that, it's not horrible.
Body of Smith, jokes. Oh, the conceal though.
Gotta make a decision. I mean, what's the move for your Niners? Eevee on the side, this is a good angle. Final slash, catching onto Year 3, he's gone. And JP9ers, they even expended the Aurora ultimate, the blanket of ice, to get nothing in return, so Lord for Team Ray guaranteed.
Incredible gameplay right now. Free Lord, 6k gold lead. Golden Staff means Trinity completed for Trap. This Claude is gonna start hitting like a truck, as if they didn't already have a truck on their team. And JP9 is just being forced in full defensive mode and not even being able to preserve anything.
And this was a first phase Roger and Harif, right? Niners, they revealed their card very early on, that they revealed their purpose, but they were not able to pull it off. I mean, sure, Max is deathless, but him alone is not enough. They need that front line to function, and Year 3 has not been having a good series at all.
And then, we gotta take it bit by bit, right? I think right now, let's see whether or not they can at least get an inhibitor off of JP9ers. Then we can start thinking about accelerating the game. Because until that point, without an open inhibitor for your team, you still have to deal with 2 other waves on top of trying to juggle the Lord. Oh!
And another toss. I mean, Year 3, what are you gonna do about that? They dropped the Eternal Guard, Final Slash, everything. But the kitchen sink onto JP9ers. Team Ray looking to just zoom past the front lines. Eevee does a drop, and the Lord will be taken care of eventually. JP9ers, they had to take some heavy damage to keep this game within control.
Oh, how much control could they actually have? They're gonna have to sit and wait until the next neutral comes out. Let's have a look at the item list so far to see where our heroes are at. Magic Dagger already for Trap. He is quite farmed, but only 733 ahead. Still relatively small margins in comparison to Harith, who is very close to the Bloodwings.
Yeah, having that would help Lolil a lot in terms of survivability. The problem is with Harif as a hero in this sort of position where the enemy team can just run your entire composition down, your farm is not going to help you very much unless you can perfectly position yourself. And so far, there's really no place safe to stand.
What's the answer from JP9ers right now? I suppose you could rely on a concealed play from Rasi. You kind of get a pick off to extend the game, but it's not enough to win the whole thing necessarily. And for the past 2 of Year 3's death, it has been proven that he just does not have enough kind of durability to survive through Team Ray's damage.
And that's even considering that he's on Terizla, one of the heroes that should be the hardest to bring down in the entire game. This game 2 slipping away from JP9ers at an alarming rate. Their next engagement, probably their final opportunity to make something big happen.
Virgie camping in that bush doesn't make it any easier. You know, Virgie on one side, Eevee on the other. You walk a bit too close and you just lose your life. It's such a long range in terms of catch. Conceal play, instantly broken by Eevee.
Just pops out of the bush and slaps him in the face.
Casual disrespect. I mean, this 5v5 is going to be really important for both of these teams. Team Ray to finish the Niners, but even for JP9ers, being able to stop this allows them to get to the 42k mark, allowing their cores to be real strong and fully scaled. Oh, here comes the conceal.
Yo, Virgie looking for that QT.
No.
Gets in range. Flicker is out yet. He completely misses the penalty zone. And Rasi also isolated by Kiss. Kiss is probably gonna nail him down. Loliel to the back. Virgie is low. Loliel completely abandoned by his team. Maybe they could get Kiss at least. Max doing his absolute best. Kiss does go down. Max is going absolute ham. Eevee gets the stun up, but Max has ran out of gas. It's 3 dead on JP9ers. 2 against 4. Team Ray is gonna back off from this.
Finally the tyranny ends. Looks like Virgil as well as Eevee are the ones who are kind of low and will need to reset before actually walking up to the Lord. But still, an overall positive trade. Now, with a Queen's Wings already purchased for ZachQT, sorry, Blood Wings being purchased for ZachQT, that's going to keep him alive just a wee bit longer, but he's been having a pretty okay game despite how dominant Team Ray has been.
Yeah, ZachQT is probably one of the few factors keeping Team Ray from just walking over JP9ers entirely, because they always have to respect the counter attack coming in from the Aurora. Honestly, that last fight was not that bad for JP9ers. They got like a 2k net worth swing. If they're able to get a couple more of those, they can actually bring themselves back into this game. But I also feel like Team Ray overextended a little bit. They actually didn't need to chase that far. So if they clean up, and not much Niners can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a silver lining, right? Max getting a shutdown onto Kids. This is the true test. Team Ray, all 3 waves synced up. Inhibitors will fall. Lord still 100% healthy. JP9ers have a lot of burden to shoulder. Team Ray looking for an opening. Loliel trying to force Kid away. It's going to be frozen. Kid, sword forward. A toss in the back. Year 3 turns around with the penalty zone. They take care of the Lord. JP9ers mounts the defense. This is what they have been searching for the entire time. And ZachQT just gliding forward. It's Max to find a shutdown to AJ. Double kill for the Roger. JP9ers finds 4 and lose none.
Ooh, a little bit too desperate here. Oh, Max, he has eyes on Trap. I think he sees him. Not gonna go for the chase though. Will instead focus on structures. Probably the wiser choice. Team Ray really did not need to force that as hard. They are better at pickoff. So a full 5v5 not gonna end well for them.
They're going to start pushing up to the T2s. If they get an inhibitor here, Team Ray, that was a very, very poor fight. Now they're going to get punished for it.
How the tables have turned. JP9ers takes out the mid inhibitor. Probably one of the most crucial ones as well. And look at the ghost swing, right? It's basically resetted. Whatever lead a Team Ray has gotten for themselves, right down the drain. As JP9ers have found neutral point in this game. 1 more minute until the Lord spawns, and JP9ers can breathe a sigh of relief for now.
They don't need to worry too much about split pushing because their opponents have open inhibitors. But at the same time, looks like they're not taking too much space. They are still playing towards their side of the territory.
And that is the smart choice. We already know Team Ray is very effective at picking solo targets off. Niners, while they were able to even that up, still cannot really afford to completely split apart from one another. The ideal for them would be to win another fight like that. Then they'll be more comfortable to take the game afterwards. And the same goes for Team Ray. They need to not just force that kind of death ball anymore.
I mean, look at how far JP Niners are. Just standing in front of the base, the safest possible location. Whereas Team Ray, they was trying to set up a gang squad, but JP Niners know that they have to make a move. They have to be the one that enters the bush, at least get some info. Not let Team Ray get the space around the Lord.
Yeah, they're tricking it one by one, very meticulously, very methodically. There's a huge wave starting to build up down by the bottom side, which they probably need to answer it at some point, and that's where you see the call from Team Ray. Hey, their bot side is going to get shoved in, somebody's going to go over there, and if this turns into a fight, it's 5v4, so it's in our best favor to do it.
Well, they actually let the Lord reset for the bit. Now here comes the conceal. Rasi spotted. It's going to turn around with his own Earth Shatter. EV dashes forward, finds a flip, and that's just a big final slash. J3 counter engaged. Rasi flickers to safety, pops the Primal Wrath, and Lo Liao has to be protected. And Lo Liao gets the protection. It's the president of JP Niners. Kids ends up going down. Zach QT flickers forward, doesn't find the freeze, but more than enough to push Team Ray away. JP Niners now finds control of the pit.
Oh, they can do this. They can definitely push them out if they wanted to, but they gotta wait for their ult to come up first.
No red for Kid. For Kid, it's gonna be the Edith caught out. Yetri also drops on Max. More than ready to collect the scrap. JP Niners is still come out on top in that fight, and this should be Lord for them.
What is the remainder of Team Ray gonna do? Looks like they have to go into a defensive stance now. They know they have lost that last fight. The Lord gonna drop into the hands of JP and Niners, and now it is gonna be a defense on the opposite side of the map. We are seeing Team Ray start losing out on that scaling overall, as their heroes need to be very up close to dish out their DPS, putting them in the line of fire.
That's why this Vixana is starting to cause a lot more problems rather than doing good for JP Niners. Every single time one of these engages happen to go through, whether it just be the regular fear or whether it's just the nuke impact, the ground impact from the Mini Lord, it is a lot of damage, and it's a strong body. It's not something that you could just like melt away really quick.
Yeah, but we're also seeing how Kids is starting to really feel the heat, right? He's getting kind of tree-tapped by Lo Liao. JP9 has readjusted their battle lines as well, allowing them to not only protect Lo Liao, but make sure that he dishes out damage. And throughout all of this, right, this whole trajectory of the game, Max is still deathless. Speaks volumes.
Team Ray making a risky choice, having Kids X push the bottom lane and going for a 4v5 defense. Can they do it?
There's 3 inhibitors down though, so it means the minions will be empowered. Yetri trying to go in with the penalty zone, gets tossed away by Virgie. Lord taken care of. Max jumps in, collects Virgie, and behind as well, EB goes down. Can they return home in time? It's Kids rushing to the base, but it's falling quicker than he can get there. JP Niners, one straight road to give us game 3.
Woo! They pull it back, they pull it back. Trying to make sure that this Jawhead is going to get put out of commission. They've come up with some interesting plans, but that early game was rough. They still pulled through, and they still managed to get to that mid to late.
Absolutely a comeback situation for the JP Niners, correctly identifying that they would be stronger once you got into the later stages, where Team Ray would be forced into more 5v5 combat. And now we have 1-1. The team is seemingly evenly matched.
I mean, it's not even, oh, what a euphoric victory. It's just satisfaction, right? That they managed to somehow pull it off at the very end.
Yeah, it did feel like they ran out of gas a little bit. It felt like these ganks, they were consistently happening, but I do think that at a certain point, when do you call it quits, right? How much gold, for lack of a better explanation, how much gold is your ult worth every single time? I think that's something that they're going to need, for Team Ray, they're going to need to look at, because eventually it did become a problem.
Yeah. I mean, the idea was good, right? I mean, Team Ray, they had very good ideas, but once they start realizing that these team fights are not going the way they wanted, especially the very first attempt to push down the crystal, that didn't go well. They tried to do it again, and the result was the same. Lo Liao started to become a problem. They tried to do the split push wave, which would have been great if it was done way earlier.
problem is here. Team Ray did a very, very good job of those early to mid stages, identified exactly what they needed to do, but needed to understand that they were going to be weaker once you got into these big death ball v death ball kind of situations. Because of that, they needed some finesse when approaching into the base, look for a pickoff somewhere instead. But they just decided to run into the base against a Terizla, against an Aurora, against an Edith. It is not going to end up well a lot of the time. And when they lost the lead they'd been holding on to the entire game, JP9ers were in a position to do more damage.
I believe this was the biggest swing. I think this was the moment that JP9ers basically pulled themselves back from what seemed to be like 6-7k deficit, right? It's just one big haul at a time, and then the rest is just big props to Max, by the way, our MVP of the game. Deathless the entire game, and considering how much beating they were taking for the majority of the match, you gotta really give credits to this guy.
Yeah, I mean, JP9ers, as a team, were trying to force out mistakes from the side of Team Ray, but it was Max who was able to kind of initiate that very first stone that falls into this pond. Let's give it up for our MVP of the game. Give it up to Max, doing a great job here in game number 2 in this best of 3 series.
And giving credit to Rasi also on that Edith. It must have not been easy for him.
Yep. And obviously very honorary mention to Zach QT as well on the Aurora. He was keeping it on a lockdown. Otherwise, Team Ray would have just been running them down from the very beginning. They always had to be wary of that Aurora ult, and this gave them the space they were looking for. Max 8-0-5, no deaths the entire game despite the pressure that JP9ers was under.
And I think this is also a good byproduct of them taking out the barrage, right? Like, I mean, the Arla, sure, a lot of displacement, you get to make these big plays, but when you reach the point where Year 3 stop getting a one-shotter, that's where you know that JP9ers, they have a way to turn it around.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, I'm not gonna lie, but inevitably there's just conditions that need to be met that I think that Team Ray completely disregarded to a certain degree. They were like, you know what? We're strong. We don't care if you've got big ults. Like, it's 20 minutes into the game. It's not like there's a max cap amount of items we can buy. I think they needed to identify, hey, how do we get Zach QT to throw out his ult? And I think that's the most important one. Once you figure out how he responds to situations by throwing out his ult, rinse and repeat that situation as many times as possible, because then it forces Zach QT to be even more persistently patient when he throws it out.
Yeah, there were a lot of options that Ray could have gone for. Like you mentioned, one would have been trying to bait out the Aurora Burst so that it would be easier to jump into the team fight. Another option would have been Virgie switching his direction and instead of targeting the front line, going for the back line instead. If they still wanted to go for the former, they needed someone to split the fight, which I think Eevee needed to do instead of standing in the back with the rest of the team, because it gave too much space for Max and Lolil to just do whatever they wanted.
I think we did see Kids and Virgie attempt to do that at the later stages of the game, where Kids, he's just using Enhanced Sword to try and cut the back line, and then at the same time Virgie somehow tosses Year 3 to create the separation. But I mean, when Lolia hit critical mass, you just cannot 1v1 hit.
No, it's too difficult, especially if you are the Julian, right? The only way that you do win out that match is if you hit you have to hit a non-enhanced chain, and then he's basically dead with a scythe, with an enhanced scythe combination, right? That's the most ideal way of actually getting on top of it. But it's hard enough to land the chains. There's quite a big delay, and Lolios is pretty mobile.
Wow, only about 100, not even 100 damage dealt difference from these two teams. So it was a very tight match. Damage taken overall going to go over to the JP9ers. Edith and Terizla going to be able to tank a lot of damage, even if it meant that Year 3 would end up getting bursted quite quickly in the initial stages. But it shows just how quickly things swung. It seemed like a very obvious Ray victory from the beginning. And now you see that in this meta, a single mistake, a single wrong choice can cost you the entire game.
And that's where the discipline for JP9ers kind of outshine what Team Ray has, right? Team Ray, early to mid, great game plan, but JP9ers just kind of tough it out. And I think it's a good time to also kind of give a shout out to Year 3, who has been taking beating for 2 games straight and finally coming out on top, and even as the sandbag this game.
Yep.
He's just been eating it, as you mentioned, right? We got to give it to our rich guy Kids. I think he's been doing, overall, Kids has been doing a pretty good job, right? I see why they decided to pick him up here. I do want to see whether or not he plays anything else other than Julian, because that's all we've been seeing him play so far. Loliel's pretty atypical for him, but the total assist coming in from Rossi, I do want to see just a little bit more from Rossi. I do want to see bigger sets from him.
I think the hero picks did end up costing them a little bit as well. Julian loses a lot of steam towards the later stages, and it seems like Claude even wasn't really doing all that much damage as compared to Roger and Harith. So getting these power picks is going to be pretty important. And we can even see in this goal graph just how quickly this goal lead Raid had built for themselves fell and went in favor of JP9ers.
Yeah, that was even before JP9ers got the Lord that ended the game, right? It was the second Lord where Team Ray got it, tried to end the game, and kind of fumbled it.
It is a huge fumble. When you have a lineup like this, you really gotta play for pickoffs. And I think Ray was doing a good job of that initially, but once JP9ers were forced in defensive positions where they play front to back, then just throwing the front isn't gonna work anymore. You gotta pay attention to where the actual damage is coming from.
Yeah, but this is under the assumption that, like, once again, they've had experience to play against in game number 1. I don't think this is going to be like, hey, 3 for 3, let draw ahead go. We're going to do it one more time. I don't think that's going to be the case.
That is fair, that is fair. Well, let's go ahead and have Rose interview some people for us to figure out what they think about this series.
Terima kasih kepada kasa-kasa kita. Hai semua, this is Rose. Dan sekarang ni, saya dengan dua orang daripada kedua-dua pasukan. On my right, we have a representative daripada JP9ers. And on my left, kita ada seorang daripada Team Ray. Okay, let's start with you. Can you please introduce yourself to our audience?
Hai, Assalamualaikum semua. Saya Papa Frost, manager JP9ers.
Alright, okay, what about you?
Okay, hello. Saya Danny dari Team Ray, manager baru.
Okay, so ni Battle of the Managers lah. Tadi Battle of the Players, now Battle of the Managers. Okay. Okay, let's... Oh, sabar. Okay, let's start with JP9ers dulu. Kita nampak actually kedua-dua pasukan ada perubahan daripada roster, okay? Can you explain maybe apa yang korang buat masa off-season and in preparation untuk musim ini?
Off-season punya preparation, kita lebih scout player-player yang berpotensi tinggi. Dan untuk shout out juga untuk kita orang punya main sponsor semua. Dia orang willing untuk kembangkan lagi JP9ers ni untuk menjadi lebih baik. Lepas tu kita punya target untuk mewakili Malaysia lah paling penting.
Ooh, M6 is the target.
M6, M7 maybe.
Wow, okay, they're going for the World Championships. Okay, what about you? Now, for Team Ray, I see a lot of new Indonesian imports. You guys have imported 2 new Indonesian players and a coach as well. So, what went onto this discussion and this decision made by you guys?
Okay, so back then, I think our previous iteration has quite some issues with a lot of things. So with the change of the management and also the ownership, of course, we need to change some of the players. So with the tryouts, we noticed that the players, they actually get along very well. So I think the trust between players is very important. So since they get well along with the tryouts and everything, so we decided to go with them. Yeah.
I see. So how is it looking like so far? Like at the gaming house, is everything good? Chemistry is being built?
Yes, actually the chemistry is quite good. We actually spend time together at after hours and everything also. So yes, so far so good.
Okay, what about you guys? Okay tak semua play baru, ngam, lepak, santai?
Semua memang satu kepala senang
cerita. Satu kepala, tu agak bahaya. Okay, so maybe last words for all the fans yang datang. Okay, we can start with you dulu.
Okay, untuk fans-fans yang datang, untuk kawan-kawan saya yang ada, thank you datang, thank you support datang sini. Untuk yang dekat online, teruskan support JP9ers, percayakan JP9ers, percayakan pada anak-anak buah saya ni.
Okay, what about you? Anything you want to say to the people who have supported Ray from last season, those probably even watching online?
Okay, so kami team yang baru, so harap-harap ada dapat supporter yang baru lah. Kami akan buat terbaik untuk community, team dengan semua orang. Terima kasih.
Alright, we love that. Tapi, I know what you guys will love more, and that is finishing up this series to know who will take this win. And with that, let us throw it back to the analysts.
Both owners and managers having grand visions of the heights their teams can achieve and taking lots of steps to improve and expand upon their existing roster for the season of MPL right before the World Series. It's good to see this, good to see the aims that they have, but for now they gotta focus on what is right in front of them, and that is Game 3. Gideon, what do these teams need to do to claim the series as their own?
Well, for the, oh man, I think it's got to be simply change the draft, right? I think it is something that they are prepared to deal with, and I think there are a couple of loopholes that can be exploited. I'm not going to say what they are just yet.
Okay.
Hopefully we get into the draft, and if it does pop up, I will mention it, right? But so far, this Jawhead has been a little bit of a menace, but we do see it is for a certain period of time. I think at this point, if they just start buffing up how they actually approach the early game, then things will start to fall into place.
Now, I think to add on to that is also whether the Jawhead will go through to Team Ray for the third time in a row. Because right now it's a 50-50, right? When they play fast, when they get a big lead, JP9er has struggled in both games. And to a certain extent, it's kind of JP9ers being able to tough out Game 2 and make that comeback. But when you compare the first 10 minutes of Game 1 and 2, it was Team Ray all over their faces with that Jawhead. And are they willing to take that risk again?
Yeah. There are certain heroes that made a big difference though. Stealing away the Aurora and the Harith helped JP9ers hold out for very, very long periods of time. So if they're willing to allow the Jawhead through, then they will probably want to try and prioritize grabbing these heroes again. And a very good question is who's going to be on which side, because until now, it's still red side 100%.
I believe JP9ers, well no, Team Ray now gets to choose, right?
Yeah, Team Ray will get to choose. Most likely it's going to go onto the red side once again. I don't know if things are going to change or not. We're just going to have to trust in the back management to figure it out, the coaches and analysts.
Gonna be a lot of pressure on the coaches and analysts now. Both these teams have gotten a taste of their opponents, already winning one game each. Ideally for JP9ers, they don't find themselves in a position where they have to make such a big comeback like that, because it could have gone wrong at any point. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean they have done it previously, right? Like, you know, Max and Year 3, the kind of the only remnants of the previous season JP9ers, they have done it before against bigger teams. But I am also looking at Team Ray, and I get the feeling that we have been in this conversation before, in this position, especially for Team Ray. When they start falling behind, when they fail to reset for the following game, you really see the distinct difference, right? The moves are a lot more instinctual, but also very sporadic and not well thought out. Hopefully that's not the case for Game 3. But again, see if they get their red side first and whether the Jawhead becomes a priority for Team Ray.
Many questions, but only one answer and only one winner. The draft phase for game number 3 begins with Ray on the red side. And JP9ers posed with the challenge. Can they be the first team on blue to take a game?
It's 1-1 so far. Fanny and as well as Yushin getting banned out pretty early by Coach Rico. Ours has decided to get rid of the Chip and as well as Phobius, followed up by the Jawhead from JP. Finally, they're just done with it. We're sick of it.
I like the adjustment from JP9ers. Now we get to also see the expansion of Verge's hero pool. What can he play that is similar to Jawhead that makes those plays? I'm thinking Ruby, I'm thinking Show, I'm thinking Arlet. It's good to see that JP9ers is forcing more hands from Team Ray.
Well, there's plenty of options, of course, but let's see what are some of the prime resources, right? Again, it's very dangerous to pick up Harith when the Ludox is available. It's very dangerous to go, it's very dangerous to even try to push yourself into an assassin where it could be a bad matchup potentially with so many potential counter picks. So going for the Roger, very safe for the side of JP. Let's see whether or not Team Ray, are they going to go with like a substitute for this Jawhead and then still pick up the Aurora?
I think we're looking at it right now.
Yeah, Aurora and Edith, very open options here. Vergie should be able to make Edith work quite well as well, considering how he performed on a Jawhead, and it opens up some flex, but does mean that Zask will be available to give back over to the JP9ers.
Which wasn't really a big issue overall, at least in the series thus far. You push faster as an Aurora, and generally you're not too worried about the Zaz spawn as well. Though I would say JP9ers, we've seen them throw out the Harith in this second and third pick, like such as game 2. Seems like they're gonna do it again. Yeah, Harith for Loliao without considering the Lunox, and not that they care much, but the Grok also gets picked up.
Okay, that's not too bad. They're posing the question to Ray to say, hey, we have a potential answer. We know how to get past your CC, but the real question is whether or not you want to lock in the Lunox super early on. And Team Ray, they're like, nah, sorry, we're not gonna do that. We're going to pick up the Ruby.
I feel like there's a possibility this is a gold lane Ruby actually.
knowing Trap, right?
Yeah.
The DNA of the previous iteration of the team.
Hey, can't change what you're built with molecularly. Sask already being taken out of the picture. What else can JP get rid of? They get rid of the Hayabusa. Okay, yeah. They might as well get rid of the Ling as well while they're at it.
Get rid of the Ring, and then the Ling. It has to be Ling, right?
It's gotta be, right? If not, why else? Why else would they already reveal everything and then decide to ban Hayabusa if they're afraid of an assassin?
Guess what? They're gonna ban Tigro this. Tigro right here.
They're gonna be Tigro one more time.
I don't think... If anyone was banning Tigreal, it would probably be Ray, just based on the way they play the game. JP9ers, I don't really think they need to ban Julian either, because with Jahid gone, it does eliminate a lot of that early game threat to deal with.
I am
see. Oh, they do ban the Julian. I guess it still opens up the possibility of Team Ray taking the Ling now and then having the choice to run a gold Ruby.
But then now we're kind of handing it to them, right?
Yeah.
I feel like if you're gonna hand them anything, I would much rather the Julian over the Ling, unless they've got like a specific pick to deal with this Ling. That could be in the likes of Cho, that could be the likes of like single target lockdowns, all the good stuff.
Could be even worth leaving jungle to last pick if they want to go for something like Fanny, right? But no, they will go for the Ling right now. So JP9ers, hopefully they did have a plan for letting this through instead of the Julian.
Saber.
Oh my god. I would actually love to see it though.
4 picks on Ling and only 1 game was won by Chibi.
Such a feels bad for such a top tier jungle pick as well.
I mean, Filipino clippers are gonna have a great time with that stat. Do what you want with it.
Do what you want with the information. With 20 seconds left, let's see what the final picks are gonna be for blue side on for JP9ers. They still are missing a mid laner. They are also missing an EXP. They could technically throw Grok into that EXP, but it hasn't been done in a very long time.
Take the Arlet first for year 3.
Your team.
Yeah, so Faramis, I was thinking of something like a Vexana, but Faramis seems alright as well. Plenty of kind of a insurance policy for both of your hyper carries.
Zac QT can be quite a supportive mid lane player, so I think he knows how to position himself with the Faramis to use the Netherrealm as a saving tool, even when Ray has AoE options. So this will allow them to fight into Ray a little bit better, but then the counter comes out in the Minotaur, so now they also have to worry about the Minu and Fury.
Yeah, and you were right, you called it. It is going to be Trap playing the Ruby in the gold lane. There's so much CC for the side of Team Ray, and it looks like, again, they are going to try and create an early game lead and maybe snowball that out of control this time through Ling.
Oh boy, this is gonna be an interesting one. It is also officially going to be the final game of Week 1, Day 1 of MPL Malaysia Season 14. It is going to be the JP9ers versus Team Ray, both making notable changes to their lineup, but only one will be able to take their first victory of the season.
I mean, there's one team that is that is kind of an expert of making this Trap gold lane fighter work. It's definitely going to be Team Ray. I'm just looking forward to see if it's going to yield the same results as the previous season. Game 3, the final best of 3 of the day. Team Ray against JP9ers kicking off right now. Team Ray on that red side, JP9ers on blue.
The Land of Dawn beckons once again as the curtain draws close to a close on the day 1. I think we are going to see potentially some early gameplay from Team Ray with this double fighter side lane, but that also depends on what the JP9ers decide to position.
Yep. both are going to start on the top side of the map and make their way down towards gold side. With Loyals, he's got to be really, really careful. In both of these games, he's positioned himself like hyper aggressively when it got towards that later stage. So maybe if he gets snowballed now, it could be a little bit better. Oh, successfully stealing a camp. Nicely done.
Maybe take it away from kids who will get the Little Wanderer to make up for it. So level 4 is still very much within grasp. Be very good opening for JP9ers, right? You get that extra bump in experience and gold for ZachQT, so guaranteeing a level 4, even if AJ pushes him out of the lane.
And denying a jungle camp from a double fighter side lane comp is going to be huge as well, because they're very heavily going to rely on their jungler as their hyper carry. And you can see even the gold crab being taken away by Max, moving quickly across the map. Already, very nice position for the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, being able to keep up in terms of EXP is quite important for kids. The further he falls behind, the stronger Max is only going to get, and that's going to be a big problem for the rest of his team rather than himself. At this point, I've been trying to keep an eye on where Rossi has been. His coverage is very limited here.
He's been looking at one side of the map. He's showing up in the mid lane, not able to get in range for any sort of gank attempt. Team Ray already kind of clumping up together. They will run into Max as well, spotted out by Virgie. But thankfully it's a Minotaur, so able to heal himself back up. First turtle is up on the board.
Yeah, and it's even scarier. It's even scarier once you start getting the EXP laners involved, right? Now that everybody is here, this is going to be quite the stalemate.
Yeah, everyone's hit level 4 as well, so there's gonna be no worries about level disparity, though the roamers still ideally need to clear their mid wave as fast as possible in order to hit that timing. Both junglers gonna be waiting until that timing as well, getting their final buff before rotating over for the first neutral objective of the game.
It's gonna be quite the tug of war between these two. Kiss will be slightly closer. He's on the orange buff side, but we see Max beelining to that area as well. Big fight, feeling that is imminent. Eevee starts it off. Flicker, Earth Shatter, Onrush, Final Slash as a counter engage. Vanilla Fury knocking 3 people up, but there's the Nether Realm to keep them safe. First Blood still goes over to Team Ray before Max trades one back. Kiss will find ZachQT.
They're also low.
Kicks him out. Finch points to safety. Max comes back for him. And Kiss finds a double kill.
Really nice play right there. It looked like it could be a great counter engage because Yetri actually got an excellent final slash, but the Frigid Frost into Minwon Fury managed to save the entire team, and NetherRealm was not quite enough because Niners were just so grouped together.
Should get the AJ.
Oh,
very good rotation from Loliel. Feels bad. I mean, would have loved to give it to the Harif. Rossi over-engaged though.
He still has Flicker. Eventually, he's going to be able to have the Wild Charge available as well. Loliel's, I mean, he's pretty bored in his lane. For the most part, he can't kill Trap, unfortunately, but neither can he farm comfortably.
Yeah, the first turtle still hanging around.
First turtle's just thinking, when is someone gonna come and take me? 4 minutes in, still even in net worth actually. Only 1 extra kill for Team Ray, though Max gonna be the first one to work on things. Kid still getting his purple buff, so this is actually great timing for Niners if they can blitz this.
That's a final slash out from Yetri already. Eevee barely scratched. Flicker from Virgie into a knockout. Minwon Fury. Max taking the turtle away. Frigid Frost as a means to counter engage. Kind of break the momentum of JP9ers, but they are just too strong. With Max at the helm, leading his team as a triple kill for the Raja. 4 for JP9ers and a turtle to boot.
Disgustingly played by both ZachQT as well as Yetri. Honestly, Yetri should have died there. He was saved by ZachQT so many times, right? Drops down in the Nether Realm. ZachQT quickly purifies himself before he gets frozen by the Frigid Breath, and even with the Glacier as well, catching both of those CCs with a single battle spell. Just well done, JP9ers.
I think Team Ray made a bit of a mistake with their timing as well. The Minwon Fury was a little bit too early, and Ling wasn't quite in place to take care of it. And then once they had used all those resources, they were full committed. They were all stacked up inside of the JP9ers team composition, which is never a position you want to find yourself in.
They don't really have the damage to quickly blow through the Nether Realm as well. Something that Team Ray needs to keep in mind, because if they make that mistake one more time, this could slip away from them. This Deathball comp, today we've seen 2 two examples of that prior to this game. Both of them didn't work out. Team Ray needs to take notes of that.
If they do take notes about that, then they also have to think of just like a little bit further, because eventually, once the Lord starts spawning, these neutral objectives are going to be pretty difficult to walk around, and they also have to worry about their backs, because there are times, like even with the previous instant replay, we saw that Virgie, yes, he jumps the gun, but also he's very far up in comparison to the rest of his team. And I think that the JP9ers can look to maybe exploit that, but at the same time, they've got to be very careful. They can't take the front to back like they usually do. They got to get a little smart about it and maybe force the ult out of kids early on, but I don't think they have the tools to do that unless Ye 3 is able to get to 3 items.
Yeah, I agree with you. We already know that Virgie is pretty aggressive. Oh, hold on.
Oh, he's gonna try. He's so far up though. Team Ray are not even in the position to provide any sort of output.
And even Rossi with Nature's Barrier, able to like zone out too. And yes, technically they could have walked around, but the burst is high and it was already too late, so they just gave him up.
Oh yeah, a bit too much hesitation there from Ray. Evie made the call, no one was able to follow. And Lolil actually even positioned very aggressively there. They could have maybe tried to catch him, but without the Edith, that lockdown is very, very difficult. So JP9 is slowly building up this lead. It is a complete reversal from games 1 and 2, where the early game is in their favor.
We're starting to see the cracks showing for Team Ray. Some signs of hesitance, and even kind of jumping the gun ahead of everyone else. This is the second time that Evie pulled a stunt, and it didn't go well. Team Ray might lose a bit. Flicker Wild Charge, that's only trap. It will take the mid-tier one for sure, right? No one's hitting the turret. Finally gets it, but too late.
Oh no!
JP9ers, a massive, massive blunder on that mid side, losing 3 in the process. And Kiss is gonna go for number 4. ZQT being danced around. And it's a 4-piece for Team Ray.
Oh my goodness, that went so badly, so fast. Nobody hit the tower and that entire gold lead is gone. Oh, the equalization again, and now Team Ray, they're gonna start hitting the structures all across the board.
And the craziest thing was that they called the engage.
Yeah,
and they were the ones that kind of dropped the ball big time.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of mistakes being made today, but that is the most obvious blunder out of all of them. A single hit to the tower would have made the difference, and then because they panicked at the end to try and take it down, they grouped up for the I Am Offended into Minnow and Fury. Team Ray just dismantles them from that point. The net worth lead they've built, like you guys mentioned, all gone. Now in favor of Ray.
Boy.
Man. All for that mid-tier 1, and they lost theirs.
Right! I'm looking at the damage all across the board. All tier 1s, and with this Lord, they're probably going to get the tier 2s if they secure it on top of it. Wait, what's the level of the junglers? 12 to 13. Max is still ahead by 1 level at this point of time.
Not too bad though for Kid, considering that he already lost by Ohan.
Okay, that's a wild charge onto Eevee. He wants to get away with the Primal Wrap. He's going to get it out with the Flicker as well. What a Minnow and Fury from the side of Team Ray, and that's enough for a kill onto Year 3. Max finds the back line, and he's uncontested. They gotta stop him somehow. Knockup is there, but Eevee will be surrendered. Trap goes on forward, but it's a bit too late with the pull. AJ flickers, but Trap too far forward, could not be given the support. But Kid saves it, and he also dives the back line of JP9ers, finding himself a triple kill, and his Team Ray coming out on top once more.
Oh, ZQT is trying his hardest here. He's trying everything in the book to try and get an advantage, to try and keep his team alive, and better yet, even towing a very fine line of life and death just to make sure he can still support Max, even though he can just walk away.
Man, Max's back is about to break in half.
Yeah.
Poor dude.
This is a difficult situation. I think it was still a bit messy from Ray at the end. They were too scattered when dealing with Max, and he probably got an extra kill that he didn't need to have. But still an excellent fight right there. Niners forcing things a bit too much and then grouping up under the Netherrealm to be caught by Minnow and Fury. That is the counter coming in from the Minotaur. They gotta watch their position more carefully. They don't have to be the team that engages.
What a swing for Team Ray. 2.6k goal advantage. It's gonna keep ballooning as long as this Lord is alive, and they should be able to claim that side lane tier 2 turret.
I don't know. By the time dude, the gold lead for Kids right now is ridiculous. When he completes his 4th item, I'm thinking that he's gonna go into BOD unless things go really, really wrong. Once he gets that BOD, Lolios is not gonna have a chance.
Oh boy.
He's gonna die in like 2 autos.
How did we get to this point?
Honestly, I don't know. Like, most
they
of the
didn't
time...
hit the tower.
I think we don't yet.
It's a lot more straightforward than I thought, but still, getting an inhibitor off of this, Team Ray are gonna be in a very good position.
Yeah. Extremely comfortable. Flicker backup for EV as well. I mean, we saw the attempted engage from, or the counter engage from JP9ers, right? The last 2 wild charges have been not so kind, but maybe they can get Kids. Walks forward, doesn't get pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, unfortunately.
Rossi actually could have engaged on that. Catching Kids would have been huge. Though I suppose he was still worried about the Tempest of Blades being available and then the collapse. They were able to clear the Lord, but they lost their top mid here to...
Oh, wow. Such timing.
That's an interesting interaction there. The Primal Raptor cancel the final slash away.
Temporary CC immunity.
I didn't know you could do that.
When you jump off of the mecha, yeah.
But did she not still get displaced? Or is it just like...
less than it would have?
He got clipped and then he was like stuck midair.
Yeah, man. Don't get to see that very often. That's cool. That's cool.
Man, they even forced the flicker out of Rossi. That's not really the ideal situation for Niners, though. You really would love to have the flicker.
I mean, well, let's look at Eevee for a quick second, right? Does he have flicker? Yes, he has flicker. All right, I'm waiting for it. He's going to do it a 3rd time. 3, 4, 3.
The thing is, Eevee actually is the proper hero to engage with Team Ray because Aurora and Minotaur are a little bit more effective for counter-engaging unless they really catch out JP9ers, which they have already a couple times. Eevee just has been jumping the gun a bit when he...
I mean, to be fair, they have been dangling out into the open. You know? They're like, catch my Eden.
It's fine.
Eevee is like, I'm drawing the line. I gotta have a positive KDA. Somebody else do it.
I mean, the I'm Offended cooldown is pretty low. He already has it back up, so using it to check the bush is honestly fine for Team Ray. They want to keep this 5k goal lead after all, and any catches they can find will go a long way towards preserving that. But Lord are going to be contested once again. Wall unfortunately misses the reset. So Team Ray still going to be in control of it, but they will create space to make sure that Kids can cause havoc up top and draw people away.
Wait, no. Wait, hold on, Max. No, Max shouldn't be the one absorbing that wave. He should be absorbing the mid wave right now. Oh no, Team Ray is going to start this up.
Positioning.
Can they blitz this now? Oh yeah, they can because they don't have a marksman.
They cannot, yeah.
They're all fighters, so they don't have any damage against this Lord. It's gonna take so long.
That is true.
That's so funny.
If they had a proper marksman, they could have already blitzed this because Max actually had to go to top lane a 2nd time because the next wave...
They even swapped to Year 3. To be fair, they almost lost the inhibitor. They didn't pay enough attention. Max abandoned the wave halfway because he thought he needed to be there.
No, it's part of the plan. It's keep in mind. Keep in mind, if they missed an auto attack off of a turret, that means Team Ray can also miss an auto attack off of the turret.
I mean, not the minions, right?
True.
You know how LaFell is colorblind?
Yep.
Niners are tower blind. They couldn't hit the last hit on the tower, and they also kind of forgot about their own.
Wait,
my best part was that Lolia was part of that squad. You know?
Give it a moment here because let's see if this is going to be the steal of a lifetime. Man!
Finally! Finally got the reset off.
Nicely done.
That's too far, Eevee. Probably shouldn't go there.
No, but you got flickered. Try it one more time. You're trying to recall in that push? Nah, fam. Nah. Get out of there. Get out of there, buddy.
And props to Rossi. He's been trying to reset like a couple of times, right?
I mean, he tried. He finally got the angle right. That was the big problem here. He was trying to get a good time to actually like itch it out a little bit further, but he can still do it again. I don't know if JP really want to be holding priority over this Lord.
No. I mean, if they want to blitz it, sure, but Yetri is not able to be a part of it most of the time. Thanks to Kids.
That is the annoying thing when playing against a Ling, right? They just go to the opposite side of the map, shove a lane in, you gotta send someone to deal with it, or you lose an inhibitor. The consolation is that, yeah, Team Ray doesn't have a marksman. So even if they send someone over to defend the wave, they can't actually take it down quick enough. Especially with Rasi just resetting it over and over.
Oh man, everybody's just afraid.
Oh boy.
Everybody's too scared to do it.
Which was the longest board dance we've seen in MPL last season? It was pretty long.
Oh, okay, I'm offended. Oh,
okay, he gets pulled back. I had the flicker. Well, meanwhile, Kids just took the purple buff off Niners, so means that he has infinite energy again.
Rasi's just sitting here next to the Lord all the time.
He's like, are you having fun? Ah, they're sick of him!
Here they go. Rasi's gonna conceal out of there. They got a 2-minute window, trapped with no flicker, but Loliao is just gonna go in. Minoan Fury gets used, Verdi tries to flicker, he goes down! JP Niners finds a big opening.
Kids!
Oh my goodness! Savior of Team Ray, and the Minion Wave just took the top inhibitor of JP Niners, and how did that happen?
Oh, they're furious. They're malding.
Oh,
I'd be malding. No way!
So long to break that stalemate, and the timing was so good.
Man, they spilled the dish at the very end.
Oh, dude. Look, the funny part is that Kids, he was chasing around Rasi. Rasi puts him at 40% HP. And now, no, he's gonna die for it!
Holy cow!
Come on!
Man, I just popped into the Tempest of Blades. Man!
That guy's Indonesian.
Hold on.
That guy's Indonesian.
Fergie is Indonesian, but he ulted in base.
Wait, did he?
Yeah, dude, yes.
Oh no!
He's out. He is questionable.
Not just on cooldown from the last fight?
No. Watch that replay. We gotta get the instant replay. He used it in base. Fat fingered.
Oh man, that's so.
In order for someone to have fat fingers, someone else must have fat fingers. It's just the natural balance of things.
Yes, everything must be in tandem with each other.
Universe is fair, you know?
Universe is fair. At this point, everybody's at max items. And this, really, it's tough because Kids only has so much HP. Everybody else is just a sandbag to a means to an end. And maybe even AJ could be considered a hard carry in this matchup. But right now, I'm waiting for Lolial to pop off. He has not been able to do much this game.
I mean, maybe if Kids waits a bit longer and becomes adults, then he'll have enough HP.
Rossi's like, I'm going to reset this until 50, baby.
I mean, the junglers of both teams have been really putting in the work. Max, Kids.
Oh, man.
All this considered, the Lord didn't really yield anything. Except for that top inhibitor. Right, they find Rasi again.
No onwards? Oh, no.
No, he already used it.
Already used
it. It was immune.
Rasi ate it. Like a champ.
Man. Rasi, walk up again. Do it again. Block all of his abilities. You can do it.
Man, it takes a lot of guts to just stand in front of the wall, knowing that you will survive.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Niners didn't take that. Or maybe this one.
What is this situation?
This is them having a non-verbal conversation in-game. This is them typing in all chat and being like, so how's your day?
We've reached a gridlock in this game.
It is! This is a painful stalemate because both sides don't really want to win, but they really, really don't want to lose.
Actually, it gets even funnier because Team Ray is on the other end of it. I've seen this plenty of times. New season, but same thing.
New season, same concepts. Oh,
good to see that things never really change.
I mean, don't need that marksman, you know? not a fighter comp. How are you gonna deal with this Lord?
You don't. Honestly,
you just trying to go for a steal again?
No, personally, I think that Team Ray should not be holding.
Oh, so close.
Oh, wait. They can't follow up on it. I personally think that Team Ray should not be holding priority over the Lord.
Why is EV arrowing the Lord?
Because, hey man, that's
he
lost marksman.
Yeah, he lost half his health bar for that. Oh, that's the catch. Winter Crown into a Minoan Fury. A good freeze follow-up from AJ. Forces Ye 3 to retreat. And around broken. Zach
can't believe nothing happens from that.
The back
give the badge to Trap. He held 3 people back before they were able to follow up there. And he still has his immortality up. So yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, Minoan Fury into... the blanket of ice. I'm offended. I mean, Virgie has been pulling this stun off a few times. Minoan Fury, instant Winter Crown.
Yeah, he has been. Honestly, a lot of
Okay.
Whoa!
They found it! Is the kill.
Finally.
Perfect.
Lolios pops off right.
Imagine if they lose that bot inhibitor though.
Dude, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
But without the link, they don't really have the damage, right?
Nah, they can't even like physically steal the Lord.
Just get out. Just get out of it.
That was great positioning though from Niners. They know that Ray can't blitz the Lord, so they're positioned on the opposite end to catch kids because they know he's going to be doing his split push shenanigans. Now they can blitz
Wait
it.
a
Ray
minute.
can't approach.
Surely they won't drop the ball here, right? I mean, can they buy 20 seconds?
I think they can. Oh,
I don't
that's
think
a lot
so,
of
right?
damage.
EV even used the ultimate. That's the wild card. There's still immortality for EV. Virgie jumps in. That's the minimum fury. Netherrealm all broken. It's a drawn-out fight. A trap. Follow the mid for Virgie, but Year 3 comes in with the final slash onto all 4 of them. Immortality pop off Max, but Lodi Yao. That's the pop-off. Can you believe it's only 1 death? The Lord reset it.
They reset it! Trap actually did it! He CC'd everyone at the same time, kept himself alive.
By the way,
Kids is back!
The Lord has max stacks, so it's true damage from this point onwards.
You're right.
He's hurting. Look at him melt kids down.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, back it off.
Nobody wants to take it. They look at
out.
each other. They're like, nah, nobody wants to take the Lord no more. This sucks.
Oh, they're so low.
Can you do it again?
One more time. One more time.
9,000 is getting low. Trap. He's
Trap
doing
is
his best to
doing so much.
survive.
Whoa!
Who got it? Again! Unbelievable from Team Ray, but can he get out of this? Winter Crown, we know of Fury. That's the immortality for Chris, but he
they're losing
falls.
too many.
And Virgie, he's gonna be hunted down by Max. Lord spawns. Virgie does not survive.
Finally, they decided to fight. We don't need the Lord. We just need 5 deaths. Oh my
gonna
God.
respawn. He's the only one. He has to defend 1v4.
Somebody has to die for this.
All right, Evie. It's you and you alone.
Does he have flicker?
He doesn't. He has primal wrap, no immortality, nothing left in the tank. JP Niners.
That's it.
It's the taste of victory. It's been long enough. 22 minutes, about to be 23. But JP Niners have cracked the code and deservingly earned a win from the series 2-1 over Team Ray.
The reverse sweep from the JP Niners. A long, drawn-out battle. An endurance marathon of the greatest limit here. As both teams not willing to give up an inch. Smiles all around. You can tell that they truly laid their hearts bare on that stage.
Oh, when I say junglers are the cornerstones of a team in this season, I mean, I meant it, right? Max better get a good back massage after this. Special shout out to Kiss because he kept his team in the game.
He really did. Unbelievable stuff coming out from both of these sides. Oh.
2 bebalas, 1 untuk pasukan JP Niners untuk perlawanan pertama mereka di MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. Hello everybody. Diorang busy tengah borak. Okay, Rasi, we start with you.
Enggak, ini our translator.
Okay, translator, perfect. We got a translator here.
Apa?
Okay, so Rasi, first of all, welcome to Malaysia.
Thank you.
How are you liking Malaysia so far? Best ka?
Best.
Best.
Very best.
Very best. Okay. Oh, everybody's on stage.
Oi.
Okay. Oh, Ansha gave me that look. I think he wants the mic at the end. Okay, so Rasi, you say Malaysia is good, but you rasa main dalam JP Niners ni, you suka ke tak?
Apa Jak?
Hey, translator kita tak dengar. Translate. Okay, tak, I tanya. Dia cakap dia duduk Malaysia best, tapi dia rasa main untuk JP Niners best ke tak?
Enak.
Okay, he likes it. We'll give that to him. Okay, guys, let's make it quick because I'm excited. We don't usually see JP Niners last season being interviewed, and I'm very excited because the MVP is ready. But MBSJ, siapa MVP korang? Alright, MVP is ready. Mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. Jeng, jeng, jeng. Mana MVP? Max! Okay, hi Max, how are you?
Baik Kak.
Baik, okay Max. Senang je. Now, how are you feeling? Dan selepas dapat kemenangan ni, you rasa line up ni dah solid ke tak?
Belum full tapi kita bakal proses terus lah. Masih proses maksudnya. Masih bisa jauh lebih baik.
You suka ke main dengan satu lagi Indonesian import?
Suka.
Suka?
Ya.
Best tak main dengan Rasi?
Best dong.
Best. Okay, we love that. Okay, can we please have pass the mic to Loliel? Okay. Loliel. Ini adalah match pertama awak dalam JP Niners. How is it like in your new family?
Dalam JP Niners ni sangat-sangat fun lah. Environment dia lagi-lagi dengan Antagonist dalam team. Jadi
Uish, semua gelak kenapa ni? Cuba cerita sikit.
Lebih meriah.
Oh, lebih meriah. Okay. Kita pass ke Anca. Anca, come on. Macam biasa, usually bila habis game dia akan cakap, Rose, bagilah I mic sekejap. So, Anca, the floor is yours.
Ada soalan tak soalan?
Tak ada soalan. Sebab I tahu you pandai goreng.
Tak, tanyalah pasal tim Ray.
Oh. Ya, okay, fine.
Tanya lah.
Apa yang you nak cakap dengan tim Ray?
Who? Tak kenal, tim kecil.
Aduh, Anca, he set me up for that. Okay, behave. Final words for all the fans yang hadir hari ni?
Final words, thank you. Tapi buat entity di luar sana yang cakap Max underperform, kau tak dapat naik stage sini ke? Cari panggung dekat luar Okay, good luck buat karir kau orang.
Alright, terima kasih. And once again, congratulations to JP Niners. You guys can go celebrate your win, tapi Anca is still explaining. Okay, thank you very much guys. See you guys very soon. Hari pertama di musim 14 sangat sengit dan sangat-sangat seru. New faces are now in and I am honestly loving that. But before we wrap up our day, how about we listen to the mic check from the side of JP Niners?
Aku boleh menang rata harusnya. Orang nice one guys.
Puni defense satu atas bawah.
Bawah.
Ada gua.
Puni dah. Nice one.
Tahan bawah. Mid you.
Bisa tahu lock orang.
Julian. Orang bunuh orang. 18 guys.
Arot belakang lo.
Julian guys. Aman.
Tahu.
Sabar.
Kelat gak ada cross goal ya.
Nen.
Nice one guys. Nice. Atur orang guys. Edit.
Edit no flick.
Darling. Nice.
Lagi. No.
Percaya gua guys sama.
Let's go Max.
Gua lihat kok.
Kelas.
Dapat dia.
Bunuh.
Mati sih rata.
Nice.
Ada winter.
Boston lagi.
Gua tepi. Nice. Bisa.
Bunuh. Lot.
Mid guys. West dia 2 detik.
Bunuh.
Orang. Santai Jack.
We came into this series already expecting the Niners to be the favorites, just in terms of the players that they have. But we had no idea the lengths they would need to go to claim this victory. Both teams truly played their hearts out, and anything could have happened at any point.
I mean, Team Ray fans must be furious at Ancha. He just the taunt at the very end. Yeah, you gotta remember, you guys worked super hard
He's
for this.
the antagonist for a reason.
You know, the game would have been cut down by 10 minutes if they just hit the damn turret.
Look, a lot of things could have been done in that game. A lot of things. Let's look at the highlights here one more time. We give it up for our MVP, Max. He's played a solid series here overall. As you mentioned, Husky, definitely a cornerstone. And I think, at the very least, he's feeling a little bit more comfortable in terms of communication with the rest of his team.
Yeah, he looks a lot more comfortable. He does look happier up on that stage as well. Having a fellow Indonesian import to be able to more effectively communicate with, and a roamer of all roles is actually a really nice duo for the jungler to be able to work with. Despite that, it was still a very difficult fight. Team Ray were doing a great job of solidifying these team fights. Trap doing honestly a lot to keep them in this game despite not having a marksman around. And we can really see the counter engage coming in from AJ as well as Virgie. But the damage was scaled up towards the end. Having Loliel and Max at full items is just a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta give credits to Kit keeping the game alive for his team. Just winning retry fights at the Lord Pit when, up against Max. But I heard this theory that, since there's Max and then there's Matt as well, if one of them is performing well, the other would also do well. I mean, Matt is performing great in Rebellion, right, as the gold laner. So
that's true.
Translate over to Max. Look at this MVP of the match. Both games on Roger, 20 and 3 KD.
Man.
Oh boy, insane.
Even after losing game number 1 and having a terrible early game, having a total KDA after the series like that is crazy.
We have to remember when Max was brought in for the Niners in Season 13, towards the later parts of the season, Roger was the hero that he was using to bring them back from the brink. So this is a comfort pick to the point that the Niners are willing to first pick it over heroes like Zask, like Edith, and it works. It is really effective for them.
I mean, it's crazy to imagine that there was a point in time last season that Max almost didn't make it into the roster. Now here he is.
Yup. Still showing what he's worth overall. I look at Team Ray and I'm thinking like, man, their imports pretty decent. I do think that Kids is looking pretty good overall. Definitely mechanically sound. I do have a couple of questions for Virgie, but then I think I'll just wait for the next couple of days to see how their games go. It could be one of those things where it's like team matchups that just don't go well. Rock, paper, scissors, maybe. Hopefully Team Ray is going to do better against others, but for now, I think I'm would I say satisfied? I can't even say like satisfied. I think I've had enough of this particular series here, because the biggest thing that I noticed, just the lack of making a hard choice. When you are put between a rock and a hard place, it's either you find a different way out or you choose one or the other.
It probably was the best time for Eevee to do the flicker for the third time, right?
If he did it that third time, it would have been different. That's what I say.
Yeah, I think a big problem with Ray is that they are very dependent on one another to engage these fights. You'll notice that they oftentimes don't make solo plays, and when they do, like when Eevee flickers forward, then it doesn't really end well. They gotta always be together, and they're very good at fighting as a 5-man. But when you reach later stages, you gotta be able to take those solo engagements. You gotta get the confidence and the ego to close out individual duels across the map, and in that sense, the players on JP Niners have the advantage.
I think the total team fight participation kind of illustrates that, right?
Yep.
53% on Team Ray's side. They are just a lot more prone to be with one another. Like you said, every time someone goes off solo, it doesn't end well. You know, Eevee's early flicker, Kid's split push. There's something about that.
And then there's Loliel's at 20% team fight participation out of like... it's just... Look, Loliel, I'll admit it. Loliel's did not play a hot series today. This was definitely not one of his good days.
I mean, they did win the game without him.
That's true, but he did put out...
Yeah, he did. You know, he did get popped, but he still dished out damage.
He put out numbers. He put out numbers.
Like, that's all you need to do, right? Loliel, he's gotten sick and tired of people saying, like, he has overextended all the time, so he's just not going to do anything. You know? He's going to stand at the back and do damage like a good little boy.
It'll be not really on Harif, right? He's dashing head first.
Yeah, when you're a player with the face of a child but a voice of a 45-year-old man, it's Loliel's, dude. He's that kind of guy. Does he not? He's got the deepest voice I've ever heard from a player, ever.
I mean, yes, but calling him a 45-year-old man.
I said he has the voice. He has a voice of a 45-year-old man and a face of a child. I'm telling you, when he's 50, he's still gonna look like he's young, but he's gonna sound like he's ancient.
You know what?
Okay.
I can see it.
Right?
I can
Fair
see
enough.
Right?
Fair enough. But yeah, the stats for this game are gonna be quite inflated. It was a 22-minute game, the longest we've had so far here already on day 1. So competition is definitely heating up, showing that JP Niners and Team Ray are definitely quite even in terms of their power. And very interested to see how they'll match up against some of the other teams here.
Which is crazy when you go down the rabbit hole of the history of these two teams and you just make a direct comparison, a direct reflection to Season 13. They gave us the... They gave us full fighter, double fighter comps. They gave us the longest games.
They unironically, this series is a reflection of that, and it's minor, but technically it's history repeating itself, but it's a TLDR version.
Yeah, essentially, right? They compressed it. You look back at Season 13, you go through the VARs, you would see the resemblance. It's like looking in the mirror.
That's nuts.
I'm just completely thrown off. Kids has a 961 GPM in a game this long? That's insane.
I mean, his teammates were dancing the Lord and he was just farming.
I think that's the highest we've had this season, actually. It even beat out Chibi from earlier, so that's really impressive. And
Yeah,
he
it
didn't even win.
It didn't even win, yeah.
Oh,
Right.
man, that's such a feels bad. It's such a feels bad because when you look at the goal graph, it tells you exactly what happened, right? Initially, it's like, yeah, JP Niners are making it, right? They find that big lead, and then it all goes south after one bad engagement, losing all their outer tier ones, and from then on, it's just pure Team Ray domination. And then you realize, man, nobody can really end this game.
Yeah, you kind of reach the stalemate, right? And even at one point, JP Niners, because they tried to pull off a switcheroo to manage the lane, they even lost and hit with a... And then you look back at the highlights, all 3 lords went to Team Ray. How did we get to this point?
You're right.
2 of them were steals. 2 of them were lord steals by kids.
Nah, fam. Oh boy, it's been a while since I've cast an MPL MY. I forgot the quality is
Off
gonna
to
be.
a good start, you know.
It's day
Some things
one.
don't change.
Yeah, it's these two teams. It's yin and yang. They should not be playing against each other
The number
ever.
of X's in Max's name is equal to the number of lords he lost.
Hey man, we got at least we got this series out of the way.
It's true. It's true. I won't say this is the best quality overall, but definitely we, at least with the length of the game, we get to see that these teams are able to go the distance on top of the fact that they have the mechanics to back it up.
Yeah, I think if it was a marksman situation, then Team Ray could have maybe had a better position because they would be able to like take the lord down more easily.
Well,
but it also loses a lot of the teamfight potential that was keeping them in it.
the
That
game.
Ruby
Yeah.
did a lot this game.
No, I agree with you on that one. Trap definitely slowed down this game with a lot of the follow-ups being staggered because of him.
Yeah, I mean, he's willing to throw his fight. Even Eevee, right, towards the end, when all the item swaps start to matter, oh boy, you see the fast fingers from Team Ray keeping them, especially the one where they lost kids for 50 seconds and had to drag out a Lord Dance. Oh man, that is crazy.
Too much. It's too much.
This day has been too much. We have really gotten every single variety of gaming here in MPL MY. And it has only just begun. JP Niners, with their victory, they are gonna move up into 2nd place, tied with SRG as of current, pushing Homeboys down to 4th. And Team Ray will be sitting right below them in 5th.
Oh nice, we got the shortest game and the longest game.
Hey,
all
in
in
the
one
same
day.
day.
All in the same day.
Oh boy. No, that's so true though. I wasn't expecting the day to actually go like this. I thought like maybe by the end of the week, yes, we'll have the full batch of it, but no, all in one day.
I think it's great though. The fact that the teams are coming out swinging right from the get-go is huge because oftentimes week 1 can be a little bit sus here in MPL Malaysia. Some teams are strong, some teams are just not all there. So the fact that everyone seemed to be performing at maximum capacity today is great to see, and I hope that they can keep that energy consistent as we move forward in MPL MY.
I just hope they get better.
I mean, we have 3 more tomorrow.
Oh boy.
Ooh, what do we got tomorrow? We got RSG versus Team Hack to kick off the day. Then Todak versus Monster Vicious. I'm very interested in that one. And then closing things off with Ray versus SRG.
Can't wait for that one as well.
Oh, interesting. This will be a fun one. Tomorrow is going to be a fun day. At least we're going to see like a majority of all the teams before we head into the 2nd week. I do want to see how RSG is going to perform. I'm very curious about the Todak lineup as well. Even MV from last season, I was already like, oh, when they had Karu, I'm like, all right, yeah, sure. Let's see what he can do with this team, and hopefully they mature to the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, MV did get Martizi from Todak Legion, right? The MAL team. So for me, RGMY and Team Hawk both have very unique lineups that have yet to prove themselves together as a squad. I want to see how that turns out.
Yeah, this is a season of switch-ups. We've had a lot of lineup revamps here in terms of players in all of the teams, other than SRG, of course. And obviously, everyone is preparing for M6 on home ground at the end of the day. And with that, we're going to close out day 1 of MPL MY Season 14. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for even more MLBB action. See you there.